Oh, yes. There we go. You're now live.
Hello, everybody.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Reverend Jackson, and I'm here to be your ass black and blue and make sure Satan never comes into this holy house ever again. I may have had some coffee, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kind of buzzed. Ever so slightly.
Well, good, because we got some stuff to talk about.
Grace, I need to be buzzed for this conversation.
Yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. I wanted to... So, hello, I'm on camera again. We're going to see how this works. This is a temporary fix. I'm not? I'm not on screen at all?
No.
Are you lying? Really?
Why would I lie? You are sharing your screen, young lady.
Now you've got me confused.
Okay, you have to understand something over here. In the window, if you share your screen, that is the main thing being shared. And then there's 3 windows underneath it. Mine, yours, and the screen share.
Just do it,
If I were to press your face would be the whole screen.
Don't show my... Don't do that. Just share the screen.
Okay, dear God.
We're going ahead.
Swear to God.
Okay, because whatever. We're going to see how this works. This is, again, we're patchworking this because we just did it the first time yesterday. We might actually just keep using StreamYards, which Ethan Van Sciver, of course, who was on yesterday. We had to talk about Barbie, and then I got really sleepy because I realized,
you're tired.
Being on camera is exhausting. Because you have to be more aware of your things.
Be more wary.
Do you have the wary of it?
Yes. I'm familiar with the
sound.
concept of wariness.
Do you? It's not still showing up on the screen.
Yes, it is. You're sitting underneath it.
I don't see it.
Oh, for God's sakes! Look.
Make it a little tinier. We're gonna read the articles, so don't worry.
There you are. Bottom
okay.
right hand
All
corner
right.
of the screen.
Okay. Cool.
But then
all right.
most
It's
of the
gonna be
story
tiny.
is gone.
I know. We're gonna read it. It'll be fine. Look, this is a stopgap. This is a temporary kind of. Oh yeah, because then it's difficult to read. Whatever. We'll deal with it as we go on. So we talked with Ethan Van Sciver last night about Barbie, and we didn't have time to get any of this week's news, basically. So we're gonna do news and politics tonight.
The College of Eloquence. I like that idea of being the professor in the College of Eloquence. As long as I can wear an SS uniform.
Well, you would basically be a you'd be a communication scholar then. I mean, that's my major. That's my field. What's that? What do you mean? Oh dear God! what about being a communication scholar makes you say, "Oh dear God"? I don't understand.
The idea of me communicating with people is horrifying.
You can study. You can be like me and also be horrified by communicating with other people, but then you study it as a job.
I prefer.
And then you don't do that job, and you do it on the internet.
I prefer communicating at people, not with them.
But you and I communicate with each other, not at.
Yeah, but that's different. You're one person. If there's more than one of you, and my dear God, it gets very tiresome.
Well, I would also be weirded out if there was more than one of me. That would be very scary.
Oh God, imagine if Aiden had a twin.
Oh my God. Oh, let me ask Bill what he would... Hey, Bill, imagine if I had a twin, what would you do? It's just silence.
It's because he's thinking horrible things.
He's thinking horrible things. It's just stop. He just went on with what he was doing. He's playing the game right now, and he's doing a stream as well. So...
what are we watching, by the way? I have no idea what we're doing. So the audience is as blind as I am.
I always set up the show. So let's start out by, since we talked about Barbie last night, let's talk a little bit about what's happening in Hollywood, which is this article from.
No, actually, what's happening in Hollywood right now is fuck all.
It's exactly fuck all, because first it started as a writer's strike, and now now it is also an actor's strike, so nobody's working. What could go wrong? Far-left Hollywood figures are comparing their strike to the French Revolution, Spoon. Can you believe it?
Yes, I can, actually, unfortunately. For 2 reasons. A, they have no idea what the hell that even means. And 2, they're massively thinking they're some sort of aristocratic kind of people.
I love it, though, that they're so confused.
Actually, in their case, they would be... no, wait a minute. In the French Revolution, it's the peasantry against the aristocracy. Do you think you're the peasantry, Hollywood? What the... You have the aristocratic
They
elite
think they're the
joining the writers, and this is that doesn't even make any sense.
They're portraying themselves as the peasants who, and because they're starving, Spoon, because they only make tens of millions of dollars. It's just not fair.
Welcome to COVID, so shut the fuck up. I hope you get a taste of it now, you fat sacks of shit.
Oh, I know. The current strike in Hollywood by writers and actors has brought the entertainment industry to a screeching halt for the first time in years. One former studio head has already said that if the strike goes on for too long, it could cause Hollywood to collapse. Oh no, whatever will we do? The people who are doing the striking...
We need that gif of Jeremy Clarkson. Oh no!
Oh no!
Anyway,
the people who are doing the strike, for the most part on the left, politically speaking, are now comparing their strike to the French Revolution. Do any of these people know how that chapter of history ended?
Let me ask the chat. How many of you guys in the chat think any one of the people striking who are saying this could even point to France on a map?
They probably could point to France because they go there on holiday, right?
I don't think a single one of them would be able to. Not one.
Really?
Yes.
I think they go there on holiday to buy expensive wine and stuff or whatever.
Let them bake the cake by a gay guy.
Yeah, exactly. Let them write cake. If the battle echoes the book, this is Variety reports.
Oh,
if the battle echoes the book of
Ron
Samuel
Perlman
for some...
kill me now.
Oh, of course he is.
That guy is such
Fran
an
Drescher,
unhinged...
the sitcom star, turned actors union leader, preferred to evoke the French Revolution, likening SAG-AFTRA's struggle to the proletariat's rebellion against an out-of-touch monarchy. Eventually, the people break down the gates of Versailles, the nanny star said during a press conference officially announcing the strike.
That doesn't make any sense because you work in the monarchy in this analogy.
They don't understand what the fuck they're saying.
This is why you people can't even write stories, because your own freaking storylines.
Right, because you're so out of touch. As if on cue, Disney CEO Bob Iger countered with his own "let them eat cake" soundbite, telling CNBC's David Faber a few hours earlier that when it came to negotiating with striking workers and actors, there's a level of expectation that they must have. It's not just realistic. The mogul, who stands to earn as much as $27 million in total compensation this year, delivered his blunt assessment from Sun Valley, Idaho.
I'm not the idea of Hollywood being realistic in any way. It's pretty good.
I know. A bucolic ski resort that hosts Allen & Co.'s annual media conference, an event that some call summer camp for billionaires. Oh God, how infuriating. Fittingly, actors joined the Writers Guild of America members on picket lines on July 14th, Bastille Day. Ron Perlman, the Sons of Anarchy star, adopted a Robespierre-like tone in a viral video, a message posted to Instagram. The motherfucker who said we're going to keep this... I assume so, yeah. Is it here? Do we have it? Can I find... Where is this? I want to see freaking... It's not...
Ask in the chat. Someone in the chat, if you can find it, we'll put it on screen.
I'll find it real quick. Wait. Ron Perlman... Just find it here. Perlman Instagram strike. Let's find it.
Homosexual. Someone shared me a South Park meme.
This is a... Okay, here we go. Here, it's in this Daily Mail.
Oh,
here we go. I got it.
Oh yes, glorious cringe.
Okay, let's see Caveman Ron himself. Do you remember when he used to tweet at Donald Trump every day, just being like, "Hey Donnie, hey little Donnie, hey Donnie, hey Donnie." It was so unhinged.
He definitely wasn't insane.
One thing before I get off this, the mother
scroll up a bit.
Who said we're gonna keep this thing going until people start losing their houses and their apartments. Listen to me, mother. There's a lot of ways to lose your house.
Is it a fucking threat?
Some of it is financial, some of it is karma, and some of it is just figuring out who the said that. And we know who said that. And where
was this during
COVID? There's a lot of ways to lose your house. You wish that on people. You wish that families starve.
Like you said.
While you're making...
Like you said, during COVID, they were all on board with just following the government, doing whatever they were told to do. But all of a sudden, you're big mad, and you've got a bunch of revolutionary spirit
now
that's
when it's aimed
injected
at you,
into
suddenly
you.
Grow a pair of balls.
How weird. How absolutely bizarre.
$27 million a year for creating nothing.
What do you do? What do you do?
$27 million a year for creating nothing.
What do you do? Hollywood sucks. You haven't been in a good movie in forever. I'm sorry that you're Hellboy. It actually kind of makes me upset. Because you I would say
Some of it is
one thing Ron
karma.
Perlman did that I thought was, he used to do those. There was a what do you call it? Make-A-Wish thing where it was this kid. He said he wanted to meet Hellboy and also be Hellboy, and Make-A-Wish or whatever charity it was that did that. They did the whole thing, and Ron Perlman came out in the whole Hellboy get up, all the makeup on, and then they the little kid who was unfortunately dying of cancer. They or whatever he had. I'm sorry, I don't recall. It was like 10 years ago. Did him all up in Hellboy makeup and all the gear, and it was really sweet. And I remember at the time, I was like, oh, that was so sweet. Yeah, but Ron Perlman didn't give a shit about that little kid. Maybe he did. I don't know. Not to be solipsistic.
Be careful, mother. Be really careful. Because that's the kind of that stirs up.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Okay. All of a sudden, we have a
Why-
big revolutionary spirit. The
I
second that
love-
my wallet is in some way, and not even their wallet's not impacted, just that they don't want to work. By the way, this is the thing that's so crazy to me about this writer's strike, right? And this actor's strike. Who makes Hollywood movies spin?
What you mean?
Like,
the writers or the actors, or what do you mean?
Well, who is actually
producers.
working in sweat houses to produce this crap?
5-year-old?
Is it actors and writers? Oh no, it's Chinese people who do all the CGI effects. They're not striking. I found that to be curious, right?
Ah, yes.
The Chinese, the Chinese,
Jews.
the Chinese workers who make all of the CGI in these actual sweatshops, essentially, they're not striking. These are the overpaid millionaire writers who write crap and actors who
They're
do
not
nothing
strikers,
but
they get
tweet
beaten.
crap. Well, yes, of course. It's a little different, isn't that?
Oh, yeah, a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah, they can't. That's the difference, is that they can't have this little performative event.
Bullshit.
Fittingly,
man.
fittingly, actors doing it's a Ron Perlman thing. That's it. Yeah. Some people have said actors and writers should
No
stay
one
on strike
cares,
forever.
man.
Hollywood being completely shut down is a good thing. Everyone
Yeah, 'cause
says
one
no one
gives a
cares.
shite.
No one cares. Nobody cares about your stupid strike. Nobody cares. I can tell you what I do care about. So Oppenheimer premiered the same weekend as Barbie, and people sometimes saw them as a double feature and said it's the weirdest double feature of all time. Yeah, I don't really care. I haven't seen Oppenheimer. I don't watch a lot of modern movies. I watched Barbie because of the political implications of it and the
That's
cultural
it,
implications.
Barbenheimer.
Yeah, the Barbenheimer thing. But I have not seen Oppenheimer, and I probably won't. Even though I'm sure it's a good movie. But this is what I
It's got
saw
Christopher
of.
Nolan in it.
Yeah, well, he's the director. But this is what I did see of Oppenheimer,
Again,
and
you
I
gotta
wanted
scroll
to.
up.
Okay, scroll up.
Yes.
I can't.
That's for God's sake. Hold on.
Well, what you don't worry. You don't need the text for this one. You
Oh,
just
there
need
we
the
go.
sound. I love how
You know
slowly.
how easy it is to make guys laugh. It's just something that's.
Well, it's
stupid.
women too. It make me laugh. I love how just slowly, like everybody else in the theater starts laughing as well at it.
This is funny as hell.
And I was talking to Bill about this, and I have to ask the question because I think that he probably thought, because that's the scene like they're about to launch the bomb, right? That he must have thought, oh, I can hold my fart until there's gonna be like a really big loud explosion, and then no one will hear it. But then it turns out that the way that the film did it, of course, is to have that scene with the bomb be completely silent, so that he's like can't hold it anymore.
Oh, you mean you think he did it by accident?
Do you think he did it on purpose? Did he intentionally wait? Because how could he have known that this scene would be silent, right?
I have no idea.
Unless he'd seen it before. I think maybe he thought that the scene with the fart the scene with the bomb would be really loud, and so he's like, I can wait till it's a big loud explosion scene, and then I can let my fart loose. Instead, it's a completely silent scene.
That's good shit.
Either way, it's so funny. I love it. There's a little white pill for you. I don't know if it's a white pill. It just makes me happy. The opposite. Well, this is not a white pill. This is I don't know what this is. Just to show you how absolutely out of touch these people are. Like, just how crazy. These are the stars of Snow White, specifically the star of Snow White, who is
Hispanic?
not Snow White.
I would say
In terms
missing.
of here's them describing why they needed to reimagine the story. Snow White
'Cause it's
and the
cringe and gay.
Snow White and the one dwarf and 6 very special people, which is legitimately how they're spinning the film, is that they're not dwarves, because that's offensive. They do have one dwarf
it
actor
offensive
playing in the
to?
film. Dwarves, I guess, or I don't know. You know the word. You can't call them, obviously, but dwarf is the medical term.
So let me get this straight. You people, by you people I mean you fuckers in Hollywood, you want to talk about diversity representation. Here you have an actual role specifically for people who are shorter, and you think it's discriminatory if you don't have those people. How the hell does that make any sense?
Yeah, what's his name? Game of Thrones guy. And he was also in one X-Men movie.
Yeah, we know the guy.
Oh, come on.
I don't know
I do.
The champ's name, but yes, I know the
You know
face.
what I'm talking about. Tyrion Lannister, whose name is escaping me. He came out and was like very anti the idea of making a Snow White film and casting actual dwarves. But then he also wanted them to cast dwarves, but then also it's a problem. Peter Dinklage, thank you, Lance. So it's like, what? This is the problem with this woke shit. You can never appease them. If you cast correctly, then that's oppressive in some way. And if you don't, then that's also oppressive. There's no way to please the woke, ever. Speaking of,
Yeah, because it's not about pleasing them. It's about appearing to submit to their will. This is not about making sense.
Yeah, listen to this shit, though.
Cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power.
How? How is Snow White dated in terms of women being in roles of power? The antagonist of the film is the queen.
Honey, yeah, that's kind of the point that I was gonna make. You do realize queens have existed long before this movie. How does that even make any sense?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. The antagonist of the film is a woman in a position of ultimate power.
There's quite a few female villains in that sense.
Right? But, well, of course, I guess that's what makes it bad, I suppose.
Right, women, because women never wield power.
Because she's in a position of power and she's bad. But Snow White is supposed to be... I mean, the only reason, right, that... Wait, I'm getting my... The only reason that the evil queen in Snow White is so angry is that Snow White's prettier than her, right? That's the whole... idea, mirror on the wall. Or actually, I forget, it's
pretty
magic mirror on the wall.
Pretty women do not like each other and get kind of bitchy. Nowhere is that ever in the real world.
No, never. So that's bad, but let's continue through this trash.
And what a woman is fit for in the world. And so when we came to reimagining the actual role of Snow White...
Not much.
Reimagining the role of Snow White, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Women can't write stories, Aiden.
Clearly.
It became about...
They can. Ursula Le Guin, just off the top of my head. Ursula Le Guin, Earthsea cycle. Fantastic.
Oh, Harry Potter.
J.K. Rowling, yeah, but I would say... J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter is pretty mid. It's fun. I love Harry Potter, but in terms of, like, its relevance as a piece of... I guess in terms of its relevance as a piece of culture, it is extremely relevant.
Do you think it's maybe
it's
maybe a
piece of
cultural
fiction
thing that is is genetic?
It's not more than art, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Harry Potter is
what about Far Eastern writers?
Sure.
Maybe we should ask.
But as a Western female author, I would say Ursula Le Guin, who heavily inspired Rowling, from my understanding. If you've never read Earthsea Cycle, don't watch anything. Don't watch any movies. There's anything that related to Earthsea, they all suck. Even the Ghibli one, especially the Ghibli one, maybe. They all stink. Don't. Just read Earthsea Cycle. They're really good books. Don't watch that shit.
Fairest of them all, meaning who is the most just and who can become a fantastic leader.
Did you hear that? I want to go back. Yeah. Gotta go back.
Who is the most just?
Who is the fairest of them all? Yeah, sorry.
Men always...
became about the fairest of them all, meaning who is the most just.
Who's the fairest of them all means who is the most just?
You don't think it meant fairest in beauty?
Obviously, her name's Snow White. And that's what she's angry about. That's what the queen's angry about, is asking a mirror who is the fairest, who is the most beautiful. Not who's the most just, but that's how they're reinterpreting it, right?
Why don't you just make your own story? Why do you have to pervert everything? I mean, I know, I'm being...
Cultural subversion, yeah.
A fantastic leader. And the reality is, Snow White has to learn a lot of lessons about coming into her own power before she can come into power over a kingdom.
Also, the fact that she's not going to be saved by the prince.
Is that a guy?
She's the proactive.
That's Gal Gadot, isn't it?
I don't know, that sounds like a bloke to me.
It's not Gal Gadot. Who is that?
That sharp ass freaking jaw. That's like skeletal.
That's not Gal Gadot.
That's skeletal with makeup is what I fucking is. I don't know who that person. I don't know who any modern day Hollywood actors are because I don't watch modern day movies. They're all shy.
I don't know. I don't know who that is. I thought it was Gal Gadot, but I don't know. Chat, do you guys know who the other woman in frame here is?
Makeup, apparently.
But that's just such a bizarre thing, is that it has to be about power now and women in power, etc., etc. Bizarre.
Active one, and she's the one who set the terms. Is what
Ladies,
makes
how
it
can
It is
you
Gal,
not even
yeah.
write
relevant
power?
to where we are.
Seriously.
Well, we saw it in Barbie. They just give themselves power. They vote themselves into power, don't they?
When women are in power, nothing ever goes wrong. It's like it's oh my god.
Clearly, dude.
Fantasy world. Stupid as shit.
It truly fucking is. And it's just, and they're saying that everyone else is out of touch.
I'm starting to see why Ethan said it's the world of an 8-year-old.
It is the world of an 8-year-old in that way.
Yeah, because I think the world of the feminist is also that of an 8-year-old. Is that women must have power just because it's a woman, and therefore nothing will ever go wrong, which is absurd.
Did you cut my webcam off? Because if it's not going to work well, I'm just going to turn it off then.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It's just that I can't have that on the thing and
I've noticed
at the
that
same
I make
time.
weird faces. Yeah, it
also
makes
make
it more
weird
difficult
faces.
for me. We'll fix it. We'll try to do it again, but for tonight we're just doing
The
this.
thing
then.
about putting my face on camera is people will just say, "Why does Spoon look so upset?" Because I basically have a bad case of resting bitch face. I just look extremely aggressive by default.
I think I probably do as well. Anywho,
No, you just
speaking
look like you're concentrating. I look like I'm gonna kill you.
I
get that all the time. Actually.
Speaking of Barbie, though, Ben Shapiro did have a real one over this.
Okay,
did you see this?
Yes, I actually want.
I think it's cringe.
It's unbelievably cringe. Yes.
It's cringe.
Yeah.
What the Run.
Reminds me of Action League now.
Yeah, and by the way, I think his whole review was like 40 minutes, and I don't mind that. I do want to say, as a bit of a shout out, I listened to that Star Wars girl Anna's review today, and it was like, I was just like, oh my god, Anna, I felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders because I was like, oh, that was everything I felt and thought about that movie. Thank you so much for just that I'm not alone on my opinions, and I know that I'm not alone. Ethan and I and Spoon obviously disagreed on it, but
yeah, people have the right to be wrong.
People obviously disagree.
Yes.
So, we did talk about this a little bit, and I'm not going to talk about Barbie much longer because we talked about it for an hour yesterday, but it was a bait and switch. That was the thing. That was what was so frustrating about the film, is that
I just want to say dude looks like a lady for a second.
It was entire... The whole fucking movie was intended to be a bait and switch to get people to take... I think the most insidious is to get people to take their children to it, and then when they show up to the theater and like, this is a PG-13 movie, and they're like, well, whatever, it's Barbie, it must be good, it must be for kids because it's called Barbie. I think that's incredibly disingenuous. I think it's really screwed up. Barbie, here it says Rolling Stone, the most subversive blockbuster of the 21st century.
Oh, to be fair,
it just
still
sucked. Young. Right, that's very true. We got a lot of time left.
Yeah.
But it sucked. But you see, they're writing headlines
so
like this. They're just trying to... I just hate this. I hate this. I hate all of it. Now, of course, what the... They're very mad, though, even though they're making big bucks off of this. But, oh no, Barbie attacked by right-wingers as anti-men feminist trash. Well, it is. It is anti-men feminist trash. It's also anti-natalist. You should include that one. Like, it's interesting they don't include that one.
Escape the great political divide in America, as if it isn't stoked.
You made it political.
Exactly.
You made it political. Greta Gerwig made it political. It didn't have to be political. It could just be a fun explosion of pink.
You hear the phrase "our democracy" in the first 10 minutes of the movie.
I know.
A place where only women rule still somehow needs democracy. I don't know how the hell
it's still a democracy, though.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a democracy, but
everyone is exactly the same. Women rule everything, but we still need democracy for some reason. Which doesn't make any sense, but...
They use the word subversive as a compliment. That is very telling. Thank you, tomfoolery. Even Barbie cannot escape the great political divide in America because the right has folded the flick into its culture wars. It's culture wars. It's a political movie. And lambasted it as a flaming garbage heap. Well, it is.
Okay.
Shapiro jumped on Twitter on Friday saying, "My producers dragged me to see Barbie, and it was one of the most woke movies I've ever seen." It's true. It is. Oh, poor... Oh, people getting dragged in this.
Yeah, I'm going to give a more nuanced take on this film when I write my script on it, and I can guarantee you it's not going to be what most people think. Because
Maybe.
I have different opinions than most people because I have weird eyes and I see weird shit that most people don't.
Well, I'm sure everyone has told Shad that his thumbnail made... Shad, you did it! Your thumbnail made it into a TMZ article! Let's go! Shadiverse a fantastic guy. He's a really good person. And of course, there's Rep. Matt Gaetz, his wife Ginger. They bolded her name.
Matt, you seriously get a tailor to do your pants, because dear God, that's not a good look, my dude.
No. But do you see this? They bolded her name, like her name means something.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, because it's like, because that's a very feminine, girly name.
Disappointingly low T. Yeah, that's true.
He did have disappointingly low T. We were hoping for Ken to overcome the matriarchy, and he does just for a minute.
It's not, by the way. It has social undertone. No shit. So let me get this right. Wait. Hold on a second. The movie is not only funny, but it has social undertones. So let me get this straight. You are upset that the right wing called it political, and now you're saying it has social undertones.
Undertone.
Sending a message to women about acceptance.
Was there
and
anything
self-love. So let me get this straight.
in its tone?
Okay, so let me get this straight. You say that it's not political because the right wing, and now you say it has a message about acceptance and self-love.
It's not the message.
It is the message. Just the message is cringe and gay.
I don't think the message is acceptance and self-love. It's a bunch of feminist horseshit. I mean, that's included in the feminist horseshit, but it's way more than that. It's that men are stupid, men and women getting along is bad, and
women need to run
abort your
society
babies.
because...
Oh yeah, and abort your babies and being a mother is weird and gross. I hated it. It viscerally made me angry.
Yes.
On the other side of things, Sound of Freedom has been doing very well, and NPR is very mad.
Of course.
Sound of Freedom is a surprise box office hit, but the Christian thriller is also fueling controversy over conspiracy theories of its depiction of human trafficking.
Nonsense, pedos, and retards.
Very astute.
Thank you.
Alyssa Chang hosts.
That also describes their listener base.
Who do you want? Should I be the women? You want to be Jim?
Why are you doing it?
Caviezel. Okay, don't be mean.
Yes.
You be Jim. I'll be everybody else. How about that? Just Caviezel. You be him.
Don't tell me to act.
No, you don't have to act. We're just reading. The film Sound of Freedom is this summer's surprise book. We got 85 million in ticket sales. Shannon Bond, byline. Sound of Freedom is a thriller about the former federal agent rescuing children from exploitation, based on a true story. Why are you doing... like, they're reading out, but I don't want to listen to the NPR thing.
Because Gone are not for sale.
The film is based on a real-life controversial... Why is it controversial? Anti-trafficking activist is being heavily promoted in conservative media. Why not in leftist media?
I wonder why.
You're asked that question? Why is the left not interested in a movie about why human trafficking of children is bad?
I like the way that trafficking children is not in any way political, but for some reason you people have decided to make it political.
The left has decided to
defend pedophilia, which is kind of...
To essentially be defending child... Yes, which is what's happening when they're trafficking children. It's for pedophiles. It caught the wider world's eye when it earned almost as much money on its release day as the latest Indiana Jones movie, because the Indiana Jones movie was woke and it sucked, and it was about emasculating men. And a big part of its success is its appeal from its star, Jim Caviezel.
That no one seems to understand here.
Caviezel.
That if the women want to see these kind of men, why don't women want to see these movies?
But this movie, Sound of Freedom?
No, just any movie where women are empowered. Why is it not being massively driven up by hordes of women seeing movies?
Well, I think Barbie was driven up by hordes of women.
No, but just like the last 5 years. If the whole thing was about we should have empowered women, why do you not see a massive horde of feminist people watching this shit?
Good question, because it's not... Okay, so the most recent examples, right, have not been movies. They've been TV shows because...
women do not like emasculated men.
No,
women
they
want
don't.
to be told what to do and told to shut up, and men lead. That is the reality of the situation. True. I don't care if anyone thinks that's sexist. You can suck my nutsack if you think I'm sexist.
But it doesn't doesn't mean that men and women can't get along. That's the difference.
Yes.
But women do. Okay, I know it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. Think about, and everyone's experienced this. Bill's experienced this with me. Everyone's experienced this. It's like, let's go out for dinner. Where do you want to go? Oh, I don't know. You pick. I don't know. Like, women are just like, I don't know. You pick. It's a cliche about women because it's true, because they want someone else to tell them what the fuck to do. And then they might not.
Yes.
They might then disagree, but they want you to tell them what to do.
If a man
by and large,
drives
not every woman at all times,
Yeah.
but
If a man drives a car and you're sitting next to him, you don't have the power to drive the car, but you still get to the destination either way.
And then speaking
That's-
from
that is
like
a
I said,
good
not all
analogy.
women all the time. It is, and like I said, I can't speak for all women, obviously, and I don't think it's all women all the time. But women do kind of want direction. They want to be told, oh, what do I do now?
Yes.
Like, what do I do here? I don't know. Not because they're stupid inherent, but because
No.
we do kind of crave like a direction.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's Caviezel. Caviezel. Thank you, DRT's King for 2. Is that how it's pronounced? So Caviezel says, let's make this film a historic event and this from and the start
spoonist.
to the
Can we
end
use that as a
of child
phrase?
trafficking.
I the copyright that
Spoonist?
as a phrase. Yes. Basically, if it's
Caviezel
something that's
is-
like based in like kind of offensive to women. We call it a
Caviezel is
spoonism.
drawing attention to the film in other ways. For years, he's been a prominent promoter of the false, violent QAnon theory,
By the
specifically
way,
the
the
claim
fact
that
you have to say it that way makes it
I know.
sound kind of sketch.
I know, right?
Also, who the hell thinks QAnon is still a thing? Sorry to interrupt you, but like this is like
That's
a trope
fine.
of like 6 years ago.
Not 6 years ago. It's like from 2 years ago now, though. It is old. Like
2
the
years
Q
ago
thing's kind of dead.
Trump wasn't even in office.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, it was around the time of the
It was like
insurrection.
Trump. It was like 2018.
No,
Like,
it was bigger.
No. QAnon was well before January 6th.
Yes, it was, but a lot of the Jan 6 stuff was QAnon stuff. No, I mean, in terms of like, there were people who were saying, trust the plan, it's Q, that was a big thing around the insurrection. Yeah, for sure.
It's kind of weird.
Anywho, specifically the claim that an international cabal of elites is abusing and killing children to extract a substance called adrenochrome. Why do you have to put like the extra crazy shit on it? They are abducting and abusing children. 1 second, I'm gonna take this sweater off. 1 second. Because I was like cold when it started because it was a little chilly here today. But all right.
The thing that I don't understand about this is that as far as as far as the story goes, why are you attacking this so heavily?
Well, what they're focusing on this part because I know that it sounds crazy. Because it does sound crazy.
No, but I mean, like, as far as the story goes, it is a story about child trafficking. Like, even if it is
based on a real story.
Yes, okay, but
But
even
it
if
is
it
based
wasn't
on a real
real,
story.
yes, but why do you attack this so heavily? Is it because it's doing well? I'm assuming it's because it's doing well and people go see it.
And it's made by Christians, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. There we go. That'll be the reason.
That's
why.
it, yeah.
We can't have
it's made by
Christians do well and
Christians.
kicking the
They
shit out
they
of us.
hate that. These wild
Yes.
claims have become deeply enmeshed with narratives about child trafficking and
Who doesn't like
Caviezel,
Christians?
a lot of people.
If you squeeze fruits, you get this.
Okay. Caviezel is pushing them on his press tour. Here's a recent exchange with former Trump advisor Steve Bannon about what's driving the demand for children. Clip of Steve Bannon. Adrenochrome, the whole adrenochrome empire. This is a big deal. I don't know if that's the adrenochrome shit's real, but I don't really care what the actor thinks. This is the actor, by the way, they're interviewing or they're talking about. Now, Sound of Freedom itself does not contain any references to adrenochrome or other conspiracy theories, so they admit it doesn't have any of this shit in it, but they're
So why are
focusing
you
on it
mentioning
anyway.
them?
Oh, because they're crazy and they want the film to fail. They need it to fail because they don't want
But it's not going to.
they
fail.
don't want
It's already a
Christians to
success.
succeed. It's already a
It
success.
doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense. And also,
It was
Hollywood,
actually
this is Hollywood. Hollywood, you people need to understand something, okay? You suck, you're hated, and the mainstream media is cringe and gay. In this case, quite literally, right? And
Sure
because you're
is.
cringe and gay, and most people hate you, but you still have this massively loud megaphone thing, right? Anything you project gets attention for a good reason because you're hated. Do you understand this? If you want to make something go away, the best thing you can do is not talk. Do you
Yeah.
understand that? Because the second you open your freaking gob, people go, look, the media says this is bad, therefore it's going to be good. This is how freaking reptilian brain people
That's how it's gotten.
It's basic monkey brain, and your stupid jackassery, you people can't even understand this. It's like, oh look, we have to use our power to silence, but that's not how the real world works.
And if you want the terminology, it's called psychological reactance. And the more you try to tell people they can't look at something, they can't do something. Yeah. I mean, I always refer to the Streisand effect is part of it, but I always call it the Dexter's Lab effect. You know, the scene's like, Dee Dee, don't push the button, don't push the button. Ooh, what does this button do? When you say don't push the button, don't push the button, it makes you want to push the fucking button.
What does this button do? And then she just destroys the place.
Yes, but that's what psychological reactance is.
That show shows you that you shouldn't ever bring any women anywhere near technology because they'll just destroy the place. They're just ditzy blonde morons who, if you tell them not to do shit, they will and blow the place the fuck up. No offense, Aiden.
It was actually filmed before the QAnon phenomenon started. You don't say. So why'd you bring that up? Angel Studios, the film's distributor, publicly rejects.
Brilliant.
I know that they have
fantastic.
NPR has to admit, has to do this shit, and then be
then
like, actually,
point this out then.
Because it's subversive. That's why.
How do you start your thing with the QAnon thing and then later on be like, oh yeah, it's actually not part of it?
But actually, it has nothing. It was if it was being filmed before the QAnon shit, then it was written years before that, presumably. Fucking so stupid. The film's distributor publicly rejects any association with conspiracies. Yeah, but here's the problem. You're gonna make the fucking claim anyway, because you don't care about the truth. You care about smearing people. So did Tim Ballard, the former federal agent Caviezel's character is based on, and his organization, Operation Underground Railroad. They all declined or didn't respond to my interview requests. Oh, I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Oh, that's a big head scratcher. I can't figure out why they wouldn't want to respond to you when you're clearly going to smear them. Yes, you're duplicitous. You're going to smear them. But recently, Ballard's claimed adrenochrome harvesting is real, and his statements to Caviezel have had an impact, says Mike Rothschild. Of course. He wrote a book about QAnon. Rothschild says it's being marketed to QAnon believers. How? How is it marketed to QAnon believers? It's being embraced by this community, and its lead actor is a huge part of the QAnon community. Setting aside the QAnon cloud, the rescue story of the film tells...
It's a dog whistle?
Yes.
Okay.
The rescue story the film tells is also a lightning rod. Many of the missions Operation Underground Railroad describes are hard to verify or contain significant misrepresentations. It's a film. It's a dramatization. Yeah, it's going to have a misrepresentation. It's called a dramatization. Oh my god. Why do you hate a movie that is anti-child trafficking so much?
Why do you just hate reality?
I can only think it's because you want to traffic children. I'm sorry, but at some point when you're like, I hate, when the whole media press junket comes out and goes, is anti-movie about how child trafficking is bad? It just makes you look like you're in favor of child trafficking.
Yeah.
They're not whole cloth falsehoods, but they reassemble things that are true or close to being true into stories that are just wildly, completely different from what actually happened. It's called a dramatization. I'm done with this shit. Like, oh my god. Because trafficking is so varied and does span so many populations, it really tests our brain to not distill it down to some sort of this is what a common victim of human trafficking looks like. And by doing that, I think we make actual victims of child trafficking, human trafficking, more invisible and more vulnerable to exploitation.
By the way, after this,
what?
The bit, the thing that I just messaged you.
Okay.
Yeah, pull that after this, not now. Pull that up on screen because I found it funny.
Oh my god! Well, you have to. Let me Google it. Hang on.
No, you can talk about it. I just want to show that picture because it's funny.
I want to find the article.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to read that article. Well, you know what? I don't want to read the article. This is from last year, dude.
Oh, is it?
No, I'm the study. I don't want to read the study, but yeah, this is from last year. This is from August.
Okay, because someone just shared it with me.
It is pretty funny though. I'll just share it real quick.
Okay, but before you click on it, For those of you,
Understood.
yes, if you are familiar with Salty Cracker, he does this thing where he says anything to do with the cloud shot is climate change.
Yes.
That's like,
that's
yeah, that's
the
like a
narrative
gimmick.
they've gone with.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now I looked at this and went, holy shit, your meme is literally headlines.
Mm-hmm. It's been that way for a while.
Yes, but rise in heart disease
I don't think it was a
explained by
meme.
extreme weather conditions. Like, but here's the thing. You can easily test this by saying, is the warmest places in the world suffering a massive amount of increase in heart problems? The answer is no. So clearly it's not the heat.
Well, everywhere on Earth. Well, many places on Earth. First world countries are all seeing a massive spike in heart attacks
I wonder why that
and
is.
unexplained deaths. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who could say? It's just sudden adult death syndrome.
Yeah. Do you think it's because they were taking something?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
It's climate change.
Of course.
If you want to see Sound of Freedom, and like myself, you do not live in the United States, they are announcing that they will be doing international rollouts. It says UK and Ireland in September 1st, but I don't know if that will include Guernsey. We'll see. We'll see. We might be concluded. I mentioned last night before I was like, I got too sleepy.
How does my country see this before Europe does?
Huh?
How the hell does my country see it before Europe does?
Yeah, you see it first. Well, your homeland.
Yes.
Well, maybe there's a human trafficking problem in South Africa comparatively to the UK.
Yes.
I don't think that's true, by the way. I mean, I think that the
Over
UK
there.
and Ireland sees a ton of fucking human trafficking issues. So, I mentioned last night though that The Chosen is doing incredibly well. It's also doing numbers. But just to reiterate, like these are the things people want to see.
Jesus.
They want to see. Did I mention this last night?
Yeah, I think you did.
That The Chosen has done incredibly well. And by the way, I had to stop watching it, not because it's not a great show, but because it was making me emotional. Because I was like, oh, I love this. It's so good. It makes me very happy. And I'm going to get onto some other stuff here. It's something that's not going to make me happy, but I am glad that a movie that is anti-human trafficking is doing very well, that's made by Christians, and that a TV show about Jesus is doing very well. Obviously, other people not so happy about it, but I do have another victory for the Christians here in a second. But before I do, let me get into some of the super chats as we're finishing about the end of we're coming to the end of the Hollywood section and coming into the section that I've called what is wrong with, I should just, are leftists okay? But it's still a couple more Hollywood things. Yeah. Lamented Guide for 5 says, hey, Crown Crew from the middle of a traffic jam. Oh, that sucks. Yippee, what's on the menu? There's a Mitch malfunction is the big story of the night, but there's all kinds of stuff.
Oh, that was funny to see.
It makes me feel kind of bad because I always put these old people.
You feel bad
up
for
there,
Mitch McConnell?
No, I feel bad that they puppeteer people who shouldn't be up there.
I feel like if you support Mitch McConnell, I have to have a serious conversation.
No, I'm not. I don't like Turtle Mitch.
Preferably with a blackjack and some.
Just like how I don't like Joe Biden, but I still find it kind of disgusting that they put this old man on the stage and puppeteer his corpse around. DRT is King for 10 says, looking forward to Aiden appearing on Women Hour tomorrow. That's right, yes. For the Barbie apocalypse. And while the perspective of the Lord smiting cocaine Mitch would be fun, we're not that lucky. No, we're not. He just had a little stroke. Lance for 5 says, the problem I have with Ethan's take is that as a dead average guy, I feel as though I'm already living in the Barbie world. Unknown, unseen, unloved. Exactly. So many guys feel like they just have no place in society whatsoever. And the Barbie movie not only poked fun at it, but said that was the good way to be, right? That's the good way for society to work, is for men to just, the only role for men's only existence should be to seek women's approval. Second name. Let's see. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for 10 says, a twin burb. Will she call herself Aiden Dark Knight? I don't know. Thank you, Horwitz, though. Gary Thomas for 10. Wait, I lost it. Hang on. Where'd it go? Here it is. For 5, sorry. It says, hey, Dynamic Duo. To be fair, 99% of people who work in Hollywood really are the proletariat. Only the top 1% can even count as the bourgeoisie. I'm not sure if that's the case of people who work in Hollywood. Like I said, I think it's the Chinese people that they outsource
I
all of their stuff to.
I can sort of see where they're coming from, but as far as the French Revolution storyline goes, that kind of goes out the window when you start pulling like A-list celebrities to join your cause. That's where I'm going like, yeah, okay, now your storyline is as fucked up as you are, and in some case your children. Bint has no idea the difference between dated and timeless. Yeah, exactly.
True. Horwitz Feinberg and Horwitz for $10. Thank you, man. Says Bint has no idea of the difference between dated and timeless.
Yep.
Oh yeah, speaking about Snow White, absolutely. Yes,
Yep.
it is. It is dated to its time. Yes, but it is also timeless. It is dated in that it was made in a different era that I honestly wish we could go back to in many ways.
If that was the case, why the hell have you done any historical timepieces?
Yeah, good. Why did they just make Oppenheimer? If only new things matter.
It's the stupidest thing. That is like the shittiest cope I've ever
women,
heard.
dude. Yeah,
Ugh,
really.
women.
DRT is King for 5 says the chick who wrote Fullmetal Alchemist, Hiromu Arakawa is her name, was really skilled as a creator and mangaka. She had great talent and skill, but she also understood brotherhood. Yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist is one of my favorite manga and anime of all time, like by far. I love it. I love it so much. Yeah, Hiromu, right? Am I right? Hiromu Arakawa? That's her name? Let me think. Oops. Fuck. I gotta pull that Watch Together back up actually and just close out of it. I think
I still have it.
I got it, yeah. Arikawa. Right? Yeah. So
You're still in it, you're fine.
yeah, I'm fine. I joined back in. I was making sure I got the name of the mangaka right. So I love Fullmetal Alchemist, and yeah,
There's a lot of
the show and the manga are about brotherhood, and yeah, you have a woman who clearly understood the importance of male relationships, and that's why I think what makes one of many things that makes Hagane no Renkinjutsu such a fantastic and timeless manga and anime, both the original and Brotherhood. Thank you for bringing that up because I love Fullmetal Alchemist. Slosher for $50 Canadians. Hey, thank you so much, man. Says didn't have a credit card for a couple weeks. Here you go. Well, thank you. I don't see how the left can have supporters for their plans going forward, going after kids, heart problems, and energy, which will lower standards of living. Yes,
that is
seems
amazing,
like a hard sell.
There's literally nothing about their entire worldview that is in any way positive or optimistic.
They don't care.
Yeah, but like, how the hell does that appeal to anyone? That's the bit.
Because they're just going to take over. They're going to say that anyone who disagrees with them is, doing a fascism, and then they just take over in a fascist government, which is what I mean, or communist fascism.
Yes.
But that's the point: is give over all your powers, because you're afraid. Trust me. COVID was a trial run. It was a dry run, okay? Heed my words on this. They did that as a test to see just how far they could push people into compliance. And their experiment was a resounding success.
I remember,
and so I think, and the next one will be way worse.
We're monarchists, and therefore we want a totalitarian dictator. But for some reason, if we give way more power to the state than the king could ever wield, the king will be benevolent, or the oligarchical contraption will be benevolent with all of that power.
Right, of course.
But we're the deluded ones.
We're the ones who have an insane idea.
Yes, a lot of power concentrated in one person is horrifying, but way more power concentrated among more people will somehow make the power less evilly wielded. How the hell that makes any sense? I would very much like to ask people right before I beat them to death with that fucking tire iron. Fallout Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, again, like I said, COVID was a dry run. It was a trial run. It's gonna be way worse next time, whatever they decide to do next.
Yeah,
will.
The climate fear mongering thing. I'm starting.
I think it's climate fear mongering stuff.
Yeah, but it's people are not buying that because the jackasses they're doing it with are like middle class tops
so stupid
who sit in the road and people just want to kick their asses.
Well, I got to think about that later.
It's not.
Did you see that? So the most egregious group in terms of bothering people with their climate change bullshit is Just Stop Oil, right? They're the ones who keep sitting in the street and doing stuff like that. Okay, you saw that. Good. We'll get to it. All right. So Rick for two says, "Is Quintus from The Chosen a Q, as in from Star Trek?" I said I've only watched the first couple episodes, and I liked it a whole lot, but it made me emotional, and so like I was like, I got to be in like the right. Maybe I watched like 4 or 5 episodes. I'd have to think about it, but maybe I'll see. I'll come back to that if he's a Q. Here's something though. A Christian arrested for attending outdoor worship service with no masks celebrates victory as Blue City pays the fuck up. The liberal city of Moscow, Idaho, home of the University of Idaho, will pay Gabriel Wrench and Rachel Bonet a combined $300,000 for the incident for disobeying their mask rules. A video of Wrench, a deacon at the church at Christ Church in Moscow, being arrested while he and fellow members of his church participated in an outdoor psalm sing protest in front of City Hall, went viral online. Here's the psalm. I don't know the song, but this one's I'm not familiar with. This is great. Some always trust in chariots and others trust in horses. Arrested him for not wearing a goddamn mask. They even have little spray painted circles for them to stand in, so they were complying. Is he pregnant? He's a dad. He's got what they call a dad bod, dude.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
You legitimately asked if this Christian pastor is pregnant.
I mean, it's 2023. It's a weird time.
He's being arrested for. You know what? Fair fucking point, dude. Fair damn point. But yeah, he and his and the people who were arrested are going to get paid $300,000. They deserve more because it's bullshit. It's disgusting.
I think we need to have a kind of like a group of like 50 men dressed in Crusader uniforms doing the Gregorian chanting and just walking.
Are you aware of like Gregorian Corps? Are you aware of that stuff on YouTube?
Please do not pervert it with modernity. Why do you do this to me? No. I swear to God, I will leave a call.
Don't worry. This is like. I often listen to that when I go to sleep, not Gregorian chant choir, like just Gregorian chants.
Yes.
I like that.
I said that in a video, and the chat was surprised I listened to that stuff.
Really? I love that stuff. Something like this, though, is pretty good. Right?
Why? Why?
Why not? Why not?
Again, why must you mix modernity with a shit?
You don't like it at all?
No. It's cringe.
You're no fun. You fell right over. Okay.
Women.
Here's something less fun.
God.
In opposition to this very uplifting case of this man being and his family all getting money. Now, of course, it doesn't make up for the time that they were arrested.
Yeah, the pregnant man.
Kevin Spacey's been acquitted on all 9 sexual assault charges. This is the end of my Hollywood segment. I don't really want to go over this too much. Kevin Spacey obviously sexually assaulted women, allegedly, but in my opinion, he definitely did. And boys, yes, he clearly is a weird kind of sex past freak.
Yeah.
But he's part of the Hollywood elite.
Tyler,
so
I don't hate Linkin Park. I just don't like it when people mesh genres. I don't think it gels well.
Don't worry, Spoon. The chat thinks it's cringe too. It's mixed. It's a mixed.
No, unless you can do something like bard instruments and they play something that can gel. For example, there's a guy that does a cover of you know this is gonna piss me off before you even have to ask me. Yes, I do.
How about this? There we go. This is, for example. Oh, come on. Oh, no, don't crash. Okay.
Good. Crash.
That'd be annoying.
the longbow man, he did find an old bow of yew, and a quiver of arrows in his father's chest. Wherefore I cannot say.
What do you think about this one?
But he cometh for thee, yea, he cometh for thee. Oh, ye boy rocks with your buskin boots, lest you go, lest you go, outrun my bow. Oh, ye boy,
You like this one?
buskin boots, lest you go, faster than my arrow.
You didn't like that one? Do you like Pumped Up Kicks in the first place? Oh no, I think he died. I don't think he liked it. Spoon, are you okay? Spoon, come back, please. Spoon, please, please come back. He didn't like it. Hello. Hello. What do I do, chat? Oh, I know what I can do.
I hope you feel bad.
What's wrong? I thought it was awesome.
No.
What's wrong?
Oh, whoa.
I like the way you piss me off and then you do that. Just add insult to injury.
Love you too, buddy. I'm sorry. Oh, well, because it's been asked for, obviously, Horwitz, Kleinberg, and Horwitz for $20 says, stop burb, cleanse the palate with some info metal. I think that is a good idea, don't you think so, Spoon?
And I just played something that you didn't hear, thank God for that.
What did you do? I haven't played this one before, so let's see what this one's like.
There's no one in the chat that would recognize that 5 seconds of notes. If they did, I'd be amazed.
Wait, not copy image. We haven't played this one, so not image. Copy link address.
Beethoven. I know you
Fuck
can
Kevin
hear
Spacey.
it.
Get me,
Well, that's not what I clicked on YouTube. You little piece of shit.
The gay bomb. Ribbit. This is devastating. You spray this stuff on frogs, folks, they'll frogs start humping you. They're worried about frog populations collapsing. This is a game. You may think a bunch of tumors growing all over you's cute. It's not cute. We're getting jacked with. The majority of the frogs in most areas of the United States are now gay. I don't like to put chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Ribbit. Do you understand?
I love the ribbit.
I don't like to put chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Ribbit. Do you understand that? The Pentagon was working on these chemicals and successfully developed what they call a gay bomb.
Gay bomb. Bro, I love it. I love it so much. Is that better? Has the stream been more masculinized? Spoon, is it better?
No.
The media always attacks me on this because they know I'm hitting right at the heart of their program.
No. Shut your face for 15 seconds.
Okay, it's shut.
Ah, God, Zach Wild.
Okay, well, it was shut for 15 seconds. Did you play something?
Yes.
Okay, because I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, that's the point.
Well. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I won't get the joke then.
Oh, whoa.
Wait, what did I call? Oh, this one's just like.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Oh, there's one person in chat that actually knows what I was playing. Holy shit, I'm actually amazed.
Oh, okay. All right,
Yes,
cool.
It was a very old clip of Slash and Zach Wild playing Voodoo Child. This was like in 1990.
Oh, I hope we don't get claimed. We're gonna get
90s.
claimed for that.
No, I mean, no, you won't.
Whatever.
They're
Maybe.
playing Voodoo
Okay.
Child, for God's sake.
I don't know. I don't know what you did.
Yes, I know you don't know anything about good music.
Sir.
Because you listen to trash.
I do, to be fair. And I also am trash, and I eat trash, and I am become raccoon. Anywho, you can tell. You can tell from how dark the lines under my eyes are. I am raccoon. Anywho, fuck Kevin Spacey. I can't believe he got away with this, but of course I can believe he got away with this because of course he did, because he's a Hollywood
I think
elitist.
fucking Kevin Spacey is probably what led to this.
Oh yeah, exactly. Who molested children? Allegedly. Fox
Voodoo
News
child.
whistleblowers expose company for supporting far left charities. Ooh.
You know what a far left
The
charity is called?
the Satanic Temple is one of them.
A far left charity in my mind is like an NGO. That's a political joke that's actually funny and clever.
Okay, Fox Giving is an app in which the company portal
Sasha,
facilitates charitable donations via the Canadian-based donation management platform Benevity. Fox will apparently match donations up to 1,000 to various organizations that satisfy the company's criteria. While on its face, this appears to be little more than an attempt at corporate beneficence. The company is willing to match donations to the Satanic Temple, the Trevor Project, Planned Parenthood, and local Planned Parenthood branches in the Southern Poverty Law Center. Radical leftist groups antipathetic to conservatives and values they hold most dear. The Satanic Temple is an atheist left-wing organization that has distributed satanic literature to children, publicly performed unbaptisms, sought to ensure that women can legally have their unborn children killed by their way of religious abortion ritual, and erected statues of... Oh, did you see Hillary fucking crying about some shit on Twitter? I didn't have this in here, but now it's related.
She has the capacity to feel emotion?
No, not really. But she was crying about something the other day, and I tweeted about it. Oh, this was a...
No, cry more.
Sorry, since I was talking about Baphomet, let's bring up Hillary and her tears. Hillary says, one woman could barely get words out through her tears. Another ran to the restroom as soon as she was done. Wordless, wretched sobs racked her tiny body. A third threw up on the witness stand. 1 year since the fall of Roe, women are suffering because of abortion bans. Because you can't kill your children. Well, here was my response.
Don't have
I'm
sex
sorry,
then,
Hillary.
Cheap sluts.
Don't have sex
No,
then.
thanks.
Then don't have sex. 1%, less than 1% of abortions are because of rape and incest.
Yeah. Over like 95% of it is elective, isn't it?
Why is this trending?
He's
Do you
Jewish?
see what I'm looking? Why is this trending?
Okay, why is it trending? Click on it.
What's going on here?
Sorry.
What's an interview? Do you listen to classical music? Are you Jewish? No, why do you ask? Just asking, no reason. Okay, do you listen to classical music? What is that? I don't. It's just seemingly trending.
Please
for
go back
no
to that one. Go back to
reason.
that one. Go back to that
It's
one.
seemingly this one.
I've been with none of
this
them guys.
meme?
All of them left me. I wonder if it's anything to do with my behavior.
Of course not. Of course not.
You see, this is why the anti-Juden fervor is going to catch on, because the memes against them are really freaking good, and it's actually asking logical questions, which is that, there's one I saw that it was this child, like, my child has been expelled from 109 schools, but it was never his own fault. Like, wonder what that's a reference to. Like,
Here, cough. He didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Anywho, so I said, I'm sorry, Hillary, is the lack of baby
I mean, the
sacrifices to
uniforms were kind
Moloch.
of based. Anyway.
Bill always tells me I'm wrong. It's not Moloch. Who's the actual... Moloch is the practice or something, isn't it, Bill? Who is it that they're sacrificing to?
No, that is the one.
Oh, Baal, yeah. I mean, yeah. It sacrifices to Baal, damaging your relationship with your demon overlord. How terrible. Please kill your babies for Hillary, or Hillary Clinton will be big mad. Fuck, dude.
If you don't, she might die.
I can't... How the hell how is any of this real? Like, it's sometimes, I mean, they worship demons like this to make you feel crazy. So that you're like,
To make me feel crazy?
Whoops. What?
Well, them worshipping demons does not make me feel crazy. It just makes me think they're kind
No,
of...
it does make you feel crazy for knowing it's real. By the way, this was the best image
Oh.
I had of what the Barbie movie should have looked like.
Yeah, it looks pretty trash.
This looks based as fuck, dude.
He looks German as shit in that one on the right.
Oh god, he really does. Wow.
Can we just make the uniform black?
Wait. Hang on. I know the exact thing I'm looking for. Hang on, I go to this account. Not this image. Hang on. Just go to this account real quick. He's been posting some schizo posting things, and I just wanted to share a little bit of
Go back to the political compass test one.
Oh, what?
Everyone's
like,
take an
here's
IQ
the
test. Oh
same.
god, everyone must take an IQ. That's totally us.
Yeah, I don't pick nootropics. Where was the fucking... Hang on. Where was the shit posting he was doing?
What do you mean? There's nothing.
Oh, here we go.
Go party.
I can't play the music. Fuck.
Go back up. Just slightly up.
Oh, I sent this one to you.
Yeah, that is a ridiculously fucking retarded meme.
Yeah, it's really stupid, but I wanted you to see that. It wasn't even the one I was looking for. Oh, Ubersoy is a good follow on Twitter, by the way, if you want to see this kind of stuff. That wasn't even the one I was looking for. Oh. This stream's gone off the rails a little bit.
Yeah, little boy.
I don't care. A little boy.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was that was a little boy. That's little Nick Fuentes. You're right. He's in danger.
Neo-progressive rhyming YouTube. Okay, yeah. Oh God. Why is it? Wait. Was that the Abby Shapiro?
No, those are just
Yeah,
no.
that's Abby Shapiro.
Where? Oh, in the center. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, yes. That was Abby Shapiro.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
on the bloody right.
Putting her big milkers on Nick's face. I can't find the thing. He might have just retweeted it. I don't know. It was funny as heck. He did say like it was. Like, I remember it was just like real schizo posting hours. I just wanted to see this schizo
Elon
post.
Klaus Schwab is really offensive. I mean, calling a South African German is horribly offensive.
That is really offensive. That is. I can see why he'd be mad about that. To be fair, I don't know the thing I was looking for. It was some schizo post. Like, that was kind of cool.
Germans, by the way.
It's just some schizo post. Oh, fuck, there's a butt on the screen for like half a second. I think it's fine. Where was the schizo post? I know he... Uberzoid. Nope, stop posting. Actually,
You're basically schizo as shit right now, flying through all these memes, trying to find one.
Here it is. Here's what I want. I don't know what made me think of this. Why did I think of this? Something you said made me think of this, so it's your fault.
How is this my fault? I didn't tell you to change this shit. Oh, this is where you got the style for that video from.
I always use this style, yeah. Hyperborea's real lads, they're among us. Yeah, I do use this style, 100%. It is. I love it, though. I love this stuff. I think it's great. Do you like it? No. Anywho.
Oh,
Fox News.
Because of all the shit that you put me through, I have to put you through some like hellish thing, and I will probably get billed to a company during the hellish purging.
Yes,
of
I know
your
it's
soul.
Hyperborea Wave. He just called it schizo posting. But okay. So anywho,
I call it noise.
Speaking of schizo posting, Fox News is unironically donating pound for pound to the Satanic Temple. We got the point. Fox News is dead. They've killed themselves.
Good.
And you know what I have to say? Yeah, I agree. Good. In the words.
Why is the chat giving me shit for being born? Listen, I'm not born. I just like my music not cringing gay. Cutscenes.
You've killed me.
Like that.
Good.
Good. That's how I feel right now. Bye, Fox. Now you ready for the most crazy person?
Oh, this. Yeah, I still... Oh,
this guy.
I need to do a video on this.
Yeah, this guy's he's really crazy, but he started... Like, here's the thing. You sent this to me. It was like, all right, okay, he's unhinged, but he's not saying anything. But at first, he's like, okay, all right, I'm following you. And then he just goes...
By the way, let me ask the chat this. Does this guy not look like the perfect embodiment of a splicing between Jon Stewart and Gavin Newsom?
He does a lot,
like,
but let's play it so you can see him.
Perfect.
He does. He does, I think. Where's the thingy? There we go. Okay, let's watch. Let's watch. Let's see his very hinged and totally not insane takes on things, because this man is a typical leftist who's going to tell us silly, stupid conservatards how to think, because we're so dumb and crazy, and he is very rational and scientific.
Fucking stupid Republican talking point that is destroying our world about climate change. But before I do, I want to address my own.
Oh wait, hang on. This was the one you sent me first that I was listening to it first, and I was like, okay, maybe he's got a point. This is the second one you sent me where I was like, holy crap, this guy's. Well, I already knew he was crazy, but yeah.
Attitude and tone. I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like being like this in person.
Then stop.
Also, by the way,
stop. Disconnect.
Go
ahead, Spoon. Sorry.
Doesn't speak for us a bit. I'll tell you when to pause.
All I want to say at this point is if you don't like feeling like this, then what you need to do, my dude, is put down your phone, get off TikTok, an app designed for children, which is horrifying.
Yes.
And touch grass.
Yes.
That's what you need to do, homie.
Sun. You fucking lose.
Do literally anything else. If you're getting this mad, do anything else.
I prefer to see the best in people and relate to people
with
common humanity, even when we disagree.
No, you don't. By the way, I have data to prove that. I've been over all the data on this. Leftists are super judgmental. They do not see anyone. If you will watch my new video that premiered on Tuesday, you can see that they absolutely, if you disagree with them, they see you as less than human. It's not the first video I've made that has data that display that. It's just the most recent one, because I did another one where they leftists literally agree. Would be rather be friends with a space rock than with a conservative. From their own reports, they would rather steal money just so that they get a little bit more to steal money under the auspices of giving it to the poor, so that they get the most, just so someone else will suffer. By the way, over $1 they will rather steal and deprive others just so they get the most. So no, dude, I know a whole hell of a lot. I have spent years now analyzing the psychology of leftists, and nah, don't think so.
But these devices and these platforms are being used by radical Republicans to destroy and undermine our democracy and environment.
Hold on a second. Wait. Undermine our democracy, these platforms. You are... Sorry.
As a platform undermining your democracy.
You absolute moron. The average age of TikTok in the US is 10 to 19. Yep. What crazy radical right-wing people are you actually even screaming at, you fucking moron?
If we were to presume that was an even split, that would mean that on average there's only about 12% of people using TikTok who are even able to, of US users on TikTok, who are even eligible to vote. Like 12 to 24% who are even eligible to vote. 10 to 19, it's somewhere in that vicinity. Like 25% are even eligible, not even. 20% are eligible to vote. I can't do that quick math in my head. That's why I use SPSS, another statistics software, because I have dyscalculia. Advanced math, no problem. Basic math, oh, that big trouble.
At them. In this case, yes, it is true that the climate does naturally change. 12,000 years ago, the end of the last ice age allowed humans to proliferate.
10,000 years ago? Is that what you said? You see 10,000 years ago.
The end of the last ice age. At them. In this case, yes, it is true that the climate does naturally change. 12,000 years ago.
Okay, 12,000 years ago is the end of the last major ice age. That's when we find major drifts between human populations. That's when people go to Australia. That's when people come to North America, over Beringia. However, my dude, we just left an ice age 100 years ago. Did you know that? It was a mini ice age, yes, but we left an ice age 100 years ago, after the start of the Industrial Revolution. Did you know that? You're gonna blame? I mean, of course, you're gonna blame, industry for that while you live in your smart home. I'm sure, with all of your shit that's made by slave labor. Okay, but go ahead.
The end of the last ice age allowed humans to proliferate through the world. But it's also true that humans affect climate, you fucking morons! It is possible to have
Rick Keebler, we're still leaving it,
an afternoon. Yes, nature causes wildfires, and it's also true that if you pour gasoline on fires, you make it worse.
Okay, hold on a second.
Man, he's so crazy, dude.
First of all, no one is pouring petrol on fires, you absolute retard.
I disagree. I think some of the fires in California might have been started on purpose.
No conservatives are doing that, because why the hell would you?
No, it's like, okay. Do you believe in this conspiracy theory that leftists are intentionally starting fires in California?
That's not a conspiracy. That's true.
Well, I mean, they
Same
got caught doing it.
Greece, yes.
they did get caught doing it. Yes. So I tend to be a little skeptical about the California wildfires. So, yeah. Yes. And yes, as many people in the chat have pointed out, like, yeah, we are still coming out of the last mini ice age. So that's, yes, my dude, things are getting warmer because we are coming out of an ice age.
So let me get this straight. There was more
natural process of the earth.
There was more life when it became warmer.
And that's true as well.
Okay, so we're getting warmer now. And why is that bad?
Because politicians told him it is. Because Captain Planet told him it is.
Has anybody else noticed there's no conversation about that?
No, of course not.
There's a thing that like bugs the crap out of me. It's like, hey, look, the climate is getting warmer. Okay, why is that bad? There's more CO2 in the atmosphere. Like, I want to go, hey, jackasses of the world who clearly didn't pay attention to biology. Do you know what photosynthesis is?
I don't think he knows anything.
Do you know what CO2 is a vital ingredient in the process of photosynthesis? It's what
in order for trees to be happy and healthy.
Yes, it's order what plants need to grow. So let me get this straight. You fucking retarded morons who want to save the earth, you want to deprive plants of the very ingredient they need to grow. Do you realize how absolutely fucking retarded you jackasses sound, and why anyone who thinks climate change isn't anyone who thinks climate change isn't a bunch of giant cock-ass is a moron, and you should never. I love our chat.
Like, everybody's so informed here. It always makes me so happy. You know, like people are like know even more than I do on some specific points. But yeah, it's everything about the climate change narratives are
ridiculously stupid. It makes ridiculous.
And look, you can look into every single claim from the climate change activists
for 60
and find they're all
years.
bullshit. For the last 60, 80 years now, we're approaching.
They say,
and they're all.
I remember, freaking Dev did a video about like the nitrogen in the soil, and in my head I'm going, and I'm looking like, Dev, you do realize this was said in like the 1970s as well. So if it was said in the 1970s and it hasn't come true then, it's not going to come true now, and that's just bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
Right. But the thing that's funny to me about this, the climate change alarmists, is that it's their religion. Because again, these people don't believe in God. In fact, they hate God.
Yes.
They'll tell you how much they hate God and hate Christians, but they believe in Mother Gaia and anything they are told.
We must save the planet by listening to human beings who want to kill us.
And what I was going to say though is that like you can look into all the research on every single independent issue that's involved with climate change. You can also talk to a serious scientist, and they'll tell you that there are so many variables involved in what we would call climate change that it would be impossible to even. And here's a problem with if you want to figure out to what degree are humans causing climate change, you have to throw it into a regression analysis. Regression analysis allows you to see how these variables, your IVs, predict the impact on your DV, your dependent variable, your independent variables on your dependent variable. Regression analysis is not that complex, but in this case, you're going to have to do something called a multiple regression analysis. And then with this kind of stuff, you're doing multiple, like really complex regression analysis. It's far outside of my comprehension of how to understand. But as someone who studies statistics, has a master's degree,
Mother Mary figure.
who has a master's degree in this and was a PhD student in this, when you start to put more and more variables into your load, right, for you more and more and more, you're overloading the IVs. Your predictive capacity is going to go up, but your ability to determine how much each variable is contributing to the variance accounted for is the output. Like how much of the DV of climate change is reliant upon the independent variables. The more you add into the matrix, yes, your predictive capacity, meaning the more you're able to predict, is going to go up and up and up. However, your capacity to determine how much each individual variable is contributing goes down and down and down and down. So the problem, and Jordan Peterson's talked about this on Joe Rogan, and he was completely right. Like when I heard him say it, I was like, oh, thank God. Like, and Jordan Peterson, like myself, is a social scientist. He's not a climate scientist, but he's completely right because we both understand statistical modeling. The more IVs you throw into the regression, the less able it is to be able to, the more able it is to predict accurately what's going on, but the less able it's able to determine which actual variable is responsible for that. That's how mathematics work. Okay. So, I sometimes sorry, lost everything. It's difficult when you understand from my perspective that you're talking to people who have no fucking clue what they're on about, but feel absolutely convinced that they do. And that guy, I guarantee, well, he wouldn't have any idea to understand what I just said, right?
I said something that was a microphone on freaking TikTok, thinking he talks to radical right wingers. So I could safely say this man is not mentally well.
But I mean, like, I just explained math and how science works, right? Like, the thing that supposedly as conservatives we don't understand. But I don't think he'd be able. I don't think he actually could listen and get through his partisanship to be able to hear, like, no, hang on, dude. Like, you can't figure that out because of how math works. Legitimately, because of how statistics work, you can't figure that out.
Yes, but here's the thing. I get the impression this is not a man who is in any way concerned with facts. No, he's concerned with rhetoric and making a whole lot of noise and literally spitting on his camera.
He is literally spitting on the camera, which is, to me, it's funny, but
kind of gross.
They're so unhinged. So unhinged.
Of the climate. We have 8 billion people on the planet. We have never seen anything like this in the history of humanity.
No shit, because there's never been that many people before. So what's your solution? If 8 billion people was the problem, what's your solution?
By the way, how did we get here if we had 8 million people?
Billion. Well, what you know what his solution is?
Capitalism, food production, technology, innovation, none of that?
No, his solution is a final one, Spin.
Okay, your words, not mine.
No, what else does he want to do with the 8 billion people if they're causing the problem? What do you do?
You can start with himself.
Start with yourself. These climate people, and they're always like, there's too many people. There's too many people. I'm screaming. Start with you.
If you want humanity to survive, how would you martyr yourself?
Yeah, you first. Bye. You first. But you wouldn't do that, would you? You're calling for a genocide, is what you're doing. But not you. I wish. You first, homie. You first.
Depopulate Africa. I'm not a fan of depopulating Africa. Now, repopulating.
With a different group of people, maybe some Dutch, perhaps.
Well, I mean, just a good stock of people, very healthy breed. Very good at farming. Strong, tall genes. Maybe get some German in
Elves there. First.
French.
Dwarves, how dare you?
French if shit kicks off. Maybe some English to run the place. And we need to get some Germans for some engineering. We need to get some Italians and Spanish for the food, and because their women are good looking. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that.
You know what? That's a good point. Also, Mad for Song 01 in the chat said depopulate. There's a reason why Thanos was the villain in Infinity War / Endgame. It's weird that all these people know, like, their entire cultural understanding is Marvel movies, and they were like, Thanos is a bad guy, but yet they're agreeing with Thanos. Yeah, it would be great if we just got rid of how many people did Thanos get? 50% or whatever of the universe. Okay, again, you first, homie. You take the dive. I'll stay here.
I'm pretty sure I did a video about this. The reason why, if you're going to talk to these people, you have to realize you're not talking to factual human beings. You're talking to indoctrinated religious cultists.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's in a cult, clearly.
Yes, so
he's spewing his creed.
Yes. So while these people may scream, oh, we care about science and data, that's a slogan. That is a gimmick.
Oh, it is a slogan, yeah.
Yes, and and as a consequence, you have to realize that you're not actually talking to rational thinking human beings. You are talking to cultists who don't think. So if you're going to try and make the claim that I need to appeal to their rational side, they don't have one.
No, I don't think he does.
And I don't know.
Again, like I said, he wouldn't. If I came to him with like, hey, you understand like why you can't figure out like exactly how much humans are contributing to if there is a global warming trend, which even that is disputed, because we have to account for the fact that we're coming out of a mini ice age, and we have to account for literally every factor on Earth needs to be accounted for. So you understand why we cannot mathematically figure out how much human interference is contributing to that. And he would just. And you're like a rational guy who cares about math and science, right? And he would just scream, I presume.
My thing is basically at this point in time, any problem in the world right now, can you think of any way of solving it that doesn't involve growing the size of the state? If the answer is no, I don't care about any of your problems, go to hell.
Yeah, I don't care. Then I don't care what you have to say. True, I agree. Let's hear him scream some more, though.
Get hit by a truck.
In the last 100 years, we have quadrupled our population.
I know, it's amazing.
Prior to that, we had never doubled in 100 years.
So what's your solution, I again ask? It's genocide, isn't it?
Here?
I mean, what else? Obviously, it must be his solution. How do you get rid of all those people? Kill them, right? I'm not saying that. That seems to be what you're saying though, dude.
From 0 to 1,500, we didn't even double, and that was under 500 million people. All of our Western paradigms, all of our Eastern paradigms, all of our religious paradigms are based on a world that doesn't exist anymore, you fucking idiots!
What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing. He's irrational. And yeah, Neon Spender says he is using Jon Stewart's cadence. Yeah.
That to me is just words. What he's just said.
Yeah, it was. You're right. It was just words.
Yes.
We have never seen anything like 8 billion humans consuming, using resources, creating waste. We are having a dramatic effect on our own home.
No, we're not.
When we say environment, it's not some woo-woo.
He's literally spibbling all over himself.
Yes.
Like it just, he's so angry that there's just phlegm and spit drooling out of his mouth.
Liberal thing. It's our fucking house. We depend on it to survive, so no, we don't want to burn it down. Wake up!
Okay, then what's your solution again?
I think
kill people, right?
I think if the BLM rights are anything to go by, yes, you do want to burn it down. I don't think it's actually true.
They do want to burn it down. Oh, we'll get into that.
By the way, what you want to bet that as soon as he clicks off the camera, he just goes, all right, back to normal, and he just goes like completely.
Yeah, because this is all fake. This is for TikTok,
it's totally
right?
performative.
It's absolutely performative. But here he is. This is the one you sent me at first, and I was like, oh, okay. At first, I was like, all right, not that one, but like, cause that one is absolutely insane. But this one at first, I was like, all right, okay. Like I started listening for a second, and then he went insane. Yeah.
Time someone on the radical right tries to tell you there's no such thing as systemic racism, I want you to ask them why white people aren't called European Americans.
And I was like, yeah, that's a good question. Why aren't they called European Americans?
I have my own opinion on that, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think it's because
because we are just the default. We founded this country.
No, okay, well, one, that is true, but it's because that Europeans don't even call themselves European. They call themselves by location.
Yeah, German.
Yeah, yes.
Or Dutch.
Italian.
Or British.
Yes.
Or Italian, whatever. It doesn't matter,
yeah. Yeah, and secondly, if you know anything about the Americans, is originally they discriminated against each other based on what they came from.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, the Irish were hated, and then it was the Italians, and then it was the Jews, and then it was Polish. Yes, so people get discriminated against all the time, and if that's the case, I don't think they want to be lumped together as white. The only people who do lump together people as white are Americans who are not white. Because they, for some reason, think all whites are exactly the same, which is just absurd.
Well, but again, with the initial idea, I was like, yeah, okay, why not? Yes. I don't have a problem with that. If you say, like, you know, I think that calling us each other all just Americans is far more, it's far better. It's better for group cohesion as a nation than, but if you're going to say, but I was like, okay, well, if you're going to say that these are African Americans, and by the way, a lot of them are not from Africa, and you know, not for many hundreds of years. As many European Americans are not from America. But if you're going to say African Americans and Hispanic Americans and Asian Americans, then why don't we say European Americans? Why would you say white? And I was like, okay, well, all right, you got me. Okay, that's a good question. You're already mad, but all right, that's it. Okay, I'm on board. And then he's going to go insane.
By the way,
why do we have these categories? African.
Yeah.
But as far as the African American thing goes, I'll tell you what. I think African American is a PC way for white supremacists of the left variety to basically, in a subtle way, imply that blacks are still slaves.
You think that's why they came up with that term?
Absolutely.
Because
think about it.
Why? Could you explain further?
Well, what else does it imply?
What would you rather call? What do you think would be better that wouldn't have that implication? Just black?
Just Americans. Why doesn't it be race-based?
Well, yeah, I agree. Just yeah. Why bring anything into it in the first place? Yeah.
Have you been to Africa? Like this is the same way that like, people who call themselves like Irish or Italian American. I'm going, have you been to Italy? No. Were you born there? No. You been on holiday there? No. Do you speak Italian?
Again,
no.
Like,
then nothing about you is Italian. Shut up.
Like you can say some things about
your
like
lineage is, but you've never been to the country. You know nothing about its culture. Shut up. You know nothing about
the country of Africa. Yeah, the continent. But yeah.
Yes.
Anywho,
no. If you're Italian, like that's an example. But if you're African, I just want to say, like, do you know where in Africa you come from? Do you know anything about your lineage? Do you know anything about the culture? Do you know any tribe? Do you know any African languages? Most of you jackasses can't even.
It's because of
most of you people can't even point to any African country on a freaking map if you had a gun to your head. So the people who call themselves African American, shut up. You know nothing about Africa whatsoever.
They'll say the reason why they don't. They'll say the reason they don't know that is because of slavery has divested them of their history. And it's like, well, who sold you into slavery? Don't ask that question.
The other reason is because I never had a written language to write anything fucking down.
True. But most of them did not. However, like, it's the same thing, though. Like, you see this all the time with Americans of European descent, right? Who go to the home country. And the Europeans are like, okay, tourist, right? You know? Right, like, whatever. Yeah, okay, bye. Like, okay, yeah, come here, give us some money for the tourism industry and then leave. Because you're not. We're just not. Like, you know, a lot of my family's Welsh in terms of their ancestry. But I'm not, even though I might call myself of Welsh ancestry, I'm not fucking Welsh. I'm an American, right? And I'm a whole hodgepodge of things too, like, you know, but as many people in Europe are, but I didn't grow up in Wales. I don't speak Welsh. Almost no one does, to be fair, but still, which is unfortunate. Although, however, have you listened to it? I'm assuming you have seen the meme clip that I've shown it to you at least, right?
Which one?
Have you seen the meme clip?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Welsh language, weather. So many props to this guy.
Today we had a big contrast in temperature.
I just want to play it real quick. It's only 19 seconds.
Temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn, Gellgogera Quindrobwll, Llantysilio Gogogoch, the temperature got to 21 Celsius at 70.
I like how he pronounces it like such a Chad way.
Channel
he doesn't
4.
even... Yeah.
Doesn't stop. Just like it's normal.
Yes.
Chad Channel 4 weatherman, dude. Brown Channel 4 weatherman.
I would like to know how long did he practice to just say that.
Practice it. Yeah, I know. But still, like, you know, Americans, we're American first. But it seems that it's only white people who have that kind of mentality. It's
white
everyone
Americans.
else is that, no, we must be separated, right? Like, no, you're not an American. You're a African American. You're a Hispanic American. You're an Asian American. I just find it interesting. Anyway, let's listen to the rest of his screed.
We'd call him colored.
Yeah.
That's what we would call them.
Asian Americans, the indigenous population, despite the fact that within those categories are a diverse group of distinct cultures, ancestries, and identities.
Yeah, same with white people.
We think it's okay to be like, well, Italian Americans are very different than Irish Americans, and we respect that within that group of white people, we're going to have differences of culture.
So you see, like, right now where I was like agreeing with him, like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, and the same way that you can have black Americans who have lineage from, say, Nigeria, they may be like first, second generation, the same way you have from Jamaica, they're not all the same. So why do you call them black?
When you sent me this clip originally, I was like,
oh,
okay.
The same? No.
You see how I got to this point? I'm like, okay, yeah, I agree.
All Asians,
I mean, like,
some are from China, some from Japan, and some are Korean. Like,
we use those words as shorthands because we're looking at people's visual characteristics, physical characteristics.
Oh,
that's the only reason why.
It's not. But
you can look at someone and tell if they're black or Asian or white or Hispanic. Okay.
Can you?
Maybe not Hispanic, depends.
But
you can tell what somebody's broad background
that is a great freeze frame, by the way.
It is too, yeah. But so again, 34 seconds. I'm like, okay, I agree.
Nicolas Cage in that freaking screenshot.
However, we are just talking about but this is for utility purposes. I look at someone, I'm like, oh, that's a white guy. That white guy there, he's wearing a red shirt. He's white. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
There's a black guy there. He's wearing a blue shirt.
Yeah,
whatever.
Usually for police lineups.
For many reasons, we make these categorizations. We identify people. But go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Culture and attitude and community, but then we expect the Navajo and the Nez Perce to be the same. We expect somebody from Zimbabwe and Ghana to be the same.
I love when leftists display their racism full on like this. While screaming about conservative, while screaming about conservatives, he displays his own racist tendencies. That he thinks that all people who are Native Americans are all the same tribe, or he can't ask. You know, I've had some really cool experiences in my life with my dad is a historian, right? And we used to go to cultural sites all across the U.S. whenever we go on vacations in the summer. You know, and they weren't like okay, vacations with my dad weren't like, we did go to Disney World once, but we would sometimes go to theme parks and things like that. But we would also do like these road trips where my dad would just go around and take me to historical sites all around the eastern coast of the United States. And one time we were at this one place, and I remember it was Natural Bridge. It was Natural Bridge National Park. And there was a guy there who was a member of some tribe, and I'm sorry I can't remember, but he's a native guy, and he's sitting there like doing traditional native crafts. And we just started talking to him, and he was cool as fuck. I was probably like 13. And he was just like down to earth and cool. And he was complaining about how the U.S. government won't allow them to get their eagle feathers because they're not a recognized tribe. And I was like, yeah, that's screwed up. You should be allowed to have your eagle feathers. It's part of your tradition. But we were just talking like normal goddamn people.
Yes.
People like this dude ruin that.
You
stuff.
white colonizer, you sympathize with the natives, you weirdo.
Oh, of just having like my dad, who's a historian, having a conversation with this native guy who's is doing historical stuff for his actual job, and
it
was just
Christ, Gary.
Your mom is a historical site.
No, look at his super chat.
Okay, Gary Thomas for 10 real quick says, I'm an American of African descent, and I couldn't give two shits about the motherland. Most of it's filled with nothing, but can't say that because I'd sound like Uncle Ruckus, but you get it.
And then I asked him, what did he say? And he said, backward inbred savages with room temperature IQs.
Bro, for real though. I mean, like there is Africa is an entire continent that's got a lot of problems, right?
God
so
damn.
and there have been things like the Malayan Empire. There have been there's Egypt, of course. There's been a bunch of outside of Egypt. People always cite Egypt because it's the obvious one, but there have been a lot of major empires in Africa.
Yeah,
and
just no one.
But none of the history is focused on. Instead, it's just like, let's look at Egypt and pretend like what they did is what these sub-Saharan African tribes did, which is like, come on now.
It's very difficult to hold on to a history when you don't document anything because you don't have a written language or write anything down.
Language,
yeah.
Thank you, Gary. Though I'll read the other super chats in a couple minutes when we get through some more stuff.
Damn, Gary.
I can only I can only imagine because
definitely on the record.
I can only try to fathom what it would be like if this was happening to me, right? If I was just this like white girl sitting here and people were saying this shit about how like white people are so like we need more white representation just because we're white, just because you're white, that makes it good. Like I find it
bizarre
when I try to like turn the tables on it. It's like, yeah, I would find that very insulting, by the way, personally. That why just because of the color of my skin somehow that makes me not thinking about my personal traits whatsoever. I hate that stuff. Oh, Songhai, yeah, of course, Songhai also. Not Molly or Songhai, not that great in terms of.
Last weekend.
What happened?
That crazy woman of color screaming in my face that I'm white and therefore I'm racist. I'm like, oh look, some crazy colored bitch is making.
I wish you had recorded that.
It's a public forum, so I can't do that. But I just laugh at the idea that, let me get this straight. You think me being a white guy and all white people have the exact same thinking pattern? You're making the argument that through genetics we all have the same thinking pattern. Like, really, you want to say that to a supposed white supremacist? That's a very clever take. You absolute fucking retard.
Sure is weird, isn't that?
And she's half white herself.
Right. Oh, I've always okay. Chat. Have you guys noticed this as well? I have found that the people who are often the most anti-white in the of the black activists are mixed. Or I mean, in terms of America, like most black people have some who are Americans who are not more recent immigrants have some white or Hispanic admixture.
It's because for some reason
the ones that I find are the most. The ones I find that are the most racist are often ones that are like literally
clearly mixed.
White father, black mother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I see that all the time. And that's
white father, black mother.
It's not or the other way around, you know.
Black father, white mother.
I don't know. See, okay, so
if you find someone with a white father and a black mother, I guarantee you they'll be brought up better.
That is true, because I was about to say that, like, a good friend of mine, his father was mixed native and white, and his mother was black. And his mother, first of all, lovely lady, like, completely normal, I guess, whatever you want to say, like, you know, just like a normal person in every imaginable way. Like had none of the like weird ghetto stuff going on whatsoever. So that was a starting out from a good stance. His father was like mixed. He was like partially white, partially indigenous, partially black, but he was part white. And like he was also totally normal. Again, like no ghetto stuff whatsoever, erudite. We dated. Like, there's people have been like, "Oh, look, Aiden had a black boyfriend." It's like, yeah, I have. But he's like a normal guy. He's a computer programmer who works for Raytheon. By the way, like he works for the fucking government. So I shouldn't have said that. I have said it before though, so it's fine. We broke up. We broke up 7 years ago, so it doesn't matter. But like, that's what I've always been confused about. Is these traits aren't inherent. Some of them maybe, but a lot of it is about how your parents raise you, the culture that you're raised in. You know what I mean?
Yes, and if you have a white father and a black mother, you get raised by both.
Well, unfortunately, his dad died, but yeah.
Yes, but like here's the point I'm trying to make.
Still,
this is gonna be based of shit.
By the way, he didn't like die like in a shootout or something. He died of natural causes. He had a heart attack.
Okay, I don't know how the hell you get to that one. I mean, if you
because that's like the implication, right?
If you see a white guy with a black woman, everyone is gonna think there's something incredibly special about that black woman.
Yeah.
Whereas if you see
his mother was lovely.
Yes, but if you see a black man with a white woman, you're gonna think that white woman is trash.
Maybe. I think that's generally the kind of idea, right?
Yes, that is the God's honest truth. Nobody wants to say that out loud because it's terribly offensive. No, that's just the fucking truth, and even black dudes will admit this.
I knew that was coming. Riley Robo, Bill and his wife and his wife's boyfriend. Yeah, okay. This was 7 years ago, guys. Way before I met Bill. Many, many years before I met Bill.
In Japan to be the same. How is that not obvious to you?
We don't expect that to be the same.
And talking
no, we
about
don't.
Each other very differently. And the reason it's systemic racism is because it doesn't require a racist boogeyman. It doesn't mean that...
Yeah, it does, though.
Wait. Hold on a second.
It does require a racist boogeyman.
How does that make any sense?
Who besides you thinks that Japanese and Chinese culture are the same? I love when they just display their racism like this. They just outright show it while screaming. It makes it extra better.
You see a black man with an Asian woman, she's Cambodian.
But dude, that's pretty funny. But dude, like, you're telling me that you think that Laotian culture and Chinese culture and Korean culture and Japanese culture are all the same. That's on you, homie. Put that evil on you, not on me, dude. Get the fuck out.
I like what Lance just said.
So wrong.
If you were if you're a black man.
To be fair, if you were a black man, wouldn't you want a black woman?
Yes.
They're basically as matched as men. If you look at the OkCupid data, nobody wants to date black women at all. Nobody. Black men are the most likely to, but
here's like the
not
thing.
Good.
I can understand.
It's because of their behavior, though. It's because of their behavior.
Yeah, but I can understand why they want to mix outside their race so much. It's like just from a
because they largely come from single black mother households, and I'm not saying that to be racist. I'm saying that statistically, and they know what their mom's like, and they want to get out from that.
But it's not
and I think that's understandable.
But it's not only that. I said this on Tommy's show, and he was actually surprised that I thought this. I said that if you were a boy and you were raised in this environment, you would look around you and go, well, there's no men.
Yeah. Where's my role model?
Yes. Not only that, but it's more just a case of, like, what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah. What's my role in society?
Yes.
I don't know, because I have no one to see.
Yeah, there's nothing there. And the women look around, well, women run everything. So I suppose I have to take on the matriarchal role. So the boys are dysfunctional, and the women think my only role is to rule with an iron fist, because that's what the environment's like. And the thing is, when they get out of this, they don't know what a normal, healthy relationship is like, because they never saw.
Right.
Not only that, they have no idea why it needs to exist.
Yeah.
Because again, they've never seen it, and if they happen to be someone who gets out of this environment, they're gonna go, I don't know what it's like to be a man. I need to find a woman that knows what her father is like, because I need someone to teach me how what is leadership.
You need a woman to
tell
you what to do.
No, not that. You need someone to say, no. You need someone to say, I know what a good man looks like, and sort of like let him say like, this is what I expect from you, and I'm to be led by you. Traditionally, that's how it works. And a woman who was raised in this environment thinks, well, I don't know what a black man leadership looks like because I've never had a male leadership. So they look for someone that knows what their father is for the exact opposite reason, in the opposite sex.
And who is responsible for this in the United States?
LBJ.
Oh, the Democrats, LBJ, putting Planned Parenthoods in every black community, and instituting a welfare state that encourages black families to separate.
But the other
The
other thing as well is that you can understand why like a black man is considered like not shit in the black community, because their whole structure is very tribal. This is gonna sound kind of like fucked up. But
every societal structure is tribal. We're a bunch of apes, dude, and that's not in a racist sense.
No. I mean literally tribal. As in, it's filled with chaotic violence. There's no social cohesion in any freaking way that represents a Western society in the ghetto. It's literally just whoever holds power basically rules the streets. That's very tribal. That's how they're wired.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you have someone...
we, as a human species, are wired, yes.
No, this is in this environment, that's how they're wired. The same way that pre-Anglican England was wired the same freaking way. And then they were westernized, and then they got out of that crap. The same
People gotta stop thinking that anyone is anything above an ape.
Yeah, but here's the point I'm trying to make, is that they're wired in that kind of way. And if there is a man that is more Western, that is more suited for the rest of society outside of that sort of ghetto aspect, that man is respected in a different environment. His authority is derived on being on time, having a job, having a 9-to-5, like having property. Like that is what he is considered worth in his world. And that man is not worth shit in that ghetto environment. So normal black women don't gravitate towards that, because that figure is not a figure of authority in their world. That's why that like suit tyrant dude doesn't gel in that world. When they're out of the ghetto, that's what they look for, because that man's thing of stability.
Okay. Right. And you're completely right. And by the way, people who deny stuff like this, bro.
No, it's just factual.
Like people who deny stuff like that's real, like in the ghetto or whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, the underprivileged communities, underprivileged communities in the United States, underprivileged black communities in the United States. I lived in Baltimore growing up. I can tell you, I saw it every single goddamn day. You can say, "Oh no, you're just lying because you're trying to show some racist thing." No. I saw it every single goddamn day. I'm sorry. I really had to rack my brain there. Every black person I've been friends with, up until actually, I don't know how Carl's family is, but pretty much every black person I've known in my entire life has come from a fatherless home, for one reason or another. In my ex-boyfriend's case from 7 years ago, his father died. I went to his funeral, man. And however, his mom and dad did divorce, but they divorced like way later, and he was always in his life and was always very influential. But and that's normal life for like just modernity. My parents got divorced, but my dad was always in my life. My dad's still in my life, obviously. My mom's still in my life. However, everybody else I knew, every other black person I've known growing up, and I've lived all over the place. I know I'm from West Virginia, as someone pointed out. I am from West Virginia. I had my WVU shirt on earlier, but it got too hot to wear that sweater. It was so cold earlier, though. I've lived in Baltimore. I've lived in West Virginia. I lived in Cincinnati. I've lived, all over the East Coast of the United States. And I've had many black friends, and I don't say that like as a thing that people just say, like when people say, like, "Oh, I have a black friend." No, I've had many black friends from all over the fucking country. We do a show every Tuesday with Carl, who's where is Carl from? Is he from Georgia? Is he from South Carolina? I can't recall now. I think he's from Georgia. And it has been rare. I don't think I've really known almost any black people who had their fathers in their lives in any way. And that is a problem that's really serious. I don't blame black people for that. I blame the American government for that. If you want my explanation. It actively fucking hurts the entirety of the black community in the United States, and I hate it. Anywho, we got shit to go through. Let's get through this crazy person.
in the creation of those terms. Those terms evolved as a way to combat idioms that were racist. So it's okay that they exist.
He's saying that the terms African American and Asian American existed to combat racist terms, like the N word or the C word, the Asian C word. You know what I mean? But if that were the case, then then why don't you call them European Americans? Why is it white as this overwhelming, overarching thing? Anyway, he's gonna go on.
Basically, anyone who says the phrase white at this point, I just think that Americanized to the point of stupidity.
Yeah.
How much they imply systemic racism.
I don't think he knows what that phrase means.
Certain groups of
No, he's just screaming, dude.
Yes.
As if they're these monolithic blocks, but then this other monolithic block of white people takes great offense if you group them together.
No, I don't.
No, we don't.
What are you talking about?
No white people ever get offended by this shit.
Who cares if do you care if someone calls you white?
No, but I do get offended when they think we're all the same. But it's not.
Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't offend me in the sense of in the sense that we're all the same. It more offends me in the sense that you think that there's no differences between us. That's the thing that bugs me. Is that, oh, look, you're white, therefore I know what you think, because all white people think the same. Like, your stupidity is what offends me.
Yeah,
that's what offends me.
It's awful.
It's like saying, hey, look, if you had a white South African, an Englishman, an American, and an Australian, you put them in the room, just because they speak English, they will somehow get along. It's like, have you ever met real people?
No, because they live in a weird leftist bubble land.
If you group them together, that is systemic racism.
No, it
and
isn't.
there is no need for it.
Where's the systemic part in that?
That's not happening. He's just out of his fucking gourd.
I think he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I don't remember what this is, but my note here says maybe Ted K was right. I got in trouble for this before, but let's see what this clip is.
Yeah.
Oh, this. It's just the TikTok trend.
TikTok. I got the soccer ball. Ice cream.
I just hate it. I don't know why I put this in this segment. I don't even know why I copied it. Just a black pill, I guess.
Rose. I got the ball.
Hold on a second.
These are beautiful young women. And they're spending their time doing this shit.
Ladies, by the way, if you ever wonder why men objectify you and think you're not worth shit, I think something like this might explain why.
Well, they're objectifying themselves, aren't they? They've made themselves into dolls.
What you mean that if you give women option that this is the shit that they do? Wow, it's almost like they're not really
weird.
all that bright.
Hey, Spoon, get the watch together, or get that up, because I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back, okay?
So, is this the Francesca Ramsey clip?
The Francesca Ramsey thing. It's, yeah. Oh, shoot. I got the time code, so hang on. I'll be right back. Okay.
How many of you guys remember Francesca Ramsey? Out of curiosity. I have to entertain the chat for a moment. Because Aiden showed me a clip of her. And if you guys remember, she was that... What was the name? Someone in the chat tell me this. What was the name of the MTV show that she did that was always focused on race? This is going to bug the shit out of me now. Wasn't it called Decoded? Or something like that? Someone in the chat tell me. Hold on. I want to say it was Decoded. Yes, a name I haven't since, yeah, basically. I swear it was Decoded. Or Aiden might know, actually. Yes, Decoded, there we go. Yeah, 2017 was probably the last time she was relevant. That was a long friggin' time ago.
Oh,
basically
hello.
Everything. Yeah, MTV Decoded, yeah, that's what it was called.
Oh, yeah, Francesca Ramsey, she ran a show called MTV Decoded. Also, I have to say, like, I was in the bathroom, and I was like,
she
I
looks
noticed...
bloody Asian in this freaking clip.
No, it's not her. It's not her. It's
I was gonna
the
say.
person talking about this. Don't worry about it. She hasn't changed races, that much. It's unrelated. Totally unrelated.
But I was Daria, that's a great show.
I just went to go see the bathroom though, and as I've told Spoon, and I showed him maybe against his will a little bit today, is that I have made my house in The Sims, which I've been meaning to do for forever. I did just show you the pictures, though.
Yes, okay, but it's not against my will. You didn't say Spoon. Like, you didn't strap me in a chair and shove it in my face like that episode of South Park with the guy in the crazy left hands. I didn't sit there and go, oh god, I'm so bored. Somebody help me.
Okay, so I made our house in The Sims. I showed it to Bill, and he was seemingly a little bit horrified by how accurate it was. But then, like, I was looking, like, when I was having my quick pee, I was like looking, I was like, that wasn't that accurate, was it? That little modular thing next to, like, modular shelf next to the toilet, and now I have to, like, edit some things.
God, you're anal retentive. Fucking hell.
Yes, obviously, but I really had a fun time making it a one-to-one direct. I mean, it is creepy how accurate it is. Just thought it'd be fun. But it's scary. Okay.
It is very, very strange.
Let's watch Francesca Ramsey. So again, as a primer, Francesca Ramsey, for those of you who don't know, used to be a very popular. Missing Spoon gave you some of the TLDR on that. Yeah, but I guess
the MTV
popular
Decoded thing.
MTV Decoded. She was a host on an MTV show where she just did SJW stuff.
She was basically Andy Warski's punching bag for like 2 years.
And then all that and then everyone made fun of her all the time because she had terrible takes, and she was really racist. And so people just made fun of her on the internet. And this is back in the 2016 era, back in the before times, during the height of the anti-SJW thing. And Andy Warski really was the one who tore after her. But she's going to tell you about who's the person she really hates for all of this. And
Trump. We
were talking about, like, being able to determine, who's someone, you can tell the difference between people, right? Like, it's a big meme that white people can't tell, like, Asian people apart, right? That's a meme. Okay. They think they all look the same. That's the meme. That's the stereotype that non-Asian people think all Asian people look the same. Yes. Well, I'm going to show you right now that Francesca
Ramsey people are exactly the same.
Is that Francesca Ramsey thinks all white people are the same, and she's going to smear somebody who did nothing to her because she thinks all white people look the same right here.
2, there are rarely any concrete acts of atonement made to or for the individuals within this so freely.
We're at 4 minutes, and here we go.
Said this would happen.
Is this a video that I'm going to end up doing a video on myself?
You might. Let's see. Here we go. Here's Francesca Ramsey talking about her stupid stuff.
We're harming, we're actively telling them it was. As Francesca put it.
They will make you a target, and they will make you their jumping off point, and they will.
No, it's 4 minutes and 14 seconds, but whatever.
Bigotry as a come up.
Yes.
And I don't want to be right.
There's some more lead in here, I think.
Yeah.
But as I'm seeing it happen, I'm like, I said this would happen years ago.
I said this would happen years ago.
Not a week ago, years. Check the receipts. I said this would happen, and it absolutely did.
Let's see
while I'd been thinking about all that, I came across this tweet by Francesca.
I didn't intend on making a video about this, but I'm so angry that, like, I just have to say something and just, like...
Also, Franny.
So recently...
Holy shit. Pause, please. Franny, what's up with the bald look?
Yeah. You're culturally appropriating me.
I
find that offensive.
It's just not... It's not a good look. It's not a good look for you, no.
You look really tired and haggard.
Come on, lady. Go ahead.
There's been a wave of people who've made bigoted content on the internet coming forward.
Seems like she's just been crying.
TikTok, we've got Kelly Cagdon. On YouTube, we have Dubs, I think is how you say his name. And
I like the way she said that as if it's difficult to pronounce.
Dubs. Yeah, so she doesn't know, right?
That's like really weird.
Years past, we've had
crazy,
Dawson,
but we'll get there.
All of these people I have different relationships with. So I hosted a show for MTV called MTV Decoded. I actually created the show. I wrote on the show.
Yeah, that's the height of your life. It's the height of your life. Yeah, I get it.
And made a lot of great content that I am very proud of.
Oh my god, I can't imagine being proud of MTV's Decoded.
Yeah.
But at the time that the show was on, I dealt with a lot of harassment because of it.
It makes you because it was shit.
It was shit. That's why it wasn't harassment. People were criticizing you.
Yes.
From these people that labeled themselves
also, yes, Rip Sinead O'Connor.
Warriors,
yes, or just basically sane people at the time.
Yeah, people were criticizing your content.
iDubbbz, and he made a number of videos where he used the N-word fully uncensored, where he
put
my
face in videos and called me, a and, you know, said that my work was cancer. And
Okay, here's the thing.
And
Pause. Couple of things I need to point out. One, Franny. Yes, iDubbbz has used the N-word in his videos.
So is
iDubbbz, however, has never made a video on you. He has never called you the R-word. He has never called you the N-word. iDubbbz made videos where he used the N-word and R-slur, but they weren't about you. I'm going to blow this play just a little bit longer, and I'm going to have to ask you to let me switch back over to let me show my screen, because I need you guys to see the stupidity of Franny.
Well, right
No, not yet. I'm let her bitch for a little bit longer, and then I want to show you.
Oh my god! Look at the super chat and chat right now.
Hang on. Has up for 2 says, if her work wasn't cancer, why is she bald? Holy
that is
shit,
outstanding.
dude.
That's a round of applause. That is outstanding. That is beautiful,
bro. When you see what
that's outstanding.
What this is about, you guys are gonna fucking lose your minds there too.
Is it that bad?
My work made him want to kill himself.
Just funny.
Most of these videos have been privated, so I can't.
If it's so
Franny,
great,
they
why is it
haven't been privated. They haven't been privated, Franny, but we'll get into that.
I can't show them to you. But
no, you can't. You can't show them to you. Get to it.
Seen them, and he created a culture and a fan base that then harassed me. So did Shane Dawson.
And the caption on
Shane Dawson. That's all I want to show you. Was just that clip. Franny is crying that the reason why her career is dying, or whatever, she's been so harassed, is because iDubbbz harassed her. Here's the problem, Franny. First of all, no one harassed you. I mean, probably some people did, but it wasn't iDubbbz who made those videos on you. iDubbbz did say the N-word, but the person who made the videos about you was fucking Chris Raygun. You idiot!
I mean, is this like racism or something?
You absolute moron! The person who made videos about you was Chris Raygun, who's Hispanic, by the way. And, well, it depends on what you consider white. But Chris Raygun, who's Hispanic, he's the one who made the videos about you. And where he didn't call you the N-word, where he didn't call you those things. iDubbbz used the N-word, but he's not the one who made the videos on you. The absolute temerity to go on the fucking internet and tell lies like this about iDubbbz because you got him confused with Chris Raygun.
By the way, did they just take 2 pictures of them and put them in the same background?
No, they do both have that same red, because it's like the typical, like, you know, sound foam stuff. They do have the same sound foam, but that's not, oh my god, you dumb bitch, Chris Raygun is not iDubbbz. I know they're both white guys with glasses, but they're not the same freaking person. Raygun's white as F. Aiden. Yeah, I know, he is pale, but he is Hispanic also, so, like, oh my god, this just killed me. As Slosher says, you dozy bint. Thank you for that phrase, Spoon. It is.
You're welcome.
Perpetually useful.
I don't even know where I got that from.
However, I have to ask you to go back over to watch together because we're going to watch the Pearl video. And I'm going to say some things, and you're going to say some things, and we're going to probably disagree. The one that was terrible.
Which one?
The
trigonometry one?
The trigonometry one. Because I'm going to agree with you.
God, yes.
Here's the thing. I'm going to agree with you on this video. But I'm going to have to end it by going back over and sharing my screen and saying a whole bunch of things about why I dislike Pearl.
Okay,
here's what she says.
Here's the thing.
But I agree with this video.
But here's the thing.
With you, not with this video, with your take on this video, excuse me.
Yes, but here's the thing. I don't care about Pearl. So I don't know who
why do you defend her at every? I don't understand why you defend her at every.
It wasn't defending
pause.
Pearl. It was, this is not a smart move because you look like an asshole. In my entire script that I sent you, I barely even mentioned Pearl. I said, don't do this because you look like an asshole. So there's no reason to bring up Pearl at all.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. Let's watch it, and I'll tell you what I think is happening here. So let me give you guys a little bit of backstory. Pearl, just Pearly Things, went on to trigonometry with Constantine and
Francis. And beat the shit out of them.
And honestly, yeah, she didn't make... She made Constantine and Francis look kind of stupid.
Yep.
I agree.
She basically just said things about the real world that if you were...
You're gonna have woman moments. I know everyone's already mad.
Yes, if you were already like pre-1920s, it'd just be like, oh, good, yeah, it's sane. And then this woman just,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not defending Pearl because in my script...
I think you are.
No, I'm not. I didn't even mention her in the freaking thing that I sent you.
Well, if this is me having a woman moment, then I'm having my woman moment, okay? I do not like Pearl. I don't like the things she says. I think they're horrible for society, and I don't...
Again, we know.
I think they're harmful. We all know this. However, I'm about to defend Pearl. Because this is absolutely fucking terrible. And I really think that Constantine and Francis
look like
hired this black woman who I don't think I've ever seen before, Esther Krakue.
Yeah,
I don't know how you pronounce the last name. Have you seen her before?
Nope. No idea who she is.
I'd never seen her before this video. I think they hired a black woman to be their voice to shit on Pearl because they're salty as fuck.
Yeah, and
they're
a bunch of pussies that do it themselves, which makes them look pathetic.
And it's also, it is pathetic. If that's what happened, and they hired a black woman to be their voice for them, that's pathetic. Watch this, though, guys.
See,
now on the Pearl front, I have a few thoughts.
This is something you have to understand. This is something that separates me from the vast majority of people. Yes, I'm arrogant as shit and say that. I'm conceited. Fuck all of you. I will defend anyone's actions or words if what they say is sane. I don't care about the person. All I care about is the information. If you say or do dumb shit, I'm going to say don't say or do dumb shit. If you say something sane, I will defend you doing something sane. If you do something stupid, I'm going to say don't do this. The whole point of my video, which I'm going to release later today because I just have to put it in video form, was basically just to say this woman is a jackass and she's doing really, really stupid shit. That's my whole fucking point.
Clearly the chat has revolted against me in terms of the Pearl question. I know we disagree on that. And by the way, I like when chat disagrees with me. I have problems with a lot of things that Pearl says. Yeah. I think she says some good things, but I think for like every good thing she says like 10 things that are indefensible.
Yes.
And that's my problem with Pearl.
That's also the problem with Andrew Tate.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yes, my problem with Andrew Tate is that like Andrew Tate says something good, and then he says something that makes me go.
Yeah. How do you feel about Uncle Ted, Aiden?
Blow my. What did Ted say that was wrong?
What are his actions?
Oh.
Case in point.
Were they wrong though? But it was the government. No, they were innocent people. I'm joking.
I was like, yeah, the government. They don't really matter. Like,
no, I'm joking.
Very based, Aiden.
So I good thing to bring up. I agree with you. You're right. Is that I agree with the things that
you brought that up. I didn't.
I know I did. Is that I agree with the things that Ted said.
We were having a discussion about Andrew Tate, and then she went, "Oh wait, I like Uncle Ted." Yes. Never mind. I understand what you mean now. Like,
right, and I get. Yeah, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that I brought that up. So I get it.
Socratic method.
However,
debunked your own point.
I don't know if it's debunking my own point.
Oh, okay, you see the light in your own point. Put it that way.
Well, if I wasn't able to, I wouldn't be a very good commentator, would I?
No.
Well, I guess I'd be more popular maybe if I had dogmatic, stupid positions where I just was full of shit and wasn't able to understand where I'm wrong on something. Or maybe I'm...
That is a strange thing that I've noticed is that people need to be aware. And this is just something, this is just how people are, so I can't fault them for like this. But be very aware that if you like content creators, don't fall in love with their personalities, which is very difficult to do because you like their avatars or who they are as a person for their takes, whatever. But you should always like them for what they say, not who they are as a person, which is very difficult when it's someone like Razorfist, which is like a caricature. But for me, I would hope yes, but for me, I would hope people
Razor is Razorfist, though. I know it's supposed to be a character, but he is. That is who he is.
Yes, I know, but I would hope that I would get liked for what I say, and this is also why I don't want to show my face, because I don't want people to become attached to me as a person.
That's why I, generally speaking, have not done that either.
Yes, stay as a character in the voice, because I would rather be known for this is just some dude. I don't even know what he looks like. He just says base shit that is accurate. I'd rather be known for that.
Real quick, Cole Summers for 2, and I will get to the other super chats, of course, guys. But Cole Summers just for 2 says, I think your main problem is a 25 over 30 thing. It gets worse than that, but that's not actually my main issue. You know what my main issue is the cheating thing. Is Pearl saying it's okay for men to cheat, it's not okay for women to cheat. And
but I don't care if she says that kind of shit.
But okay, Spoon, what you just said is that, like, don't judge people on their personality, judge people based on what they say. And then you say, but I don't care about her positions. Spoon, how can you hold... These are two contradictory ideas you can't hold at the same time. How can it be that judge her by what she says, and then also don't judge her by what she says?
That's not what I said. I said if they say something stupid, I will criticize them for saying something dumb. If they say something sane, I will welcome them for saying something sane. I'm saying don't fall in love with the fucking personality and then worship the ground they fucking walk on like a bloody Puritan. I can say that's a stupid thing and say, like, the same way that I like Andrew Tate, but I also don't agree with the fact that he's Muslim. I would prefer he would be Christian. But if he's a Muslim and he says base shit, I'm not going to criticize him for being Muslim and saying base shit. He can say base shit, and I can still disagree with his religion.
Yes.
How do you not get this?
Okay. What I think you don't get, because I get where you're coming from. Where I think you don't understand where I'm coming from, is that Pearl says a lot of things. Like, okay, Pearl says some good stuff that are correct, but she says some things that I believe are legitimately harmful to the young men who watch her.
Yeah.
Like that. Who cares? Who cares? I do.
Avoid cult of personality. There we go, Nicholas. Thank you.
I'll tell you why I care. Because I spent the last 7 fucking years trying to spread awareness, whatever the fuck that means, but trying to spread awareness in every single fucking possible capacity that I can about men's rights issues. And then here comes Pearl, who just shits on everything I have been trying to fight for about trying to have men get parental rights. And so she's like, no, just like fucking fuck it, women just shit. And I get it, by the way. I truly do get it, that for young men in particular, to have a woman tell them everything they want to hear, it must be very fulfilling. It must feel great that, yeah, women are all trash. I get it. I get that feels good. But it's not healthy in the long run. It's the same shit as the feminists did, okay? That's what my problem is with Pearl, is that Pearl is to the men's rights movement what Big Red is to feminism. It's just vitriol. It's not helpful. And I don't like it. However, I'm going to agree with you that this video is trash. Let's watch it.
Who the hell is Pearl?
First of all, who the hell are you and why should we give a shit?
Yeah, she's new, I think. I've never seen her at least before in trigonometry, but whatever. She's very pretty.
If you've been on TikTok or you...
Ugh, that's because you have jungle fever.
YouTube recently, you may have seen a few videos of Pearl from Pearly Things floating.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I didn't deny it.
Yeah, whereas I have yellow fever.
Around. Pearl is a content creator who focuses...
As long as a woman can cook curry, I'm happy.
Pearl, just dress yourself better. Please don't wear bags anymore. Just stop it. Sorry.
Mainly on the red pill movement and intersexual dynamics in dating and marriage. And just for quick reference, the red pill is dating and mating strategies that are...
If you're watching this video and you're watching the trigonometry show, you very likely already know.
But also her description is incorrect.
Okay.
Her description is incorrect.
Okay, well, what's your description?
It's not what
mine.
Of what the red pill is?
Yes.
Is to understand that everything that you've been told about how sexual dynamics function is a lie.
Okay, I disagree with that assessment.
You do?
Yes.
In terms of modernity?
No, just in general.
That women are oppressed, that women are abused.
I don't think the red pill means that.
I think that's a major part of what this is the difference, Spoon, is that I came up a little bit before you did. And so when we were talking about the red pill in 2016 and 2015 or whatever, that's what we were talking about. Is the lies that were being told by feminists. Okay. Now, what does red pill mean now may have transformed, and that's words change.
No.
That's Jung.
No. I think that is the transformed red pill. I think the original red pill has fuck all to do with what you just said.
Oh, I'm saying it's how it's used collectively online. you provide your definition to me, please.
My red pill is basically just the discovery of the truth of anything that's been obscured by that horrible thing called politics.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, simple.
Yeah,
designed to tackle male oppression and female hypergamy. Here are a few of her clips.
In this show, I just get a lot of flack from bitter women, honestly.
She looks better there.
Here's the
if I'm
thing.
being brutally honest.
And here's the thing that I'm about to... It's not gonna... Yes. Brittany Venti did a whole video. I know you don't want to watch it. Venti did a whole video where she just like gave Pearl advice on how to dress herself so that she looks better. Yeah, dark colors are gonna look really good because you have very pale skin. And I think Pearl is really quite pretty. She has so many pretty aspects. She just needs to like know how to emphasize them. So Pearl, like brush your hair, just a little bit of little eyeliner, and wear dark clothing, not light clothing. Light clothing doesn't suit you because of the paleness of your skin and the light redness of your hair.
Her eyes.
She really needs to, and it's so easy. Like again, something to make her
I have
look.
no use for Venti either. No, I love our chat. Our chat is like, no, this is how we see and fuck.
Our chat's great. However,
base chat.
This video is what's so shitty about this video is that there are real clips from Pearl that you could have pulled that would be things like her again saying like, it's okay for men to cheat. That you could have pulled here to make her look bad, but these clips are not bad looks for Pearl, so I don't understand it. And then when you hear what this woman says, oh my god, it's
salty as fuck.
It's salty as fuck.
Yep.
Because we talk about things from the men's point of view a lot of times, and we'll talk about things that specifically affect men.
Red pill is just basically seeing the world as how it is.
There we go. Case in point, much better.
Yeah. You're right.
It's basically like the way they describe it is blue pill is like the lies you've been told by society.
I agree. I agree with this.
And you take the red pill and you see the world for how it is.
Remember when Moberg was
This is not the stuff.
When Moberg was on trigonometry, he said that...
on trigonometry, yeah.
Yes, he basically said that originally the red pill in his mind was, this is how the world really works, and it's sort of dissipating the oligarchy. And with this, now he said it got picked up by two groups of people. It was like sort of like the dissident right and pickup artists. And the meme is basically take on a life of its own beyond Moberg's perspective. And he said like he didn't like that because he said it was basically too powerful for him to use. And yeah, that's I would say an accurate assessment.
It's frustrating, but
yes,
that's memetics, so you can't control how a meme goes.
Yeah,
but I agree with everything. I agree with Pearl's definition of the red pill and blue pill. There, I think that's accurate.
There's a girl I was on 3 different teams. So there's a girl on a team I was on in college. Yeah. And literally, she was a girl next door. You would never know. She seemed like the sweetest chick. And I swear to God, she had a guy she dated her freshman year of college.
One thing I want to point out here, just real quick. Sorry, just a pause. This is a bad clip. If you want to like point out that Pearl's like not a good person or something because she's about to like talk shit about a woman, this is not the clip to pick. The clip that you want to pick is Pearl saying her friend, also in college or whatever, was really fat. And saying like, oh, she couldn't get a guy because she was so fat. And then that friend came out and went, what the fuck, Pearl? Like we were friends. And I was, and then Pearl said that her friend couldn't get pregnant because she was too fat. But that was a lie. Pearl made that up. That would be the clip to include. That would be the thing to fucking include. That Pearl made up a lie about her friend being too fat to get pregnant when that was not the case.
But was she fat?
She was not fat, in fact. She was not fat, and in fact, her pregnancy issues were because she had a disease similar to me. Okay? So that was...
Is it called bloated whale-itis?
Do I have bloated whale-itis, Spoon?
Why are you ruining my joke?
She had endometriosis, or something, or PCOS. But she was apparently heavy at one point, but she's not. She's clearly not heavy, and her reasons for getting pregnant were not because of her weight. It's because she had a disease. But Pearl made this whole thing about how, like, oh, my friend, I'm not going to say who it is, but my friend couldn't get pregnant because she's too fat. That's a really... Maybe I think most of the chat is male. I do believe so.
Yes.
You're breaking woman code by doing shit like that.
Okay.
It's so rude.
And right now the whole chat is going, what is the point of this? Including me.
The point is, if you wanted to, my point is that if you wanted to go after Pearl, you should include actual clips that matter. These clips don't mean anything to me. These clips are all amenable.
For a month, he cheated. He was like all round town.
Okay, the reason why that's not going to work is because you're asking a woman to use rationality and logic. That is never going to work ever, Aiden.
Whatever. Her senior year, she was with a guy that bought her a house. She moved in, and I was I've told it before, and I was at a party, and literally like her body wasn't on Instagram. She was a school teacher, good with kids, sweet, nice, like, and literally she was in the bathroom with the guy from freshman year at the party her boyfriend came to. And
no chill.
He bought her a house.
He bought her a house.
She doesn't respect him. She doesn't respect him.
And that was kind of a red pill moment for me, where I was like, God damn, you would never know.
But so what? So that's one girl out of a population of 300 million. Are you thick?
Okay, I would like to know what the fuck was the point of saying that.
I don't care about this. You have a friend who's a hoe. You also have a friend who.
No, but I want to know, why did you include this in the video at all? Because when I watched it, I just thought, what the fuck was the point of calling her thick for that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't, again...
It's like a bratty point that I don't understand at all.
Yes. This is not how you attack the things that Pearl's saying.
That's because she has no intention of actually doing that, Aiden.
Right, because... And that's what I agree with you. This video is garbage in terms of...
Making any
using
sense.
Anna Kasparian. It's garbage. Like, it's trash.
Yes.
Like, you're not making a good argument against the things Pearl said. You're not making the case.
Yes.
So, but it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, exactly. That comment was so useless. Same thing.
So, contrary to popular belief, this 26-year-old stunner of a red pill supermodel is...
That's just catty as fuck.
Welcome to the entire video, by the way. It's
Yes,
just catty. It's just gonna be Esther. Just gonna be Esther judging Pearl's appearance, and that's why this video is shit, and why it made me feel like this was just made to have a black woman go after Pearl because Constantine and Francis are salty.
Yes.
Are salty.
And you know what's amazing to me?
She made them look kind of stupid.
Right? I think the episode where they did have Pearl on, it's like 4 months old. So what the fucking hell did you do this for?
They went and hired a woman to read out their salt. To be the mouthpiece for their salt. And I think that is incredible cringe.
Yes. Was that like, hold on, let me see. Let me see.
And I don't, who cares? Who gives a shit? If, like, I don't care that had my face on air earlier tonight.
She was
on air
3 months ago.
Yeah,
3 months
I had
ago.
my
What
face.
the hell are you doing this for then?
Look, I started off commenting your parents. Now I understand, but why sheesh? I commented her appearance because I only said that Pearl isn't unattractive. She should do things, though, she should do things to... It's very easy for her to fix some of the problems. Do you know what I mean? And the reason why I talked about Pearl's physical appearance is because I've seen this video and I knew it was coming. So let me reframe that stuff. Is that this whole video is going to be just commenting negatively on Pearl's appearance. So yeah, I did comment on it only because I knew what was coming in the video. I don't think commenting on someone's appearance is a valid argument. I think it might be in some... I think it might be in some instances if the person is talking about physical appearance, in which case, yeah, you can talk about it. But the reason I mentioned it is because all this lady is going to talk about for the next 3 minutes is how unattractive Pearl is. And that's why I said, yeah, Pearl's not unattractive. There's some things she could do to help. But why would you focus on that? So sorry, I should have... How could I have made that clear before I played the video? Oh well, let's go.
Herself unmarried, not particularly religious, not a virgin, and seems to be making a good living for herself with her online content.
Can I just say, I hate this point because you are oozing bratty ass bitch.
It is bratty.
You're reek of envy, bitter as fuck. And so far, you have not in any way said why Pearl is wrong. And that's what I hate.
No. She doesn't dress... And first of all, like I said, like
it's 2 minutes in. Yes.
She puts clips of Pearl that I think are all agreeable, and then just starts attacking her person.
Yes.
And I would put a little bit of a point. Is that it is a bit odd to talk about mating strategy or whatever you want to call it, dating strategy, when you can't secure a guy yourself. I think that is weird. But she's not going to focus on that. She's going to focus on like inconsequential shit about Pearl and not her arguments, and that's what's frustrating. So this is the bad way to do it. Like, if you want to criticize Pearl, and I've got something I want to criticize her about over a deleted tweet, which I'm going to bring up, but this is not it. This is not it. You talk more about Pearl than I do. I do?
Yes, you do.
You've made videos on her. I haven't.
I've made 2.
I have not made 1.
And it was because she beat the shit out of another feminist, and also it's because she triggered Piers.
I do like when she triggers Piers. That was funny as fuck. That was funny as fuck, dude.
Now I'm going to break this down in 2 ways.
Dumb and Dumber.
Pearl herself and the content that she produces. On the Red Pill...
And she's not going to in any way mention one fucking thing about how any of Pearl's content is even wrong.
Front. Do you remember the scene from The Matrix when Lawrence Fishburne offers Keanu Reeves a choice? Here's a Ghanaian reenactment.
Let me get this straight. The first thing you say to us, this is what the Red Pill means, now you're going to use the Matrix thing. Bitch, if we've already seen the Matrix, then we already know what the Red Pill is.
We get it. Yeah, we get it.
You know, this
video is only 5.5 minutes long, and yet it's so overloaded anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take the blue pill, the story ends.
Why are you doing an African accent?
We know.
You wake up in your bed in Wonderland.
We get it.
And actually the idea that women run the world without taking responsibility for it.
True.
And that their male victims are not permitted to complain.
True.
This makes the Red Pill a continuous, multi-voiced, up-to-the-minute male empowerment movement nestled at the heart of the so-called manosphere.
That to me basically just says masculine version of intersectionality.
Like I have said, I have been advocating for this, for men to have rights equal to women. Parental rights is the most important one, of course, my entire fucking career. And so...
Why is everyone focusing on her tits?
Can you...
She's not even that good looking.
Spin, can you at least... Yeah, you can't ignore the titties, but they're there. Spin, she chose that dress for a reason. Spin. Can you understand where I'm coming from?
No.
When I've been... You really can't when I've been like trying to like fight for men's parental rights. And that's what's concerning me. Men's parental rights, men's rights to not get screwed over in marriage, in divorce settlements. And then in comes Pearl, just like, cheat. I understand why she's at where she's at. By the way, I totally get it. If she is legitimate and she really believes the things that she believes, which I don't buy, but let's presume that. In good faith. That's not helping anybody. Who is it helping to just say, well, just let men cheat and women are all whores and women have no value? Like, how is that helping anybody?
Okay,
I don't get it.
Aiden, this is the thing that you don't seem to understand about me. I don't care.
Why don't you care about men's rights?
No, not that. I don't care that Pearl said that shit. Because here's the thing for me. I think of
this is what I don't get about you. This is where we always disagree. You think that it's kind of like... It's like if she says like one base thing and then 100 retarded things, that's okay because she said the one based thing.
It's because I don't care if someone says something stupid. I can feel free to disagree and ignore the dumb shit they say. How do you not understand this? Just because someone says something does not mean I have to listen or fucking agree. How do you not understand that?
Because some of the things she's saying are really, really harmful to society,
That's not my answer. Why do you not understand that just because you hear something, you can ignore
not your
it?
Answer. What's my answer?
Why do you not get that? What about this is hard for you to understand?
Spin, let me put it to you this way. If I said one true thing for every 100 retarded backwards, if I was like a far leftist extremist, but then occasionally I said something based, would you hang out with me?
No, I don't think I would hang out with Anna Kasparian.
Exactly. So if I was Anna Kasparian, would you hang out with me?
No, but that's because you're Anna Kasparian.
Would you promote my work if I was Anna Kasparian?
No.
But okay, so I say, that's my opinion. That's what I'm saying then, is that you're focusing on the one based thing that Pearl says, rather than the 100 harmful things she says.
Yes. It's almost like if someone says something good, I can appreciate it, and if they don't, I don't listen to them. It's almost like I have a mind of my own, and I can distinguish between shit things and bad things.
Why can't I judge the totality of someone's work?
You can. I'm just going to disagree with you.
So me judging the totality of her work being a 99% bad and 1% good, you're focusing on the 1%, I'm focusing on the 99 as a statistical average.
I literally said this in my video about Andrew Tate. If he says 80% bad shit, but he says 20% good shit, if the 20% good shit is what propels him into fame, that's all that people give a fuck about. And people can't seem to understand that. That's because they suck at math and they're morons, and I'm way smarter than them.
I'm sorry. I will continue to call out Pearl for when she says really dumb stuff.
And I will continue to give her praise when she says good things. We make a good counterbalance. There we go. Play the video now.
Okay, let's go. Yep.
See, there we go.
I agree.
That's good.
No, I agree. Shake hands. I agree with that. Fine. Like we're
So it's a
cool on
network
this
of
stuff.
websites preoccupied with both men's rights movement and how to pick up women. And blog posts like The Misandry Bubble, which is quite a long read, basically argues that the Western world has slowly grown into an uncivilized society that overvalues women and undervalues men.
Declan, I'm right now hooked up to my eyeballs, basically on an IV of coffee. I'm not low Q and I'm not sleepy either.
We're fine. We're fine.
Basically, once you take the red pill, you'll finally realize that female oppression is non-existent.
Based.
And that men are the ones getting hard done by. Even so, red
No, I think it's because men just need to tell women to shut the fuck up more often.
pillars believe that men and women are different in terms of evolution and thus should
That's not a belief, that's an observable reality.
submit
It's true.
to gender roles.
That's true, because
reality.
literally this is how society was built.
They should.
Their society was built on gender roles. It wasn't built on politics. Now fuck off, woman.
They believe that women are better suited
By the way, my video is not this aggressive. This is a real-time reaction.
to traditional lifestyles, including getting married and raising
Good.
children, while
Good.
men go to work and provide for the family.
Yeah, so this
How are
is
you
the
fucking
red pill
posting this on
movement is huge
trigonometry?
with loads of influence.
A conservative fucking outlet. What?
Again, it
Yes,
doesn't
women
make
are
a lot
better
of sense.
suited. Women are better. Hang on. Okay, first of all, yes, women are better suited to those roles. Men are better suited to other roles, to providing and taking care of the family. Pearl, brush your fucking hair. Holy shit! It's not. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing the just brush your hair. That's all I'm saying. I'm doing the judging the appearance thing, but it's not. That's not appearance. It's just brush your hair, please. Brush your hair. It's please
Stop
brush
focusing
your
on
hair.
appearance, for God's sakes. You're worse than the woman in the video.
Brush your hair.
And factions, but that's basically the gist of the entire movement. I've been very vocal about the red pill movement, and what I essentially think is that while it makes a lot of valid points, any movement that's centered on keeping men and women apart is not a good thing for society.
You literally just said it's about men and women getting married and raising traditional families.
Yep.
You just ended the sentence by saying that, and
Yeah,
now you're
what?
saying this. That makes no
Pardon me?
fucking sense.
I don't get it. What?
Oh.
She contradicts herself within seconds. What the hell,
Literally.
dude?
And it's important to divorce the real issues from the sensationalist hype that enriches 19-year-old Bugatti-owning life coaches online.
Because apparently Pearl is a promoter of that, which makes no fucking sense.
Now on the Pearl front, I have a few thoughts.
She's talking about Andrew Tate, not Pearl.
Yeah, I know, but I just thought it was funny because why the hell bring it into it?
Because she
I hate to
put
be
a
the one
picture
to
of her
say
with
it.
next to Andrew
No, you're
Tate.
not.
Yeah.
You are being paid to say this.
But the messenger doesn't
exactly.
fit the
Okay.
Neither does this message or because again,
Exactly.
Constantine is laughing there because they. This is gonna sound. You ready for something racy and spicy?
For you or her?
Constantine bought this bitch. He bought a black woman to be his mouthpiece. I'm not saying it's slavery, obviously, but isn't that interesting?
I mean, I would prefer things.
That Constantine and Francis bought a black woman to speak for them.
Can I just say, I mean, it is at least better that things are going out of her mouth rather than going in.
the message. If I told you that I had a great money-making scheme and
Oh, so many racist jokes I want to make right now. It's not even funny.
you can make lots and lots of money from it, your first question to me would be,
Are you Jewish? That would be my first
No.
question. Okay, well then I'm not
Okay.
listening to your money-making adventures.
how much money have you made, right? Or what if I told you that I could teach you how to raise your kids? Wouldn't you want to see how my kids turned out first? What if my children were a bunch of degenerates?
Oh, again, so many racist jokes I want to make. So
Well,
many. It's
I do think she
funny.
does. This is the only part where she has any kind of point, but it instantly falls flat because she has terrible examples. Hang on, because she has terrible examples. What I would say is that, look, I do agree that Pearl can give advice on dating, even though she's had terrible experiences with dating and doesn't have a boyfriend and stuff, and her previous boyfriend was like a fat, black, homeless SoundCloud rapper. mean, you know that, right? Like, she's not had good experiences with dating. But I think you can still have good advice. Jordan Peterson, for example, is he's an excellent point to look at for this. Jordan Peterson tell you how to live your life. Clean your room, bucko. However, Jordan Peterson, yeah, people say like, oh, he was addicted to pills. Yeah, he was. Doesn't mean Jordan Peterson can't offer you good life advice. And I think that is true. Someone can offer you good life advice despite the fact that they are not perfect themselves. Because oftentimes people, you know who I'd rather listen to about not doing drugs? Is it some, yeah, it's a drug addict. Is it some Christian who's never done, some Christian conservative who's never done drugs and has no idea what it's like, or a reformed drug addict?
Yeah.
I'd rather listen to the reformed drug addict who can tell me like,
or if somebody
why
says,
it's really bad.
Don't do drugs. They're really, really bad, and they're high.
Yeah. Right.
Is the fact that they're high make their advice any less valid?
Mm-hmm.
No. And also, the money making involves skill, bit of luck, IQ, things that you can't really change, right? Same thing with marriage, right? You need to, like, if you're gonna shoot for a certain kind of person, right? You need to have like a certain look. And if Pearl is not very attractive, that doesn't make her advice any less valid.
I don't think Pearl is unattractive. And by the way, Hart Coleman, I wasn't making fun of her hair. I was saying just to brush it, because it was like all over the place. And maybe she chose that photo on purpose, and she probably did.
See, this is why I can't talk about Pearl things with you, because you tend to go off on her appearance way, way more than I do.
No, there's okay, because I'm a woman, so like there are things that we notice.
Trolling you because you're my best friend, and
I
you
know,
give me shit
I get
all the time, and I need to occasionally punch you.
I know, but okay, I'm not even trying to be rude towards Pearl. I'm trying to tell her to say like, girl.
I have a base take, but it's in my video. I'm not going to spoil
There's a couple things like you just have to like. It's simple. Just brush your hair, put a little eyeliner on, and you're fine. And you'll be spectacular. It's not just I'm sorry. My girl fucking brain turns on when I see like, oh my god, just please brush your hair.
Yeah, I know.
That's it.
Women think with
it just turns on. No, it's not. I'm not thinking with appearance. I am thinking logically, but I'm also saying, Pearl, you're not helping yourself when you don't brush your hair before you go on interviews and stuff. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Anyway, this woman's dumb. Like, and she has terrible opinions. But let's listen to her terrible opinions because it gets worse from here.
Anyway, the same logic applies with Pearl. If she is such an authority on the things that she talks about and she's right on them, why is she an unmarried, unfeminine, money-making modern woman?
Out of curiosity, have you in any way said what she said is wrong? Okay, so what was the point of saying any of that? It would really help if you said,
it's pointless.
This is why she's wrong, A, B, and C. But you just went, if she's an expert and she's right, why doesn't she have X, Y, and Z? Again, it's not making money. Making money and getting married is not the same fucking thing. It's just stupid as hell.
Even the way she makes her points are backwards and counterproductive.
Oh, I hate this point. I hate this fucking point.
This is so terrible. This part's, it's terrible.
This point is like,
Look at this clip of a recent appearance she made on Piers Morgan talking about women in sport.
One another.
I am so tired.
By the way, would you like to go to the comments section of this particular video and see how many people are praising Pearl for kicking the shit out of that dozy bitch on the left? Oh, you're not going to show that, of course.
Women whining.
Mate,
it's
the only person whining at the moment is you.
Literally
we did watch this clip, I think.
Yes, and all that the one on the left did was literally whine about irrelevant climate change shite.
Literally, the men fund our leagues, and we will still whine that we don't get paid enough.
True.
I think all of the women should thank the men for funding our leagues, because most of our leagues would not exist without the men.
She's right.
Number one. Number two, I don't hear the men whining about OnlyFans models getting paid more than them. But whenever men...
I do hear that, though. I do hear men complain about that. And I think men are right to complain about that.
What? That women and women they do?
That women can just go on the internet and turn on a camera and make millions of dollars by taking pictures of their coochie. Yeah, I do hear men kind of complain about that. I hear women complain about that.
The kind of men who complain about that are the kind of irrelevant men you should never listen to when it comes to anything.
Do you think that's good?
What, did women do that?
Do you think it's good that? Do you think it's a good thing that women can just turn on a camera and take a picture of their crotch?
No.
Or their tits?
No.
I think it's terrible.
Okay.
I agree. Okay. So we agree it's terrible.
Okay, yes. But if men complain that women can do that, like, I don't really give a shit.
Well, I think it speaks to a broader problem with society. It goes way beyond it. But I don't want women to do that. I don't want that to be the most. I wonder. I remember seeing a study from a couple of years ago that said what was the job that most young people wanted to do, and it was like a whole bunch of them wanted to be social media.
Thailand.
Yeah, and a whole bunch of them. It was like I think the top job, like it used to be like in the 80s, it was astronaut, and now it's social media influencer.
Yes,
and
they feel important.
Maybe. I mean, what are we doing? But still,
I mean, I basically did this because I was told to.
So did I,
it
by
was
the way.
suggested to me, yes. It was suggested to me. Basically, people said to me, if I don't use my voice for something, I'm wasting my life.
That's because you and I are mirror images of each other in so many ways, which is always so funny to me. Like, but, so I don't know. I don't, whatever. I don't think that the OnlyFans thing is good for society. I think it's terrible for society, but I think that we have to change society.
Social media. That's an interesting perspective, actually.
Yeah, I think we need to change society fundamentally, because under the current paradigm, this is normative. So I don't like the OnlyFans stuff, but I understand why women pursue it because
we need to go back
it's
to
lucrative.
A time where kids get beaten. That's where it all starts to go wrong. The old days.
Dominated.
In the Bible, it says, "Spare the rod, you spoil the child." I think we should go back to that. We should beat the shit out of your kids if they disobey you.
When Aiden was growing up, she wanted to be a social media influencer. No, I wanted to be an architect, and then I wanted to become a social psychologist. And now look where I am. I'm a social psychologist on YouTube. Yay.
No. Someone says, Spoon says that this thing is bad, but no one should complain about it. No. I'm saying it is bad, but no one should complain about it in the sense that that shouldn't be a concern to you because it's shitty anyway.
Well, I think porn needs to be. I think porn is one of the worst things that's ever happened to society.
Yeah, but see, like here's the thing. Okay, like this is always the thing with people is that you have a bunch of things in society, and there's the sort of two sides in it. You have like pornography, drinking, smoking, all this kind of shit. And the argument from the sort of libertarian minded is these things should be there. Because if they're not there and freely available to use, the state
it'll be illegal. Yes,
the state will use it as a means to essentially condense power and punish people for doing things and basically control society. And then the other people say that, well, if you don't have these things, society is going to be a hellscape. That's basically the argument. So the sort of middle ground is you should have these things be there, but not overly regulated by the state because it'll be used to control people. But you should also not partake in them because it makes you a better person. Because the thing is, if you have all these things, but they're controlled substances by the state, you don't learn any control because the state is already controlling that mechanism in you that needs to be able to learn discipline. That's the fucking problem.
Right.
That's the reason. That's the reason why you need to have religion or some kind of order, because it teaches you, like, yes, these things should be there, but you should learn control because it makes you a badass by don't engage in them.
Precisely. Like banning porn, banning drugs does not stop people from looking at porn or creating porn or doing drugs or making drugs.
Yes.
What needs to be promoted is a society in which these things are actively discouraged in a way that is healthy, to say like, hey, yeah, it's fine. I mean, well, not fine. Okay, you're allowed to do it legally.
In a culture where not engaging in them makes you a badass.
Yes.
It needs to be a culture of shame.
Thank you. Shaming, bring back bullying.
Yes.
I was horribly bullied, but even I am saying bring back bullying, because the way that you get a more stable society is in a society where there is bullying and shame.
Look at it right now. If you look at women in today's society, women give sex away like it's fucking Skittles.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So if you say, hey, look, I'm a man, I banged a whole bunch of women. Well, if every woman is a whore, that's not really impressive because they're not really valuable, right? If you can find
you've devalued yourself.
Yes, if you can find a man who's able to say, I've had one chick only fuck me for 10 years, that chick is valuable and that guy's badass. Because while everyone else is being a whore, he found one chick and managed to keep her faithful to him. That makes him a badass. That's a Chad. To say, I fucked a whole bunch of sluts is not really impressive because they do that with every guy. So you're not worth shit, and neither are the people you fuck. If you can find one and keep them to you, That's badass. That's valuable because that's rare.
Paul says that drug addicts know they're addicts. Shame doesn't work on addiction. That is true. I'm an alcoholic. I'm fully aware of it, but the shame doesn't work on. Shame doesn't work on me.
Bring back bullying.
However, I do think that if you want to try and get rid of a lot of these things, the best way you can do it is shame.
Yes.
You can't do it via the government. The government sucks. The government fucking sucks at doing anything. You can't stop people from doing things via the government. They're going to do the things. Prohibition, again, is a perfect example of this. Legalization/illegalization of marijuana is also a perfect example. You can't stop people from doing these things if they want to do them.
That's the Carlin line.
Anywho, let's finish this because I got stuff. I got so much stuff, actually.
In industry,
we'll
women will just complain. At the end of the day,
technically,
what was the point of doing that?
Just to make her look bad.
Yeah. She didn't say anything. She's just saying at the end of the day, it's fine.
Right. But the way she's making an argument is designed to be controversial and insightful.
While you are making a hit piece about her.
Controversial and insightful.
That's literally
what you're
insightful. Doing. But that's literally what you're doing. You are making a hit piece right now, and the entire audience on this video is almost exclusively hating you.
Yeah, the comments are
brutal.
Fucking brutal, dude.
Yes.
A normal person would say something along the lines of, sports viewership works as a form of entertainment. It's not about what you do, it's about how many people want to see you do it. And the more viewers you attract, the more ad revenue you generate, which is then reflected in your wages as an athlete. The issue of pay in sports is not about sexism, it's basic economics.
Everyone knows this. Literally everyone
obviously.
with an ounce of common fucking sense knows this. But if you say that, you know how many people pay attention? No one, because it's not interesting or entertaining or controversial. It's almost like controversy or batshit crazy wacky things is what draw fucking eyeballs. Welcome to the world we live in. You are literally making a hit piece about this bitch, which is going to stir controversy and get eyeballs to fucking you. You are literally doing the exact same fucking thing you're chastising this bitch for.
6 minute long video. Yep.
You are full of shit.
Yeah.
Pearl is like, thank the men for oxygen. Just strange. It's clear what she's trying to do.
And so it is what you're doing. You're doing the exact same thing.
I know. It's why this video is so terrible. This video is so terrible, dude.
She's built a large following doing it. Now, no one can convince me that this girl is normal.
Which no one has ever tried to make a claim. No one has ever said that, ever.
Okay,
so
whatever.
Let's be honest. Other than the dark recesses of the internet, where else can a girl like that get so much male attention?
That is like, dear fucking God.
What?
You need to get...
Holy shit.
You know
Again, the things that I said is that, like, Pearl could dress herself in ways that were more flattering. She could do a little bit of makeup. A girl like that...
You are envious of shit that she's white.
Well, I don't know what the fuck, if that's what it is, but, like, holy shit, that's so rude. Like, me saying, like, Pearl, brush your hair. Pearl should wear dresses that are, or outfits that are more flattering to her, is not me trying to disparage Pearl's looks. And people think that that's what I'm saying, but it's not. It's me trying to say, like, hey, like, I'm trying to give you advice.
Can I just
girl like that, that's just, that shit's, that is straight up saying, like, you just think she's ugly. And that's, and that's all that's your takeaway? That she's ugly and people listen to what she has to say? I'm mid as fuck, boy.
So let me.
What the fuck?
Okay, so let me try and understand this. You're saying this woman is controversial. She's a career woman. She doesn't have a man. She's hypocritical. And the best thing you can say about her is that. That's your ending. Is how can someone like her get so much male attention? She has all of these bad qualities, but you still hate on her for that. Like, my God, you need to get laid so fucking badly. It's not even funny. Like, the level of salt is like, would rival a leftist with this kind of shit.
This
like,
is salty as fuck.
Yes.
And the fact that they even put over an overlay that Constantine is recording this.
Yes.
Or behind the camera.
You didn't debunk a single one of her points in 6 minutes.
No, didn't do anything.
The thing of it is, like, this woman is probably objectively probably better looking than Pearl, but she still says that. Like, that's why I said you're jealous that she's white. I swear to God, that's the fuck. I swear to God, it's
terrible. It's oh my God. Yeah, this is terrible. That that. The way she says it too.
You're in like an above average black chick against like a sort of like average white woman, and you're still upset about it. You just scream like white privilege is digging into you.
For real,
it's
though.
Funny as fuck.
Okay, we reached the top of the hour, so I'm going to read some super chats because I'm done with this video, and then we're going to move on to some other stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to do a video on this, and my takes are a bit more aggressive.
Oh, hey, Amy in Connecticut. I know what you mean. Yeah, Amy, Aiden, you're not saying she needs to present the best. She needs to present the best version of her. She needs to present the best version of herself, so people won't fixate on her looks. Yeah, that's exactly. Thank you, Amy. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that if you look kind of fucked up, like if you're not presenting the best version of yourself, then people are gonna fixate on your looks.
I think women will fixate on her looks clearly as this podcast.
No, men do too. Men will too, by the way.
I've never seen any man give a flying shit about her appearance.
Yes, because she's saying, "Oh, just cheat on your wife. That's great." That's why.
Really, it's not because she said any other things than that. That makes you look petty. What you just fucking said.
After I already talked about why I don't like that, but I'm gonna bring up another.
But that has nothing to do with how men look at her. That was petty as fuck what you just did, and I'm going to criticize you.
Really?
Yes, that was fucking petty as shit.
Of her saying that it's okay for men to cheat on their wives?
Yes, because that has nothing to do with the overwhelming amount of shit that she said. What you just went with petty as shit.
But it is something she said.
I said why men pay attention to her. Men don't pay attention because she said that specific fucking thing. Get real. Come on. You are not that stupid. And if you think that, I'm going to beat the shit out of you and berate you for it.
Spoon.
You are obsessed with that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
I can't look at other things.
I said that is why men pay attention to her in spite of her appearance, and you went with fucking that. What the hell is wrong with you?
Because I said that because you asked me about her appearance. We were talking about her appearance, and then I brought up an actual position that she holds that I hate and I find to be hideous.
That has nothing to do with men.
Excuse me?
That has nothing to do with what men pay attention to. Nothing to do
her
with men
position that men should be able to cheat, that men should, in fact, cheat on their wives.
With why men pay attention to her. Of all the shit that she's fucking said, you think that's the reason why men pay attention? Do you realize how fucking dumb you sound right now?
How do I sound dumb?
Because
I hate
that's
this.
not the only thing she fucking said. You are obsessed with this fucking point. To an unhealthy degree.
No, because we're talking about one person, and I'm talking about one person's perspective. And she has said that men should cheat on their wives. Spoon, as I've asked you about before, if I said 100 retarded, if I was Yannick Kasparian and said 100 retarded things and one base thing, what would you focus on?
Dear fucking
No. Would you focus on the one good thing I said or the 100 retarded things? No, you wouldn't. You'd focus on the 100 retarded things. Let's not pretend. Anywho.
No. I'm gonna sigh. I'm gonna berate you for this fucking thing.
Okay, right? Berate me. You know what? What I need you to do though is that in a second here, I'm gonna need you to bring up my screen because I need to show something.
God's sakes.
So a lot of people in the chat have said that the reason I am so mad at Pearl is because she said she was hotter than everybody who was older than her, right?
I love how petty women get, and I'm way above this. Yes, I'm conceited, but I don't see the
point. Well, she did. No, she did. She said that. She said that as a 25-year-old, I'm hotter than everyone.
No, she did not say that.
She said, I'm hotter than everyone who's older than me.
She did not say that.
She did.
No,
she said she's more attractive. Yes, she did. She said, I am more attractive than every woman that is older than me.
No, she did not say that. She said as a 25-year-old, she said as a 25-year-old, you're more attractive than when you're 35. She never said herself.
That herself was included in that.
No, that's what you fuckers are doing that.
How? Excuse me. She's 26. Is she not included as a 26-year-old woman?
She said as a 25-year-old.
Whoa! I don't care. So you don't care about the reality. Okay.
No. No one said this. You people are extrapolating that. I remember because all the fucking men. Would you shut your hole while I'm fucking talking?
Mm-hmm. That's why I hate talking about Pearl.
All of the men said, what in the hell are you talking about? Because all of the women did what you just did. They jumped on that and extrapolated that. All the men went, I swear to God, I'm still fucking talking. Shut your hole while I'm done talking. Then you can speak. For God's sakes. I don't like being this annoyed. But for God's sakes, hold your fucking breath while I talk. All the men said, why are you extrapolating this? She didn't say herself. She said, as a 25-year-old, you're more attractive than when you are 35. That is it. That is all she fucking said.
Okay. I'd like to... Could you share my screen for a second? I'm sharing it to you. Can you put it on the screen, please?
I can't help.
This is important because it's related. Tell me when you have it up.
Okay.
Here's Pearl's latest deleted tweet. 16-year-olds are hotter than 26-year-olds, which was my point in the first place.
Yeah, especially if you're 18.
She's not saying 18, is she, Spin?
I know.
She's saying 16.
Yeah, that's a dumb tweet.
Well, do you have a defense for this?
No.
She's saying the younger the better, right?
When did I say that?
Well, no, I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying she's saying that. The younger the better. 16-year-olds are hotter than 26-year-olds.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend this, Aiden.
Are you sure? You defended literally everything else she's ever said. So...
What did I tell you earlier?
Ooh. Are you going to defend it?
What did I tell you earlier?
16-year-olds are so hot.
What did I tell you earlier?
Defend it. I'm just saying, like, okay. I mean, it's the same mindset, right? So, like, if a 25-year-old is hotter than a 35-year-old because she's younger and more fertile, then of course a 16-year-old is hotter than a 26-year-old. That's the same logic, isn't it?
Even the chat is saying you're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost. She moved the goalpost. I don't care, but is it not the same case that if a 25-year-old is hotter than a 35-year-old, then a 16-year-old is hotter than a 26-year-old?
Cherry picking, moving goalpost, wound movement. Yeah, I agree.
I don't really care what verbiage you want to use.
Why? What is the point of this?
Because I'm asking you to defend this tweet.
Why am I
if you want to defend it? Because this is the exact same argument as the 26-year-old is less hot than the 20 or the 25-year-old's less hot to the. Now, by the way, it's also interesting how it moved. It was 25 is hotter than 35 when Pearl was 25, and now it's 26 is less hot than 16.
By the way, no one in the chat agrees with you.
I don't care.
Right.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care if you agree with this tweet. Fucked, dude.
Who said I'm agreeing with this?
This is a fucked argument.
Okay, but I never defended this, so why are you bringing this up to me?
Because I was asking your opinion on it.
Okay, well, I don't agree with it. Move on.
Yeah, I think it's fucking vile.
Okay, so I'm confused. What is the point of this?
Do you agree with this because Pearl said it?
Do you listen to me when I talk?
Yes, I do.
What did I say earlier?
I don't... What are you specifically referring to?
With regards to people's positions.
I don't know what you're specifically referring to.
I literally said, if someone is saying something stupid, I will ignore it. If they say something good, I will praise it.
Okay, but you've also specifically told me that you will not look at any of the bad things that Pearl has said, any of the fucked up things that she said, because the good things she said are so much more important.
No, I never said that either.
You have, though.
No, I did not. I said, if someone says something stupid, I will ignore it. If something is good, I will praise it. That doesn't mean I'm ignoring it in the sense of I won't pretend it doesn't exist. I will just not pay attention to it on a personal level. What is difficult about this? It's almost like I have a brain.
So you just ignore things that she says when they're fucked up.
Why do I need to pay attention to it? I go, wow, that's really stupid. I don't pay attention to that.
Oh, God. Okay, whatever. Let's move on. It's fine. I completely disagree with you.
Of course you do.
Yeah, on this I do. I was thinking we should not talk about Pearl because I don't... Like, are you interested in her? It's my question. I'm honestly, like, I'm wondering. Is that why?
You are having a lot of women moments this evening. You should feel
ashamed. Because I don't like the things Pearl says, like this.
Yes.
This makes me very uncomfortable, okay? This makes me very uncomfortable.
It's a stupid thing to say, and I can disagree with it. What more do you want me to do?
Fine. It's fine. Let's move on to real politics.
Someone said this is your kryptonite.
It is my kryptonite. I just.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just look at that and just go, yeah, that's a stupid thing to say. I don't agree with it, and therefore I will move on. That's.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't like the things Pearl says. It makes me upset when I see her say things like 16-year-olds are hotter than 26-year-olds. I find that to be
kind of creepy. Yeah.
Weird, and
apparently the fact that you think I'm simping for her is creeping the chat out.
Well, I do think you're simping for her, by the way.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
If I was simping for her, why didn't I defend that?
Because that's indefensible.
Wow.
And every time I bring stuff up to you, and I'm like, hey, look at this thing Pearl said. You go like, I don't care about that one.
Yeah, because it's stupid.
But it's not the only case. Every time I bring something up that Pearl has said, like, again, it's the same thing with like men should be able to cheat on their wives. And you're like, well,
yes,
who cares?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, so I bring up multiple things that Pearl says that are crazy, and you go like, well, just dismiss those, dismiss them. How many things does it have to be? How many things does it have to be?
I don't care if someone says something stupid. You say stupid shit all the time, and I ignore you.
Rude. Also, yes, true. But
fuck you, just. Oh my goodness. People,
I'm just saying.
This is a thing for me.
Okay.
I look at society, okay, like any information. If someone says something, I can go like, wow, that was really stupid. I don't agree with that. But I do agree with that. That information is good and useful. That's really shit. I'm not going to agree with that. Right? If someone says, here's a great recipe on how to bake this. Okay, like, that's tasty. I can eat that. And then they tell me, here's a good recipe for frying cockroaches. Yeah, I'm not going to eat that because that's not something I'm interested in. It's very simple. Is the information good and useful? Yes, then I will take it and I will put it to good use. If it isn't, fuck off. I'm extremely black and white.
I get it.
No, I'm not obsessed with the cult of fucking personality.
No,
it's purity testing.
I get it.
I don't think you do.
No, I do. I do think I get where you're coming from. That you think that the things she says that are positive are more positive towards society than the horrible things that she says.
As a person, I just care about the information.
Okay, that's fine. I don't agree.
She says a lot of dumb shit, like that tweet. And like, well, what the fuck did you say it for? That's really stupid. I don't agree with that. And if I don't agree with it, I can just like look and go, well, that's really stupid. Don't say shit like that.
Okay.
I don't get why is that difficult to understand. I'm assuming there's people who listen to me and say, Spoon, you say some dumb shit sometimes, but occasionally you say something base and we listen to you for the occasionally base thing you say. I'm not a Puritan.
Okay. All right, okay. It's fine. I just I had to say my piece, which I've said my piece on, and chat's not happy with me. However, I would.
I'm ruthlessly logic to the point of it upsets people. Apparently.
I'm very logical
upsets
here.
You mainly.
Well, no, I'm being extremely logical here. I've been fighting for men's rights for the last 7 goddamn years, and I'm not the person. And I shouldn't even talk about myself. Look at people like Karen Strawn, been fighting for women's rights, or excuse me, for men's rights for 15 years.
Can I just hate the stupid opinion?
And now and everything they've been doing for the last decade and a half, just getting flushed down the toilet by people like Pearl. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's great. I love to see men's rights being destroyed. I love to see men's rights being destroyed because this crazy lady decided to take over. Yeah, it's and by the way, I'm gonna tell you this, Spin. It will come out at some point that she's a CIA agent. Or not, she's not an agent, but she's being paid for by the FBI or CIA. Guarantee it, she's paid for by the government. Just saying. Call me a conspiracy theorist. I don't care. Oh yeah, 100%.
The government wants women to not vote?
The government 100% wants men and women to hate each other. Yes.
I don't know. I think it's a society where women don't vote. I think it's very bad for the state. So I think if
you don't think that the government wants people wants men and women to hate each other? And do you think that's true or not? Does the government not want men and women to hate each other?
I don't know. I think the idea of women submitting to their husbands might make women happier. So I don't see how that's relevant.
I agree, but that's not what's being espoused here.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. That's like your opinion, man.
It's like my opinion, man. It is. I think that
the chat is going to make us kill each other.
Okay. Aiden's saying she's a Fed. Yeah, I sure am. I think she's a Fed. Sorry guys. That's my that's the end of my opinion on Pearls. I think she's a Fed.
Everyone is a Fed. Fucking Christ, they
no, I really think she's being paid for by the federal government to do this stuff. Because
in the UK,
let me just ask you guys this fucking question: why is she being pushed to the forefront of absolutely everything? No one else is being.
Controversial and popular.
I don't think so. I think it's because she's a Fed. Okay. Government's doing it. I think it's a government psyop. That's my opinion. I'm allowed to have my opinion. I think she's a government psyop. Anywho, speaking of government psyop, Trump grand jury leaves for day with no indictment in sight. If you're not aware, there is a third indictment on Trump after the last one failed because it didn't do shit. She's MI6. She's still an American citizen. Just she lives in the UK. Like, by the way, don't like just stop being Americans. Well. Yeah, one of them didn't agree with you, but
oh, that's just because they suck.
Okay. Grand jurors who are hearing evidence about efforts from Donald Trump to overturn his 2020 election ended their proceedings apparently without handing down an indictment for the former president. Lawyers for Trump were told by prosecutors to expect an indictment against him, NBC News reported. So they're just going to indict him again on some other fucking... Is this not double fucking jeopardy?
Aiden, are you a Fed?
Huh?
Are you a Fed?
My what?
Are you a Fed?
Yes.
Okay. At least we had it here first, people.
Of course. I'm your local FBI agent. But
oh, my
hang on, dude. Are you reading this shit? How the fuck are they fucking indicting him again on the same thing they already indicted him on? This is the definition of double jeopardy.
You think any of
and
this
they're doing it again. No, of course it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nonsense. It's crazy town. But they're going to do it anyway because none of this, it's all theater. Oh, it's so infuriating. But here is something I found interesting about Donald Trump. Trump talks about potentially having RFK as his running mate in 2024. I would be fascinated by this.
Yeah,
now,
I'm not actually.
I think that the whole point of having a vice president should probably be to have someone who is sort of slightly oppositional to you to represent the other side or whatever. Trump and RFK running together, I think that would destroy the Dems.
I think it would also be fascinating because they would not want to get rid of Trump. Because, like, look who's next in line.
Of course.
That'll be the other reason. Yeah. I mean, that's good for them both.
I know. Let's watch this and then, then I have to hit the super chat. Sorry.
Yeah. Candidate, what do you think that does in this next election?
I don't know, but he's got great support in the party. Yeah. He's got in the Democrat Party. He's got 20%. I saw a poll today, 23% of the vote. That's a lot of votes. So I don't know. It's would he run as an independent? He'd get a lot of votes, I can tell you.
Yeah, that's a lot of people like you and him as a combination too. I don't think that can happen, but have you ever thought about that? Trump Kennedy looks good on a bumper sticker.
I read the same things that you do. There are a lot of people suggesting it. There's no question about that. No, I've known him over the years. He's a smart guy and well-intentioned. I really believe he's very well-intentioned.
If he runs, though, as a third-party candidate, what do you think that does in this next election?
I don't know, but he's got great support in the party.
Okay. Yeah.
What do you think? I wouldn't mind seeing him as a VP.
I think it actually might be pretty cool. I'd be interested in it.
I think it might piss off so many people.
Oh, I'd love it. I'd love how many people would make mad. Right?
I would really like it because it's really funny. Like, you constantly talk about unification, and then you have a Republican and a Democratic candidate, which is the best example. I don't think, have we ever seen a US election where we have cross-party?
You know, I don't know about that. I'd have to look into the history of it, but I would.
Hey, Sticks, where are you? I'll ask you this question.
Hey, where's Sticks? Sticks would probably know the answer, but that's fascinating.
That would be
I'm going to read a couple of super chats here because we have a whole bunch that I haven't read while we were talking about this Pearl thing. Slosh over 5 Canadian says, Cinnamon Spoon reminds me of the Grumpy Cat meme. I tried fun once. It was horrible. It's kind of true. Dear T is King for 5 says, Bardcore is great, and the fact that Spoon has the taste in music akin to Gark Beekler is apropos of his boomer-ific taste. I don't know who Gark Beekler is. Do you?
And also, my boomer music, isn't boomer like 60s?
You like 60s to 80s stuff, don't you?
I like 90s.
You like 90s stuff? Okay.
90s would be Gen X.
Mm-hmm. Lance for 5 says, if this guy believed what he was screaming about, he should just put the noose on the first step and off the scaffold. Oh, that was about that crazy
Mussolini
guy,
himself,
yeah. Trottle for 5 says, little late on this, but Gabe Wrench and the whole Moscow ID Christchurch crew are major thorns in the side of the regime. So good to see. Yeah, thank you. I agree. Good. Yeah, excellent. Slosher for 5 Canadian says, prior to the Industrial Revolution, 25 to 50% of babies didn't live to adulthood. The left never talks about this when talking about climate change.
But of course, because they want to kill kids, so...
Of course. They want to return to those numbers. Pump those numbers, dude.
Yes.
Dear Chief is King for 5 says, I'm English and German American, but we know where we're from, while African Americans are from Ivory and Gold Coast. Yeah. Common People for £2 says, Spoon. Uh-oh.
Aiden has told me that. Oh, for God, I hate you playing that fucking thing.
Gary Thomas for 10 says, we read that one.
Yeah.
Gary Thomas for another 2 says, I was lucky enough to come from a 2-parent home.
That's why
I think
Gary
we
is
read
saying.
that one as well. Hasselhopper for 2 says, if her work wasn't cancer, why is she bald?
That was the best
from
part. That
Jessica.
was the super chat of the night.
That was hilarious.
Great job.
Cole Summers for 2 says, I think your main problem is still 25 over 35. No, my main problem is the marriage thing. Is the cheating thing. That's the problem I have with Pearl. Bean Warrior for 5 says, don't be a blue waffle, give a thumbs up. Get the goo-wooed work done. Thank you.
That's gonna
Bean Warrior.
That's gonna be this fucking theme of this fucking podcast, isn't it? Is that fucking
It sure is. DRT is King for 2 says, makeup is cancer in general. It was a mistake. Yeah, probably, but
Who was
if you're gonna
for makeup in? Was it Cleopatra?
Women. DRT is King for 5 says, also, it's a whole lot more easier for women to cheat while it takes more effort for a man to cheat. That's true. So the cheating comment is more of a comment on the fact. I don't know about that, DRT, but thank you for the super chat. Carlos Moringa for 2 says, Aiden is underfed. Maybe. Probably, actually.
That's a good friggin' punchline.
I ate half of a cheeseburger today, for fuck's sake.
That just makes her point, Aiden.
I know. Gary Thomas for 5 says, you're wrong, Aiden. Pearl is actually Mossad. She's working to depopulate the earth so God's chosen can easily take over. Caden, of course. You think you're kidding, just you wait and find out. Anywho. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on. Oh, we have to get into the big thing. Turtle Mitch has stopped working.
Oh, this is great. I think you mean, I wish you meant that literally.
And a string of
He just failed. He had a stroke or something, dude. Like, he must have had a stroke or something. What the fuck happened here? I think it's disgusting that we allow these people to be in charge of our nations.
Are you sure the teleprompter didn't get fucked up?
He just stopped working. Like a fucking NPC. But clearly they know something's wrong with him.
That was really weird.
Well, Mitch says he's fine, guys. He's fine. After freezing, he says, the Kentucky Republican says he's fine. He felt lightheaded and stepped away for a moment. Came back to handle a Q&A, which, as everyone observed, was sharp. He'd said, as he left the Capitol, the Senate Republican leader told reporters he was fine and said he had spoken with President Joe Biden. That's not going to help you. So the president called to check on me, told him I got sandbagged. You didn't. You had a stroke on camera, Mitch.
Wait, so let me get this straight. Joe Biden called you to ask if you're okay. Like, god damn. And you actually say that. That makes you look like a fucking retard, Mitch.
I know.
You fucking dumbass.
Well, Joe Biden's...
I'm the Republican opposition, and the president called me to ask if I'm okay. Dude, if there's one person that you don't want to call and ask if you're okay, it's the fucking dude in
Joe
charge right
Biden.
now. Like, Jesus Christ. That is such a... Like, from a political perspective, my God, why the fuck would you say that?
Yeah, ice cream, yum. You read it here first. Joe Biden will step down from office after sudden medical emergency before weak and feckless Republicans muster up the nerve to impeach him.
This
so,
is hold on a second, just before you get into this.
Yeah.
This is
short.
speculation. It's not fact, by the way. Just
it's reasonable speculation, though.
I happen to agree with it.
I agree as well.
I don't know about you. Oh, there we go.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, House Oversight Committee released a 14-year timeline of the Biden crime family's influence on peddling and selling America out to foreign regimes. We're going to get into that.
Yeah.
Including Communist China. The Oversight Committee is likely just scratching the surface of the criminal activities by Joe Biden, his son Hunter, and the extended Biden family. There's plenty of proof. On Wednesday, IRS whistleblower Joseph Ziegler confirmed in sworn testimony to Congress that the Biden family received approximately $17 million in bribes from China, Romania, and other countries in exchange for political families. On Thursday, Chuck Grassley...
He didn't buy people. Fucking... Well, as far as
what did I say? Political families. Political favors, my bad.
Yeah.
Chuck Grassley...
He probably did, actually.
He might. Well, who knows? Chuck Grassley released an FBI document showing Joe Biden was involved in a $10 million bribery scheme with Burisma CEO Mikhail Zlochevsky. The FD 1023 form alleged that then Vice President Joe Biden forced Zlochevsky, a Ukrainian oligarch, to pay himself and his son Hunter a total of $10 million in exchange for political favor. On Friday, Rudy Giuliani told the War Room audience the evidence collected against the Biden crime family is the strongest case I've ever seen. It's not going to go through, though, because they're a crime family, obviously, and greater than the evidence his team had in New York in the 1980s to take down the mafia's 5 families. It doesn't matter. They're that kind of crime family. So Democrats are moving to jail President Trump on illegitimate charges in garbage court cases. Where the Republicans, they're nowhere. Thank you, Jim Hoft, but they're nowhere. They're not going to do shit. Here's a nice little quote from Biden. He's going to tell you what a great guy he is and how much great work he's done. Who did?
Like why?
Oh, what's Trump say?
Well, he just...
Is it relevant?
What is the schedule? Oh, this is scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay. Here's Biden saying he cured cancer.
Cure cancer. They looked at me like, why cancer? Because no one thinks we can. That's why, and we can. We ended cancer as we know it. Cure.
Joe Biden says we have ended cancer as we know it.
You sure he didn't mean the star sign?
Who has any goddamn idea what this crazy old man means?
I mean, that
Navajo Nation. I know, right? Navajo Nation leader says Biden AOC energy policies will cripple their tribe's economy. Hilarious. Fuck, dude. Get rid of this thingy.
What?
Stop. Okay, not you. Thing on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Members of the Navajo Nation in the southwestern United States say the federal government is leaving their people behind with its energy policies, crippling their economy and leaving their people in poverty. Republicans on the House Committee on National Resources are attempting to overturn such Biden administration policies, including the Interior Department's land withdrawal and ban on oil and gas leasing outside of Chaco Canyon in New Mexico, where members of the Navajo tribe reside. The department issued a public land order in June imposing a 10-mile buffer zone around Chaco Cultural National History Park for the next 20 years. The preservation of an oil and natural gas leasing within the zone would cause the Navajo mineral owners to lose an estimated $1.94.3 million in revenue over the next 20 years. More than 5,000 Navajo mineral owners rely on income from energy development. I say development. The individuals are called Navajo allottees, as the minerals they own were allotted to their ancestors many years ago. So get fucked, natives. The Biden administration. Now here's where things get really crazy. Now, I've watched a couple of videos on this, but I'm just going to have to read it. Is that we talked a little bit about this in the previous article. Biden took bribes. We knew this. We all knew this, but now it's getting a little bit
spicy,
extreme, right? Yeah. The evidence is getting... I don't know. What are you going to do? And no offense, but Sitch, what are you going to say? I'm wondering. Like, Sitch, what's your answer to this?
Democracy.
For the better part of a year, I've been pushing the Justice Department and FBI to provide details on its handling of very significant allegations from a trusted FBI informant implicating and I like Sitch, but he's been defending Biden, so and particularly on the Ukraine thing, so you're gonna have to defend this, implicating the then vice president in a criminal bribery scheme. While the FBI sought to obfuscate and redact, the American people can now read this document for themselves without the filter of politicians or bureaucrats, thanks to the brave and heroic whistleblowers. What did the Justice Department and FBI do with the detailed information in the document, and why have they tried to conceal it from Congress and the American people for so long? Oh, because it's damning. The Justice Department and FBI have failed to come clean, but Chairman Comer and I intend to find out. The FBI's Biden bribery record tracks closely with the evidence uncovered by the Oversight Committee's Biden family influence peddling investigation. In the FBI's record, the Burisma executive claims that he didn't pay the big guy directly, but he used several bank accounts to conceal the money. That sounds an awful lot like how Bidens conduct business, using multiple bank accounts to hide the source and the total amount of money, the House Committee on Oversight Accountability Chairman James Comer said. At our hearing with IRS whistleblowers, they testified that they had never seen or heard of this record during the Biden criminal investigation. They lied. They lied and they covered it up. Of course they did. Despite having potentially corroborating evidence. Given the misconduct and politicization of the Department of Justice, the American people must be able to read this record themselves. I thank Senator Grassley for providing much-needed transparency to the American people. We must hold the Department of Justice accountable for seeking to bury this record to protect the Bidens, and they did. They buried they buried everything. The U.S. Department of Justice worked hand in goddamn hand with the Biden fucking crime family. I think we can all call them that now, definitively, to hide their crimes to pay for bribes that they received from Ukraine, right? It's insane, Spoon. It drives me up the goddamn wall.
I'm going to say
how?
Something sort of controversial. I don't give a fuck about the
transparency. Please do. Please do.
I don't care about the transparency.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
For a very simple reason. I hate this Americana language crap of like, ooh, the American people this, the American people that. Can the American people hold any of these people accountable? No.
No, obviously not.
Yes, exactly. So I don't give a flying fuck about the transparency of any of this shit. When all this shit boils down to is, what the fuck are any of you people in the State Department going to do? Can you hold any of these people accountable? Is anyone going to get arrested? Until you actually put somebody in handcuffs and throw them in fucking jail, I don't care what the hell the American people know, think, care, or do, because they can't fucking do anything. So until you people in the government itself that is supposed to hold these people accountable, I do not give a shit about any of this news. I'm sorry.
I get where you're coming from, honestly.
Yeah.
Also, Ardent Party for Two Canadians says, Aiden dismisses Pearl for bad takes, but not Peterson. I actually do. I know you're behind Ardent, but I do bring up Peterson later. I talk about how he's also had bad takes. So, this shit's just, it never ends. It is the Biden crime family. There's no other way to describe it. Hunter Biden's art patron visited the White House over a dozen times.
Of course it did.
His art, which is nothing. Her name is Elizabeth Hirsch Naftali.
Some of it is apparently not bad if Styx says anything away.
Who?
Styx said this. Some of his work isn't actually bad.
It really
not as much as what is sold, obviously, but he said like some of it is actually kind of cool looking.
What I've seen is really bad, but I've only seen probably the worst stuff because
Yeah.
Hang on, let's see. Hunter Biden art. Hunter Biden art. I'm not sure if I should Google this. I feel like I'm going to find art about him. Oh. This?
No.
How do you feel about this, Spoon? Or these?
I don't mind the color, if I'm being honest.
I hate it. I don't think it's very good.
I
don't hate it. It's okay. I don't think it's very good, though. It's certainly not worth the millions.
You scroll down?
I don't think... Okay.
That blue one?
The blue... This one?
No, the one next to him with the woman. Underneath? One down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's because it's a picture. That'd be why.
You like this one?
I don't mind that. I like the trees.
Is it worth millions of dollars?
No, I didn't say what it was worth. I just said I like the colors.
I know, I'm just saying, this is... Okay. This stuff reminds me of what I did in high school.
That looks like someone who did that shit on shrooms.
This is high school. Like,
That's some shroom shit.
This is stuff I did in high... This is, like, worse than the stuff I did in high school.
Oh, you know what that
man.
reminds me of? That reminds me of that crazy Isle Shiogorath in Oblivion.
Like, it's not... I'm sorry. In my opinion...
I don't know what
this
Six
is not
was looking at.
good. I don't know either, but nothing I'm seeing here looks... It looks juvenile to me. In my opinion.
I'm curious what Six was looking at.
I am too, because this? I don't like this one either. I don't know. It seems very juvenile to me, and it seems like in my opinion, it's a grift. Which is a way to launder money.
Juvenile describes his sexual habits.
Well, yeah, but I think his art is a way of laundering money. As we can see, is
shit, Aiden.
Thank you. That his art is a money laundering operation. Thank you for recognizing it, though. Hunter Biden judge trying to protect him from Donald Trump, says attorney. I'm going to give my opinion on this. The judge presiding over Hunter Biden's case in Delaware, quote, seemed to acknowledge that the president's son could be the target of a politically motivated prosecution if Trump returns to office, and thus wants additional legal protection, according to a former attorney. I'm going to give you my... I'm not going to read through all of this, because here's the thing. People are blaming the judge, and I do think that the judge might have some responsibility. However, that is a real fear, okay? What we're also going to find out, though, is that Hunter Biden's legal team has lied to this same judge at every single goddamn turn. So the judge is... I don't envy this judge's position. He's trying to figure out what the hell is right. He's trying to figure out what the truth is, right? I mean, he's trying to figure out what is truth and what is falsity. And he is probably concerned that Trump would go after Hunter Biden, as he should, by the way.
Yes.
But as a judge, he's trying to be neutral. But at the same time, he has to deal with this shit that Hunter Biden's news team lied to him. Judge says member of Hunter Biden's legal team misrepresented her identity on eve of plea deal hearing. We're talking about this sweetheart plea deal that Hunter Biden got, where he just got off with
looks more
nothing.
More like his father, doesn't he?
He does, I know, every day. Where he got off with it, not even a slap on the wrist, literally no responsibility for taking a gun that he owned, that he had purchased illegally because he was a drug felon, and hiding it in a dumpster behind a school. Oh my God. So the plea deal on beyond crazy. Judge who will review Hunter Biden's plea deal on Wednesday accused a member of Biden's legal team of misrepresenting herself in a phone call to the court, a bizarre episode that prompted the judge to threaten sanctions, even as Biden's lawyers insisted it was all just a misunderstanding. Of course it was a misunderstanding. In a brief order Tuesday afternoon, U.S. District Court Judge Marilyn Norica wrote that an employee at Latham & Watkins, a law firm representing the president's son, had called the court's clerk and falsely claimed to work for a Republican lawyer in the hopes of persuading the clerk to remove documents that apparently contained Biden's personal tax information. These people are so fucking evil. I'm sorry, shouldn't that just be grounds to just throw this shit out immediately? That the Democrats are actively trying to intervene in this court case.
Of course not.
Latham, of course not, though. It's in New York. Latham denied any misconduct, saying the firm's employee identified herself as a Latham staffer and called from a law firm's phone that typically displays Latham as the caller's ID. So they throw the employee under the bus. By the way, you know that they paid that employee to do that. Just guess. Told her to do that. But now she got caught, so it's a problem. God, these people are so evil. It drives me nuts. The documents in question had been submitted earlier in the day as part of an amicus brief. So an amicus brief, by the way, is It's a plea to the court. It's a plea for the court to forgive them, essentially. A plea for the court to please don't punish me. That's what an amicus brief is. An amicus also written by I can't remember what it's called. Written by lawyers to plea on behalf of the person who's being judged. By House Ways and Means of Committee Chairman Jason Smith. Smith complains in the brief that Biden's plea deal on the gun and tax urgency is too lenient. Oh, so in this case, it's an amicus brief from other lawyers who are saying that it's too lenient. Okay, so this is an amicus brief in the oppositional case. An amicus brief is that, to be more precise, any lawyer can file an amicus brief, which any lawyer can just say, hey, here's my opinion, and plead towards the judge to make a decision. I thought this was an amicus brief in favor of Biden, but this was an amicus brief against him, saying, don't give him a slap on the wrist for this, because he was given a slap on the wrist. And he alleges that federal prosecutors' investigation of Biden was tainted by political interference. Oh, you don't say. Spoon, do you think that any of this is tainted by political interference?
Nothing. None whatsoever. It's completely legit. 100% clean.
Yeah.
Nothing is wrong with this at all.
Lechinoin, correct. Amicus is Latin for friend. So an amicus curiae is, for example, a friend of the court, right? Under the plea deal, Hunter Biden has agreed to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax charges and enter a pretrial diversion program in order to avoid being prosecuted for the felony gun charge. A slap on the wrist. Noriega, a Trump appointee, is scheduled to review the deal with a hearing in Wilmington, Delaware on Wednesday morning. On the eve of that hearing, a dispute arose over Smith's amicus filing, which was signed and submitted to the court by Theodore Litter. Shortly after Catilla, the person who filed the brief, the clerk's office informed the judge that a Latham employee, Jessica Bangles, of course it was a woman, had called the clerk and falsely claimed to work with Catilla. During the call, Bangles asked that Smith's filing be removed from the public docket due to sensitive information in it, the judge wrote in her order. It appears that the caller misrepresented her identity and who she worked for in an attempt to improperly convince the clerk's office to remove the amicus material from the docket, Noriega wrote, before ordering Biden's legal team to explain why Noriega could not issue formal sanctions for misrepresentations to the court. Bangles, who's listed on Latham's website as the firm's director of litigation services and litigation service counsel, did not respond to email and phone calls seeking comment. I wonder why. The matter under consideration appears to stem from an unfortunate and unintentional miscommunication between a member of our staff at our firm and employees at this court. Really? Was it a miscommunication, or did you call the fucking court to tell them to drop the fucking amicus brief?
Probably that.
Holy shit. People are so fucking goddamn corrupt, it drives me insane. And they just get away with it. Hi, Spoon. What's up?
Sorry, I just want you to calm down for a moment.
You know what? I need to calm down. You know how I'm going to calm down? I'm going to take a fat bong rip, because I sure wish I could. Like Hunter Biden's lawyer.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, if you had to represent this motherfucker, wouldn't you want to get high?
Oh, I'd take a fat bomb ring. Yeah, you don't want to be.
Yeah, I can't really fault the lawyer for that, if I'm being brutally honest.
Here's some crazy shit, though. Some of the levels of utter collusion between the Biden crime family, fantasy, I almost said, and the courts. Paragraph 15 of the diversion agreement states, listen to this. This is what's, guys, please, listen. Take note of this shit. The judge almost went through with okaying this, by the way. Listen to this. The United States agrees to not criminally prosecute Biden outside of the terms of this agreement for any federal crimes encompassed by the attached statement of facts attached A to the any. By the way this document could be interpreted, you could have interpreted this document. Not just Hunter Biden, but Joe Biden could never be criminally prosecuted. You see why the judge threw this out.
Yeah, because it's insane.
But originally, this was what was sent through, and they were just seeing it as like, yeah, okay. They're just okay in it. They're just checking it off.
Do you think that was kind of like the point? That, the way that if you negotiate,
yes,
you go.
Oh, I know what this is about.
The thing that you can never get, but you see like how far you can push it. I get the impression it was basically that kind of...
no, I think they were just hoping the judge didn't read it.
Yeah, basically the same thing. It's like, how much can you get away with?
Yeah.
Fucking Christ, that's insane. Basically, can I get away with anything?
They say Biden, they don't say Hunter Biden, they say Biden.
Yeah.
So I think the point was to make it so that a federal court the United States would agree to never prosecute any Biden for any reason for federal crimes. I think that actually was their intention. And they just thought maybe they could get away with this. And then when they got in trouble, just to cite back to this legal document and say, well, judge agreed, we can't be prosecuted.
Protection against prosecution of any future conduct by Biden or by any of his businessmen. Yes. And just so we're clear, I think you already answered this, sir, but you are relying on the promise in connection with your agreement to accept the memorandum of plea agreement and plead guilty. Yes, Your Honor.
Crazy. The agreement not to prosecute is in this case, in the gun case, but also includes crimes related to the tax case. We couldn't find anything that had anything similar to that. The court asks, have you ever seen a diversion agreement where the agreement to not to prosecute is so broad that it encompasses crimes in a different case?
Yeah, that's insane.
No.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And I would say, Your Honor, I don't think it is in the broad sense that we're going to talk about that. Now, is an agreement to not bring charges or an agreement to drop charges typically something that is included in a memorandum of a plea agreement? No, by the way, is the answer.
Is that Keebler asks, if this went through and I changed my last name to Biden, does that mean I'm immune from prosecution? That's a good fucking question, actually.
That is a good question. It was just Biden cannot be prosecuted for any not future crimes, but past crimes, right? So if you did anything wrong in the past, change your name to Biden. And if that were included in the memorandum of the plea agreement, would that make this plea agreement one pursuant to a rule I don't understand? But that would change the analysis to what I needed to do in evaluating whether to accept this plea or not. If it were that, my role would be to accept or reject the plea, right? Because of separation of powers, if the court were to reject the law on its review, charges should be different. Well, if that, what if I were to reject the law plea on the grounds that it includes an agreement not to prosecute? I don't really understand the scope of, and then the lawyer cuts off the judge and says, so, I mean, I forget all the investigation. What charges were brought? I think that the party should have made clear. Whatever, goes back and forth. The court goes on to say, the judge that is, but if I were to reject the plea, just tell me what happens. The lawyer then says, so then we have 2 charges against the defendant, which is Hunter Biden, and they're misdemeanors. They're not including the, of course, criminal charge for the disposing of the gun. So he doesn't need to be indicted, and we go forward. It's this whole shit every fucking time. The court, is there an ongoing investigation here? Mr. Wise, there is. The court may ask, then, if there is, why are we doing this piecemeal? Your Honor, may I ask? Your Honor may ask, but I'm not in a position to say. What a slimy lawyer answer. The court responds, okay. I think what I'm concerned about...
But I'm not in a position to say it's basically a smart way of saying fuck you.
Yeah. What I'm concerned about here is that you seem to be asking for the inclusion of the court in this agreement. You're telling me that I don't have any role in it. And you're leaving provisions of the plea agreement out and putting them into an agreement that you are not asking me to sign off on. So I need you to help me understand why this isn't in the written plea agreement. So in other words, the judge is being asked to sign off on some crazy fucking shit. It's not actually in the agreement. It's being included as a proviso in the plea agreement.
Like more
in
like
other words,
dance with the judge.
Yes, they're trying to fuck with the judge. It's something I want people to understand. A lot of people are really mad at the judge in this case. The judge who gave him the slap on the wrist. I honestly think the judge was being pulled around by the neck.
Oh, absolutely. That much is clear.
So I don't think the judge understood what was happening in this case because she was being lied to.
She seems
the one who gave Hunter Biden the sweetheart plea deal. And now it turns out that Hunter Biden's legal team is fuming. They're crying and seething and shitting and pissing. Probably coming too, maybe.
Undoubtedly.
Hours after the hearing, Biden's team was still fuming, suggesting that Noriega seemed intent on not letting the plea agreement go forward after deliberately questioning lawyers on both sides about the terms of the deal. Yeah, because you lied to her. Because you lied to her. You lied to her, you idiots. You put a bunch of fake bullshit out there and lied to her. The judge's questioning did reveal a disagreement over whether the agreement on the tax charges, it doesn't matter. We get the idea, right? Biden's legal team is seething because they lied to the judge. They lied to the judge. They put up fake fucking documents. They screwed around, and they just thought they could get away with it because they're related to the Bidens. Here's a good way to just put it.
Has been, I think that Joe Biden
James Comer
has been selling access to our enemies for decades. I think that...
So long before Hunter was involved.
So let me stop you on that. You said he's been selling access to our enemies for decades. That on the face of it, is an extraordinary statement. What's your basis for that?
Basis is, if you study Joe Biden like I have, he's always been cash strapped. He's never had a successful...
Wait. Sorry, that kind of cut out. Can you hear that again? Hang on.
He's never had a successful... Study Joe Biden like I have. He's always been cash strapped.
Cash strapped. It just cuts out. Sorry. He's always been cash strapped is what Comer was trying to say.
He's never had a successful career in investing or anything like that. Then you look at the assets he's accumulated on a Senate salary.
Yeah, interesting.
It's pretty impressive. And you look at the upkeep to those assets. I believe
it is
that
a curious question.
If we,
so you're saying
why are the Bidens so rich when they are a political family? Has never had any job outside of being. Oh, thank you. It's selling influence. Jill Biden's ex-husband alleges very dangerous Biden crime family has come after me for 35 years in a row.
I can 100% believe that.
I think it's actually where's the video where he talks about it? Yeah, here we go.
And we're back with Delaware businessman Bill Stevenson, who, yes, as we mentioned in the previous block, was married to the current First Lady Jill Biden
play a little bit of this.
Back in the 1970s. Now, they got divorced, and you know what led up to the divorce, but it was actually somewhat amicable. But then things got very hot for Bill Stevenson pub in Wilmington. He got in trouble in 1982. But when people see this, let's go through some court papers here. On April 21st, 1982, defendants were arraigned in this court for failing to make payments to the account for the first quarter of 1982.
You know what? Normally I would read it, but we don't have so much time. So Stevenson sees, okay,
what else do you want to
Jill Biden's ex-husband, I have some things. Give me a little bit of time. Delaware-based businessman Bill Stevenson.
It's you. No, let them talk.
I know, but just give me, please. Onegaishimasu. Because we had to spend time on that parole thing that I hated. I
didn't make you
speaking
do
of
that.
news,
You
Mike's.
did.
I know. I know I did. Women, Spoon. I made a mistake. Per documents, I knew going into that parole thing that was going to be a huge waste of time. Anywho, they got divorced in 1975. Stevenson sees the Biden crime families doing the same thing, or at least trying to do the same thing, to former President Donald Trump as they did to him during the divorce, and he's not standing for it, trying to steal money from him. I couldn't stand it anymore, Stevenson said. I needed somebody to just listen to me, to tell them what happened to me because I got on the wrong side of the Biden family. After spoiling Jill for 5 years, I was on the wrong side of them. They have literally come after me for 35 years in a row. One little thing after another. Stevenson provided some examples of what he claimed was the Biden family targeting him, including a peculiar $8,000 car charge on a vehicle owned by a business he sold. The First Lady's former husband reiterated that the Bidens, including Jill, the incumbent president, and Joe Biden's brothers, Francis and James, were very dangerous, and that his harassment represented just the tip of the iceberg, what the current First family is capable of. It's been tragic. They are. It's been tragic, Stevenson continued. I can't let them do this to a president that I love and respect, Trump, and I can't let them do this to our country. That's why I've come forward. This is the only reason I've come forward. It's like I said, it's something about the divorce, no business. I don't trust that, by the way. Just like to say it.
It sounds very mafia-like.
People get very, well, no, what I'm saying is that, like, divorce is messy as shit, okay? So I don't trust that.
No, I mean,
but
I do.
I would like to trust it. don't, because I don't trust anybody.
It's been 35. It's been 35 years.
Yeah, but if she's been harassing him for 35 years, I don't know. Another damning claim by Stevenson. He said that Francis Biden apparently threatened him with the immediate aftermath of the divorce. Frankie Biden of the Biden crime family comes up and goes, "Give Jill the house, or you're going to have serious problems." I looked at Frankie and said, "Please, are you threatening me?" And needless to say, about 2 months later, I didn't mean to say this one. And needless to say, about 2 months later, my brother and I were indicted for that tax charge for $8,200. You know, who the fuck gets charged over $8,200? It's not even. It's. I think it's above felony. $5,000 is felony. Still, you know, on the surface, it's crazy. Kelly remarked. Stevenson also blamed the Bidens for their purportedly shady methods for his fractured relationship with his brother. I do think he's over blaming them, but I also don't doubt any of this. By the way, yeah, I wouldn't put any of it past the Biden crime family.
The Bidens are a piece of shit.
They sure are. Now, this is really long. I'm not going to go through all of this, but it looks like Facebook censored Americans because of the Biden White House. We see more Twitter documents. Again, we're facing continued pressure from external stakeholders, including the White House and the press. Remove COVID-19 information. Vaccine discouraging content. Remove that. You must do it. These were sent to Facebook.
Do you know what I found ridiculous about
Got
this?
on. Huh?
What did Joe Biden say about taking the pokey poke?
Oh, don't take it because
Trump was in charge.
Trump. It's Trump's vaccine. Don't take it because Trump made it.
Complete transparency. What did Kamala Harris say? Oh, it was like, if it's I'm going to take it, but if Trump tells me I'm going to take it, then these fuckers get in power, and what do? Censor people who question it. You fucking questioned it before you were even in power, you lying snake-headed sacks of shit.
Just going off an hour-long call with Andy Slavitt, there are some pretty serious and sensitive see last point issues we need to address. A summary.
Way, don't you love how everything here is there's nothing censored?
Oh no! As an AG, he was outraged. Not too strong a word to describe his reaction. We did not remove his post, which was the third most highly ranked post in the data set we sent to him. This is referring to Nick Clegg, Facebook's president for global affairs, informed his team at Facebook that Andy Slavitt, I think so, a senior advisor to President Biden,
Nick Clegg's fucking English, isn't he?
Was outraged that Facebook did not remove a particular post. And what was it that they wanted removed? This. A meme.
Did you love to want to take the vaccine? You may be entitled. It's a good fucking meme too.
This is what they were screaming about in private DMs to have removed.
That's literally what I look like when I record, by the way.
I know, you do. Well, your face is a little thinner, but yeah. I mean in a bad way. Yeah. I encountered that removing content like this would represent a significant incursion into traditional boundaries of free expression in the U.S. Oh, so you don't want to... Only in the U.S. You do it everywhere else, wouldn't you? But he replied that the post was directly comparing COVID vaccines to asbestos poisoning in a way which demonstrably inhibits confidence in COVID vaccines amongst those the Biden admin is trying to reach. All of this, all of the fucking guys, all of the goddamn censorship was done. The modern censorship was done directly, and even before Biden came into power, by the pre-in-power Biden regime. Andy's challenge feels very much like a crossroads for us within the White House in these early days. Given what's at stake here, it'd be a good idea if we could regroup to take stock of where we are in our relations with the White House and our internal methods too. These are internal talks at Facebook. It's absolutely insane. I mean, we've known this. We've seen this time and time again. They were doing this shit. It wasn't just the White House. Facebook also changed its policies in direct response to pressure from Biden's Surgeon General, censoring members of the Disinformation Dozen. During that discussion, we agreed to further explore our discrete policy options for reducing the prevalence of COVID-19 misinformation on our policies, which, remember what COVID-19 misinformation was at the time. And I'm allowed to say this on YouTube now, things have changed. Anything that disagreed with the goddamn state.
Yeah. Now imagine that.
So there you go, guys. But that's definitive more proof. More proof. It's not the first proof that the Biden admin, before he was even in power, why did my voice go like that? Before he was even in power, because he was always in power, right? Because it's not really Biden. Biden's not in power of his own regime.
Mm-hmm.
The Biden regime was controlling all of this shit while Trump was in office. The entire goddamn time. Now, I want to play a little bit of this, because this is funny as fuck.
Extremists here in Florida pass a law, don't say gay, trying to instill fear in our teachers that they should.
Why in the hell, Aiden, is this crazy bitch talking like a preacher?
Because she has to envelop and
try to be
inculcate
a gay
the
female
soul
version
of
of
Martin Luther King Jr. Oh, my little children. Shut up,
woman
you
has no
Indian
fucking idea.
bitch. Like,
She
you're
has
not
no idea how
black.
to behave like a human being.
No, you're right. She has no idea how to behave like a human goddamn being.
There's a reason why I made a joke about her like months
Whoa,
ago.
little
She
children.
was
Okay.
she's basically an android that broke.
Mhm.
And the reason why she talks like this is because this is the best that the machine can do. Because
This is her best amalgamation
Yes.
of humanity.
Yeah, basically because the same
She's
person
Chat
that,
GPT.
the same person that programmed Hillary Clinton also programmed her.
Programmed Kamala Harris.
They have
Yes.
the exact same mannerisms.
They really do.
Exactly the same.
Hundo.
I
Hundo.
would bet my life whoever trained them in like personal relations they're
Must
the same
be.
person. 100%.
Oh, I think you're 100% right on that spin.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You can see it.
You're completely right. Whoever trained Hillary Clinton trained Kamala Harris.
Same cackling kind of mechanism, but hers is like exactly.
Yeah. It's terrible, isn't it? It's like, but whoever both of you hired, you should fire because they're terrible.
You look insane. Yeah.
Yeah, you look insane and you sound insane.
Not live their full life and love who they love.
What the fuck does that mean?
Gay.
I love that.
And now, on top of all of that, they want to replace history with lies.
Oh, what? Right. This is the part that's important. Listen to this shit.
Middle school students in Florida to be told that enslaved people benefited from slavery.
Well, Spoon, let's talk about this for a minute. So I know there's no way we don't get around talking about it.
Okay.
First of all, no one is being taught that in middle school Florida. That is a demonstrable lie, so she just lied. She just lied.
Okay.
Outright lied.
I mean,
Do you think enslaved people...
There's a truth to that.
Did enslaved people benefit?
I don't know about benefit,
From coming...
But did you learn? But did you learn a skill? Like, yeah, that part is true. It's against your will, but yeah, you definitely learn some things you're being a slave.
Well, I'd actually go a little bit... I'll go a step further.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Is life better in sub-Saharan tribal Africa or as a slave in colonial America?
Oh. Oh God.
I mean, in terms of like your access to food to be able to live.
Oh, being a slave in colonial America is definitely better than that.
Right. Like your capacity to live in colonial America, just to live, is better. Your life prospects of living would have been better than in sub-Saharan tribal Africa, full of wars and famine and poverty. I mean, like, you're in poverty no matter what. I'm not saying, obviously, that being a slave is good.
But you're saying it is objectively better than where you came from.
I'm saying your quality of life, and it is horrific.
Yes.
It is horrific to say. No, your opportunities. You didn't have any you didn't have any opportunities in Africa either.
Yeah. You at least have the opportunity to potentially advance in the future, which you don't in Africa. That's just fucking true.
Your quality of, I don't think you have any opportunities either way. If you're a slave in Africa in the 1700s or in the 1800s or in America, you don't have any opportunities. However, your quality of life was probably better in America. Now you have to go through the horrible, incomprehensible horror of the transatlantic slave trade, and I'm not justifying that in any way, but talking about your quality of life once you get here. If a slave if a slave master beat his slave, he himself could have been punished. And also, a slave master would not have been encouraged to beat a slave, because why would you destroy your property? Some of them did. Some of them did. I'm not fucking around. Like, let's be clear. They did.
Fucked up joke.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not defending slavery, by the way. I'm just saying, like, this is...
Well, the thing is...
It's a weird thing to say.
If you're enslaved in America, at least you don't have to worry about being captured as a slave in Africa.
Yeah. And generally speaking, slave masters were supposed to take care of their slaves.
Yeah, because you don't want to kill your labor.
So, I'm not saying it's good, obviously. It's horrendous. It's horrific. But to say that, like, that life in America as a slave is somehow worse than being a slave in Africa, I find to be difficult to clock historically. Because if you've been captured by a tribe who's selling you into slavery, you're a slave no matter what. But I think probably if... Okay, alright, put me in that position. I've just been captured. I'm a woman. First of all, I'm going to be raped, okay? A whole bunch, probably. But what's my choice of where to live as a African woman, and I've just been enslaved and captured by a different tribe? Where would I rather be? In America or in Africa?
Or
I think I might rather be in America.
Okay, here make it easier. You're enslaved. Mm-hmm. Europeans or Arabs?
Oh, Europeans every day.
Exactly.
The Arabs are going to cut my genitals off. Exactly. Holy shit. As a woman or as a man, by the way.
Yeah.
So, 100%. I want, I'm going to be enslaved. Who would rather enslave me? The Europeans every day. They're not going to cut my genitals off. Holy shit. First of all, slavery is one of the most, if not the most evil practice that's ever existed.
By the way, this is
the history
this is the most based and
humankind.
edgy I think I've ever heard you.
Is it?
Like this is
is it not true though?
Yeah, it's true, but I'm still saying that this is a question that even I wouldn't ponder. So that's like, okay, wow, Aiden can go harder, more based than I am. Okay, it's impressive.
If I have to pursue this line of thought, I would rather.
I know, but it's like, of all the shit that you said about Pearl, like, you're making up for it by asking me this fucking question. It's like, damn. Okay,
we just disagree on that thing. Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't know, for whatever reason, we disagree on that thing, but it's fine.
No, but like this is an interesting question. If you're going purely from the perspective of gun to your head,
who would
you're gonna face some
you're gonna get
hard
enslaved.
Times. What is the hard time you would choose? Yeah, obviously.
Yes.
You would go to Europe. Then, well, not Europe, to the Americas, rather than
to Americas.
The east of Africa. To the Arabs.
And again, I don't want to experience the 3-month-long horrifying. Jesus Christ! Have you seen the way they stack them?
Yeah.
Body for
like
body,
logs,
it's sickening. But I think that horrifying 3-month-long temporary period, which is incomprehensibly horrifying, versus the way that slaves were treated in Africa versus the way they were treated in the colonies, is if I had to make that despicable choice, and I really am trying to put myself in that position, because it's like, oh my God. And I was allowed to make the choice, obviously, because slaves didn't get to make the choice.
Yeah, true.
I think I'd rather go to the Americas than be enslaved by the Africans, because the shit they did to their slaves, holy God. Like,
it's fucked up, yes.
Why does nobody talk about that? The shit that the Africans did to their own slaves was... You think it was bad what happened in the United States. And again, all slavery is one of the most, if not the most reprehensible thing, is the absolute inexorable violation of liberty, which to me is... I'm a libertarian at the end of the day.
But it's
the greatest assault.
With every civilization, if you're going to make the claim that all humans are exactly the same and they all treat their slaves equally, like, no, that is not true.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, you can just look at this. Every group of people treated the people that they captured and enslaved differently. There's not a universal way to treat your slaves.
No.
Same with that, like, any company is fucking different. That's just the way humans are wired.
And again, the whole idea that only white people did this, come the fuck on. But anywho, let's listen to Kamala.
Well, isn't it funny that we also did this and we were more humane than anybody else? Like, I shouldn't really tell you something.
Spoon, who outlawed slavery? Let's just have a daily reminder. It was the English.
Yes, and you know who weren't fans of that?
the Southern whites,
the Arabs,
but also the Arabs and the blacks in Africa really hated that shit.
You know what the
That's
Arabs?
how they
You know
made
what
their
the
money.
Arabs? The Arabs told the British ambassador when he went to Zanzibar.
Oh no, do you have an exact quote here or something?
Yes, he
Let's
said,
go.
"We are not like the Europeans, always reading and writing."
What a goddamn line. Anywho.
And you know what I got that
Fuck,
from?
dude.
That's from Thomas Sowell's book.
Oh, I was gonna say that sounded familiar. Yeah. Okay.
Which is really quite saying something, that the Arabs consider that the Europeans are the ones reading and writing. And then you wonder why the people who come from these countries do not read and write and fuck shit up.
But we write in Arabic script, by the way. Like our writing was preserved by Arabs. You know that, right?
Okay.
The Greek script for English was preserved by Arabs, but still they didn't. That's fascinating to me. That's so telling in terms of the whole world, right?
High schoolers may be taught that victims of violence, of massacres, were also perpetrators.
They were.
They were.
But they were. But they were. They were.
Are
they
you telling
were.
me that
Kamala.
no group of people have ever like fought for anything? Like, come on, this is just stupid.
This is this victimhood fucking mentality. We can only be victims. We can never be mutual victim offenders. No, we're
Like
just
Kamala
perpetual
Harris,
victims.
Who kills black people?
Black people.
Exactly.
Perpetual victimhood, or perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. Here it is. Here's Pivo on display, folks.
I said it yesterday. They insult us in an attempt to gaslight us, and we will not have it.
The truth is not gaslighting you. Stop it. The truth is not a gaslight, idiot. Oh, stop
and we
lying.
will not have it.
Oh, go ahead, lie.
And you know, as parents,
You have kids?
we teach our children to tell the truth.
She does.
No, we don't.
It's one of the first things we
She doesn't teach her children to tell the truth because she doesn't tell the truth.
I don't think your father has ever taught you to do that.
No one's ever taught any of you.
I think
to
your
tell the
father
truth.
taught you the same
you
thing
do.
that Rocky's father told him.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is
What
you
is
don't have a
Rocky-
brain, you should work on your body. Or in her cases, have somebody else work on her body. Anyway.
Oh, woo!
teach our children. Love and honor their parents, their God, and tell the truth.
God? What God? What
Their
God?
God?
What God, Kamala? What
It's
God,
not,
Kamala?
it's not God, it's their
It's
God.
your God. You are the God. What God? You are the God to that.
I would
That's
like
what
to
you
be able
want.
to, I would like to be able to debate Kamala
It's
Harris.
sickening. Oh, anyone would destroy her. It's why she won't talk to anybody. Again, recall, she was the last in line in the polls when Biden chose her.
Yeah.
When she ran the previous time, she was at the fucking butt end because she's that bad.
Could it be
She's a
because
diversity
Kamala
hire.
Harris was fucking her son? Or fucking her son, sorry.
She was fucking
Joe
one of
Biden's
Biden's
kid.
one of Biden's kids, yeah.
Yeah.
We teach our
She fucking
children
gets around.
not only to tell the truth, but to
You don't teach your children to tell the truth at all. All you do is lie.
I wonder what she says there. Say that?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Hang on. Let's watch the whole thing.
We teach our children not only to tell the truth, but to seek knowledge and truth.
What the fuck?
It's
No, we
part
don't.
of what we know is about putting them on the road for them to grow and develop
How?
for the sake of our mutual well-being and prosperity.
This is just pointless.
Platitudes.
These are the things we tell
Platitudes, yeah.
them.
Okay, well, I got out of the part that I want to get from it, which is that Kamala Harris just said the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. But
Well, it's amazing to me that how little Kamala Harris apparently has to do, that she can read something on Twitter one day and be on an airplane the next to make something literally out of nothing. This is a completely made up deal. I looked at the standards. I even looked at an analysis of the standards in every instance where the word slavery or slave was used. I even read the statement of the African American.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Is CNN criticizing her?
Yeah, a little bit. They're allowing someone to be on to criticize her at least.
What
Yeah,
is
which
going
is
on here?
I know.
I saw CNN and we're like, they're being critical of it. What the
I
fuck
know,
is going on?
bizarre, right?
Scholars that wrote the standards, not Ron DeSantis, but the scholars. Everybody involved in this says this is completely a fabricated issue. And yet, look how quickly Kamala Harris jumped on it. So the fact that this is her best moment, a fabricated matter, is pretty ridiculous in my opinion.
Let's get out.
And it cut off before that fat black woman said whatever stupid shit she was going to say. But yeah. Interestingly, Ron DeSantis has fired...
I like base Dayton.
Yeah, sorry. Ron DeSantis has fired a third of his campaign staff.
That's because he is going to save all the money.
Because he's stinky. And to prove it,
Rudy Giuliani
Vivek Ramaswamy. What?
Ron DeSantis, Giuliani was right about him.
Vivek Ramaswamy is now neck and neck with Ron DeSantis.
You're going to get beaten by a non-white foreigner.
I mean, no, first of all, look at Donald Trump, 48% versus Vivek and Ron, who are tied for 12.
He has almost as much support as virtually almost everyone else combined.
Yes. Yeah, everyone else combined. Yeah, yes. 48%, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, you obviously can't because it's
actually he has more support than everyone else combined. If you don't include the uncertain portion, he has far more percent. We discount the uncertain portion. He has far more.
Yeah, of all the other
support.
candidates, yes.
Yeah.
24, 34, 30, yeah, actually he does.
Sorry.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So.
Hold on a second. 5, 9, 14, 17, 18, 18 and 24 is, 42.
I just like to see it. And here's the thing, Ron. You did this to yourself. You could have just been Ron DeSantis, the guy who helped Florida.
Yes.
And you chose to do this shit. So also, another thing that's happening is that now 9 states have banned the digital voter system that was run in 2020.
Good.
It's gone now. The new state is, which one is it? Texas. So.
Ooh, red state.
No. Ooh, that's a big one, isn't it?
Yep.
You're not getting Texas now. These are going to be paper ballots.
Rizless Ron.
Rizless. Oh, that's so
really
good. Rizless Ron. Lucy Lemonberg.
Put that to Trump.
Lemonberg,
that's
excuse me.
Really fucking good.
Rizless. Trump will understand it. But it's so good. So now it's
Ron. Can I use that in a video?
You should. It's Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, really Florida, West Virginia, Missouri, Ohio, Iowa, and Virginia are saying, no, we are going to do paper ballots. We're not doing this stupid shit anymore because it's obviously bullshit. What is Riz? What is Riz? It's shorthand for charisma. It's Zoomer words for charisma.
Let's see.
Riz.
Let's see. Florida, Missouri, Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. Those are big states.
Yeah, these are the Ohio and Iowa win, and Florida win elections every single fucking cycle.
Yeah. Except for the last
These are 3 of the most important states for winning an election. And they're saying, nope, no more e-ballots. We're doing everything with paper.
Wait, it was Shu that came up with that?
Who?
Shu.
Oh, based. I'm telling you, Shu is based.
Right.
Speaking of all these...
I know it's based, but I still want to pick her brain.
I know. Well,
I have a weird thing with Shu. I don't know why.
Okay, I've known Shu for years. Just like we had Ethan Van Sciver on last night. Why don't you just ask Shu? She might not want to, but because she's like might be afraid of like appearing on a far-right podcast. But
we're not exactly far-right. We're extremely
we're
far-right.
weirdo. We are extremely far-right, but we're also weirdo monarchists. So we'll see.
To be fair,
I can always ask you.
Our perspective of the right is basically outside of the Overton window.
Yes, we're outside of it.
Yes, I feel like
we're monarchists.
Yes,
yeah.
But that's also the reason why we don't get a lot of criticism is because.
You can fix her.
What did he just say?
He said, "Go for it, Spoon. You can fix her."
Oh, I can fix it. Okay, well, I can try.
Well, Bill, what's your opinion on it? On if I ask Shu to come on the show sometime, because Spoon wants to talk to Shu. He's saying.
I'm sure he does.
Oh, thanks for that, Bill. You fucking asshole.
Anywho, so Elizabeth Warren requests an SEC investigation into Elon Musk's Tesla takeover over Twitter ties, alleging misappropriating assets and conflicts of interest. So that filthy fucking bitch, Elizabeth Warren, is trying to go after Elon Musk.
It's because he insulted her in a really funny way.
Give me to the end of the hour.
Do you remember?
Because I have to.
She heard about his hair plugs, now she wants a scalp.
Spoon, can I not?
What did I tell you?
I know you wanted to go. No, my camera's not on. Go ahead, you're fine. Spoon, what do you want? Because I'm gonna make a video about this. So should I not talk about this one?
Yeah, don't. Put in the video then.
Okay. I'll just give you guys a quick overview. This is the stupidest and funniest study I've ever read in my entire life.
Let me ask you
it's
guys
the funniest thing I've
Aiden's
ever read in
mind
my entire
works.
life.
When Aiden asks you for something, she does the classical woman thing, which is, I already have an opinion of what I'm going to do. I just basically want you to confirm what I already know.
Yes.
Thank
okay,
you.
I'm not gonna.
Can you just admit that that's what women do when they ask your opinion?
Yes, it is 100%.
Oh,
100%.
fuck's sake, I hate women.
So I'm not going to read this article tonight on stream, which is Attack Helicopters and White Supremacy, Interpreting Malicious Responses to an Online Questionnaire about Transgender Undergraduate Engineering and Computer Science Student Experiences, because this is the funniest study I've ever read in my entire life, but I will read some of the responses.
Oh my god, the replies were just like,
So,
oh.
So, participant 43 is my favorite, and he's because he's the funniest, or she.
Fuck.
Them.
If there was a girl who wrote this, I'm like,
What are your strengths? What are your strengths and skills in engineering? I know. What are your strengths and skills in engineering and computer science classrooms or projects? Participant 43 responds, I'm trans. Obviously, I will have a job regardless of my skills thanks to diversity quotas. I'm sorry. That's participant 15, but whatever. I'll have a job regardless thanks to my diversity quotas inspired by surveys such as these. Very true. Then participant 43 responds, I don't actually have any skills. I'm just a diversity affirmative action student. Hang on. Let me just control F43 because participant 43 is amazing. Are there any comments that you would like to share with the research team? Participant 43 responds, pedosexual rights are the next step to the never-ending march of pause and degeneracy, and fathers who won't let people from their pedosexual community have sexual relationships with their children are bigots and might as well join the KKK. Also, in response to the question, what is your favorite part of engineering and computer science programs and student culture? Participant 43 responds, my favorite part is how I can get all the students and faculty to deep throat my paused tranny cock and rim my yummy boy hole.
And the stream just got demonetized.
Oh, it was already demonetized. And rim my yummy boy hole in public for everyone else to see just by threatening to report them to my Jew enablers at the ADL so they can dox them and defame them as Nazis for the egregious hate crime of not wanting to sexually satisfy me in public.
That is
Participant 43. Participant 43. Can I get a 43 in the chat for participant 43 who 100% is going to get doxxed by the fucking nasty women who made this study?
God damn, that is a stray shoot. That person's been on 4chan, I fucking guarantee you.
Obviously. Participant 43, let's go. I love him. Oh, you know what I don't love though? I'm gonna do a video on that, so never mind it. Is gay water. So in response to Bud Light, the gays have made, I love the chat. 43, let's go, participant 43. So this is gay water. Come in, we're open. Enjoy 6.1 inches tonight. This is a response to Bud Light. This is a vodka soda. Fill our hole.
Why are you so cringing gay?
Why is it so sexual? Why is everything... I thought that like being gay was just normal. It's a normal thing. But no, it's clearly a sexual thing, isn't it? Like it's clearly very sexual.
The whole point of the supposedly the gay movement thing is it's no one else's business what you do. That seems to have been a lie.
Yeah, it's clearly a lie.
Yes. Now everyone must know that we're a bunch of degenerates. Again, why?
We are who we are.
Degenerate.
Gay means happy. Enter gay water.
No, gay means pedophile right now.
Well, bro. It's certainly
I want
bizarre.
the chat to say that's based. 'Cause it's true.
Speaking of the gay
Say
water,
based if you agree with that, Jay.
I think it probably is based.
Yeah.
Want to make woke companies go broke? New app ranks how left. Oh, there's a
So one
fucking
makes
koala
big companies
here.
go
Hang
broke.
on.
Define broke.
Well, hang on, but there's a koala here.
And define.
Sorry, I got distracted by this koala.
So
Fuck
I.
me. Fuck you, Daily Mail. Okay.
I want to. What is he doing?
I did want to see the koala. No, it disappeared. Hang on. Okay, here's a koala. Daily Mail, you piece of shit. There it is.
14 seconds. He was perusing the wine.
He's a very cute guy.
He's looking.
I like that.
That's adorable.
I like that. It's cute.
Oh. Okay, so question for you. When you said go broke, what do you mean by
that? Like get woke, go broke. What they mean is that
do you mean financial ruin, or do you mean more Putin
Financial
launching
ruin.
red button things broken?
Financial ruin.
Okay, because I prefer the Putin red button one. I think that's better.
Yeah, true. Anywho, so like here's this new app.
Following the launch of woke detector app Veebs, DailyMail.com took to the streets of Manhattan to try it out.
Ben & Jerry's, one of the wokest brands, given just 20 V scores, well known for putting out very woke statements. Well, we can switch it out. Bluebell, ID, ATV, dryers, all in the 80s.
I would for sure use that. Yeah.
Oh, that girl is.
Go back
She
to
was
her,
cute.
please.
Yeah, let's please go back to her. She was cute.
I would for sure.
Fuck you, Daily Mail. I can't pause it. She's cute though.
I stay away from all sorts of phone stuff.
Me too.
This
Good
guy.
girl. No, not Cholula, really?
I quite like that
Love
idea for an
Cholula.
app.
Look, they already have this stuff for us, by the way, for conservative things.
Yes.
So why don't we just play the same game as them?
Yeah.
All right, fine. I'm fine. I can't believe it's Cholula. How is Cholula bad? Why is Cholula bad? I love Cholula. I love Cholula. No. I'm sad. I love Cholula. Anywho, I'm down with this app. I think it's fine. They do this stuff with us, so why not?
Yeah. When you fuck with us, we're gonna fuck with you.
Something funny. Bud Light has blocked conservatives who have mocked them. The guy who made this video.
What do you guys think of Bud Light?
They blocked this guy on Twitter.
It makes people bottoms.
What do you think of Bud Light?
That's trash.
What would it
Makes
take
can't I
for
make
you
this
to drink a
joke?
Bud Light?
I'd rather be punched in the face.
Do you drink Bud Light?
It's so good, right? I don't know why I can't make this.
Makes people bottoms.
Why can't I make this big treat? Whatever.
People gay.
Oh, heck no.
Do you drink Bud Light?
No.
Hell no. No. No, I wouldn't.
I mean, I'm not dating anyone who drinks Bud Light, that's for sure.
So if I produced a Bud Light right now, would you drink it?
No, that's tranny fluid.
Dylan Mulvaney.
Oh my god. Every guy in this chat is gonna fall in love with these women.
I know.
Popcorn machine, just new Dylan Mulvaney's every day. Dylan Mulvaney.
Put it in my body, I wouldn't put it in my truck, and I sure as heck wouldn't even give it to my dogs. It's less than water.
Watered down cat piss.
It tastes, how should I put it delicately, like urine.
It tastes like pee. It tastes like, no, it just tastes like utter crap. It's not very kosher.
We won't be drinking
I don't know who she is. She says she uses the word kosher, which people in the chat might pick up on. But I think she's cute.
Anheuser-Busch, that I could tell you.
Anheuser-Busch, I'm guessing, is lost as a customer. I mean,
like
they already
the
lost, you don't
Trump
drink
impersonator.
anyway.
Right.
How could they get you
Yeah.
back?
I love a Trump impersonator.
It's not possible.
What would it take for Anheuser-Busch to win you back?
I'd say nothing.
How could Bud Light win you back?
I love a Trump impersonator guy.
Like, even if my future husband, like, wants to crack open a beer on a Saturday night with his boys, Bud Light still is off the table.
I don't think there is a way that Bud Light can come back. I really don't think there is. And I don't feel sorry for him.
What would it take to get you to drink Bud Light?
Meeting Donald Trump.
45th and 47th.
Would you drink a Bud Light if Trump gave you one?
45th and 46th and 47th would make me happy, but yeah, we can't do 46. So 47, that's fine.
Probably.
If they back Trump, they'll get everyone back.
That man
No, they won't. They won't.
offered me one, I'd probably still decline.
Still decline?
Yeah, now if
Even the
Jesus
Trumpster
himself offered me one, I'd take it.
How do you think they win people back? How do you think Bud Light turns it around?
I think they turned it around by actually giving an apology.
I think you
haven't
formally
apologized.
apologize.
Number one,
Yep.
say they were wrong to partner with Dylan, what's his name?
If they did this in the beginning and said, you know what,
Look at this dude, by the way.
That dude's fucking
Look at him.
jacked.
He's huge. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That man's enormous. Holy fuck. That guy.
Powerlifter.
Yeah, obviously. That guy picks up very heavy objects.
He lifts heavy shit.
He lifts heavy things. He seems like a cool guy, yeah.
We understand that this person is not a woman. This person is a man masquerading as a woman. They wouldn't even have to go that far. Just say, you know what, we apologize for making a mockery of you women.
If they apologize for Baven and Bud Light, you're the marketer of Bud Light. They're either going to force you to drink all the Bud Light they have in stock, or you got to sell it. How are you going to sell it?
Oof, that's a good question. I would put Donald Trump on the front of it and tell him, make Bud Light great again.
They make like a little Trump can.
Oh,
that's an idea,
You
right?
drink that Bud.
It would work, by the way.
It probably would, yeah.
It's the only way Bud Light would come back is to make a Trump can.
I think they would.
Yeah.
I think they would pour out the beer, but keep the can.
I agree. But I think they would win conservatives back, but they have to, one, make an apology, and then two, put Trump on the
This is
can.
going to make me become gay, but I like the can.
Yeah.
It'd be that.
Then I would.
What if I told you I drank 3 Bud Lights before this?
Makes sense.
3 Bud Lights before he came here? Well, I hope you weren't driving.
You're not standing for your values.
Yeah, I'm in the wrong. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. They attacked me with it. Do you look at me differently now?
To be fair, this is at the TPUSA conference, but still.
They are making fun of them.
I can't look at you straight.
Think of Bud Light drinkers.
Well, we know what side they're on.
You're making a statement when you drink Bud Light, and that's going to be reflective of
I have that
you as
hat.
a person.
I have a problem with that because you know you're doing something wrong and you choose to do it anyway.
I have the original Make America Great hat, and I have the 45 pink one, and I have the 45, that one too, the red one.
Why is
'cause
the
I don't
mostly
give a shit.
conservative women are more attractive?
Do you know how much those hats cost, by the way?
All of them.
How much do you think those hats cost?
More than $40.
The proper ones, yeah, they're like $45.
Oh.
They probably are 45 on purpose, but they were like, the original one was also like $40. They're not cheap hats, and I own several of them because I like Donald Trump.
It's on you, it's not on me.
It's the left's way of virtue signaling. You know what I'm saying? I always say the left wearing a mask is like the right wearing the MAGA hat, right? We know what that means.
That's actually a good comparison.
It was a good point, right? The left wearing a mask. I never thought about that either.
Yeah.
He did make a good point there. The left wearing a mask is the right wearing the MAGA hat.
That's a really good point, because I've never thought about it that way. But yeah, that is pretty accurate, I would say, actually.
Good on him. Dylan Mulvaney, speaking of,
He seems like a cool guy, that guy.
has transitioned.
Into what? Ben Shapiro?
A college professor. University and college friends, I am booking speaking opportunities for the upcoming 2023-2024 school year, and we would love to come visit.
To discuss what? What have you done? How to destroy companies?
Yeah, how to destroy companies. Speaking of, Bud Light has laid off thousands of employees, or hundreds at least. Excuse me.
How are they still in business?
350. I said 1,000. Thousands. I was wrong.
Huh.
They have 18,000 employees worldwide. Let me do a quick calculation here. They're laying off 350. So, let's just do the basic math here. It's 2% of their employees, to be fair. It's not a huge amount. Oh, never mind. They put the fucking number there. Damn it. Still, it's a lot of people to be laid off because they're not making any money, right? No, despite all your ESG
They're not
money.
making any money? No shit.
No,
Couldn't have seen
I
that
know.
coming.
Despite all of the BlackRock imports of money, they're not making anything. Despite the attempts. So goodbye, Bud Light. No one will miss you. You taste like piss. Here's something funny, and by funny I mean fucking horrific. New Hampshire's former transgender state representative charged with sexual exploitation of children.
Wow.
Set to appear in federal court. I'm not going to read this article. 'Cause I don't want to. It'll upset me.
I've noticed a
But
trend.
who's shocked?
I've noticed.
Have you noticed a trend? Have you noticed?
Yes.
Have you?
Yes, and the trend in my case is
Weird.
that any guy that has a receding hairline that tries to be a woman is a pervert.
Seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Seems that way, doesn't it? I'm not going to read this article,
Shave
but
your
you guys.
fucking heads and grow a pair of balls for God's sake, you fucking jackasses.
It's
Like
just,
I said,
it's
is
just
what I did.
another case. Another case. Apparently, he's been doing this for a long time.
What, fucking kids?
After the sentence for the 2008 conviction.
Wow, he's been doing it for 14 years.
So he's been doing this shit for a long ass fucking time. And then
what is with the fucking hair? I don't get it.
Just shave it, dude. Holy crap.
They all look exactly the fucking same, I swear to God.
Man charged in alleged threat against journalist seeking Nashville shooter manifesto. Remember this? Remember the Nashville shooter?
Oh, the
tranny?
Yeah, the troon who fucking shot up the school.
Where we cannot find their manifesto because it's been hidden.
Have you tried their arsenal?
Tennessee man has been charged in connection with a threat against a conservative journalist and talk show radio host Michael Patrick Leahy over Leahy's lawsuit to obtain the Nashville shooter's manifesto, allegedly telling Leahy, "I'm willing to go to prison to end you." Leahy, CEO of the Star News Network and the network's parent company, Star News Digital Media Inc., are involved in a lawsuit to release the manifesto of a transgender person, Audrey Hale, who killed the students. We get it. Here's the message. Mike, if it were not illegal to beat your ass up, I'd have done it months ago. I have called your show twice because you decided to pound home the transgender Audrey Hale while people who suffered were healing. You dirty potato-eating Mick. If I see you on the street, I'm going to end your conservative slant-eye ass. I'm willing to go to prison to end you, you dirty drug-dealing addict-eyed Irish fool. You either end your talk or I'll end your life in real time while you do it. You have no right to the manifesto of Audrey Hale, and you just want content by obtaining it. This is the progressive, really leftist, transgender person. Yep. Very sane. Very hinged. Yes. Very progressive. Understand again, guys. These people don't give a shit about, like, racism. They just want to be the ones who are allowed to be racist.
They're objectively bad people.
They are objectively bad people, and they just want to be the ones who are allowed to be racist. That's it.
Yeah.
Do you feel
Or Irish
offended
people.
as someone who lives in Ireland?
Why the fuck would I be offended?
What, aren't you kind of Irish? Sort of? Why are you not answering? You don't feel offended by the word Mick? I don't know. You're not responding, so I can't respond myself. Here's something funny. This school chief, this California school chief, went before conservative school board, wanted to defend. Just watch it, and then listen to him.
That you would actually, in any way, imply I'm related to these people.
You live there. I mean, you're like the most Dutch-looking person that I know. To be fair.
Dutch people are good looking.
I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm saying you look Dutch.
I think I look French.
I don't think you look French. You look Dutch.
Okay.
I've known many Dutch people, and you are the most Dutch-looking person I've ever met.
I need to look what a cliche Dutch model looks like now.
Yeah, you look at like a handsome Dutch man. You know. Dutchman. Yeah, there you go. Anywho. So this guy goes before a conservative school board, they're going to call it. This is in California. Oh, there's a lot of conservative school boards in California, aren't there?
Not only may fall outside of the laws that respect privacy and safety for our students, but may put our students at risk because they may not be in homes where they can be safe.
Time. And I learned something from a previous board president. Guys, be respectful.
Look at this guy with the American pants in the front row. Look at this fucking lad.
I am going to do a point of order, which I learned from
he's just saying
board
I thought he had
president.
pants there. It's just a flag. Yeah.
Tony Thurman, I appreciate you being here tremendously. But here's the problem. We're here because of people like you. You're in Sacramento proposing things that pervert children. You had a chance to come and talk to me, Tony. By all means, you had a chance to come talk to me. Why was it so important?
This guy's an elected representative of the school board, by the way. Oh, sorry, I skipped. Okay. Where is he coming back? I didn't skip, okay.
To walk with my opponent. You are the very reason why we're in this.
May I have, as a point of order, As the board
Point of
president,
order, this is not your meeting. You may have a seat, because if I did that to you in Sacramento, you would not accept it. Please sit.
Can I get a point of order?
You're not going to blackmail us.
I love it.
You already sent us a blackmailing letter on previous things. You'll not bully us here in Chino. Please seat.
Point of order.
In Chino. We're
Point
going
of
to take a
order.
5-minute break.
Just give him a point of order.
So he gets he gets shut down because he was trying to put forward transgender shit in schools. Now he has, of course, since, here's his tweet: tonight I went to a school board meeting to stand up for the LGBTQ plus students who invited me to join them as they spoke out against a radical new policy that threatens their safety. The policy that threatens their safety is that you can't take students aside outside of their parents' knowledge and talk to them and tell them that they're trans. That's the radical policy, Spoon.
That's kind of weird.
That's the radical policy. When done speaking, the board president verbally attacked me and instructed the police to remove me. I wish you could see the whole clip. I don't mind being thrown out of a board meeting by extremists. I can take the heat. No, you can't, because you're crying out on Twitter. It's part of the job. What I can't accept is the mistreatment of vulnerable students whose privacy has been taken away. Their privacy meaning that you can't take them out of school and introduce them to a doctor outside of their parents' knowledge and tell them that they're trans. That's the thing.
Hey, did you see
That's
this guy?
the goddamn issue. Go
He
ahead.
looks a lot like me.
The black guy?
No, the one in the... Oh, for God's sakes, the one in the Discord I just sent you.
Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, he does.
He looks
The guy
a
does look
lot like me.
He does.
Borderline spit an image of him, actually.
Yeah,
You look like
pretty
the
close.
brothers.
Your face is a little bit thinner, but meanwhile, a Christian coach is fired for saying the obvious truth about trans athletes. He's now suing the school. Good. But all he said, I went through the document. All he said is that there are two sexes. And he was fired from a Christian school for saying so. I hope he fucking sues the shit out of them. Here's some crazy ass shit. Comparatively, a Christian school fires a guy for just telling his students that there is male and female sex. The U.S. military, meanwhile, has said
Completely insane.
that transgender services for members include speech voice therapy, cross-sex hormones, laser hair removal, voice feminization surgery, facial contouring, body contouring, breast/chest surgery, genital mutilation surgery, lower surgery, psychological counseling. Service members who identify as transgender may receive a waiver for grooming and uniform standards, so they don't have to follow normal standards. Service members who identify as transgender may receive an indefinite waiver for physical fitness standards. This waiver often becomes a de facto permanent situation, and the transgender identifying service members just has to renew the exemption every 6 months. Service members who identify as transgender will be considered non-deployable for up to 300 days while taking hormones for their transition period. In other words, if you want to get paid by the government a huge amount of money as a full-time job to be a soldier, just claim to be trans, and now you don't have to do anything. You can just join the military and say, hi, I'm trans. They will pay for everything for you, and you don't have to do a single goddamn thing. Not a moment, a second of work. Certainly not being, deployed, but you don't have to do anything. You can just fuck off and then just reapply every 6 months. Isn't it fucking insane? But of course, a transgender gorilla gave birth or something. I don't really care about this. Just a gorilla that they thought was a male gave birth because the scientists I don't know how they misidentified the gorilla. It's at the Columbus Zoo, very close to Cincinnati Zoo, where Harambe was at. They're an hour away. This doesn't make the gorilla trans. But those are the dumb kind of headlines you're getting about it.
Fuck did I just walk into?
Gorilla.
Chicago?
Here's something stupid.
Hi, my name is King, and I'm a non-human alter in a DID system, and
Oh,
I'm
okay.
making a Discord server for
Sure.
people who experience wing dysphoria.
All right.
It is, of course, open to systems with non-human headmates, and it is also
Hold
open
on a
to,
second.
I think they're called wing.
Are you sure this person isn't trolling?
No, they're not. It's
Are
a
you sure?
very yeah.
Is it,
Wingkin, literally any.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. Look at them.
Because the way that they're spitting that fluidly almost makes it sound like a troll.
No, but look at them. They're wearing pieces of bone as giant long earrings and a bunch of shit.
Of course,
This
if you're
person's
gonna
serious.
go with the troll, you gotta flex it.
I suppose.
Anybody who experiences wing dysphoria. Hope to see you there. Other folks who experience wing dysphoria and who get the phantom wings, I know we are all familiar with the feeling of needing to stretch our wings and not being able to, but is it as common of an experience to feel like
these people are all just playing pretend, aren't they? These are just children in adult bodies who are so playing pretend, like, oh, where's my wings? Where's my wings?
You know what I said to you earlier about war?
Hmm.
You remember that?
Which was? Yeah.
Yeah, I said that we're not meant to be like this. We're not
No,
meant to have.
clearly.
We're not meant to be in peacetime for this long. We're meant
Clearly.
to have
This is-
conflict and fight. Like the reason
Yeah.
why you have war is so that
Yeah.
these people get killed.
Because otherwise people come up with crazy shit. They don't have any real conflict in their lives. And like, I can't feel my wings. I can
Yes.
feel my wings, but
Because
where are my wings?
Look at all these people. All of these people
Yeah.
are fucking miserable who are looking for something to combat.
Obviously.
And
Yeah.
if it isn't something legitimately hard with their fists, they make shit up to be upset about. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like,
Yes.
we're not
Yes.
meant to be happy constantly because there's without the flip side, there's just this need for something must be completed or there must be a project that you are working on. It is,
Yes,
if that,
exactly.
If
Yeah.
that thing of why am I existing is just euphoric joy, you go fucking insane.
Yes.
Clearly. Because all of these people are lunatics who are looking for
Yeah,
something
lunatics.
to do.
Here's a really funny lunatic, though. I do want to laugh at this one for a second. This
do you
is
say?
this is a beautiful woman who is very upset that someone called her sir.
No, that is.
And
Can you pause it for a second?
Spoon, have you seen this video?
I've not seen Kathy Lee Griffin lose her mind lately, no.
Okay, Spoon, what I want you to do, because you have to watch this, and you have to wait for the reveal. Because you're going to see something that I want to hear your reaction to. I really do.
God, whenever you
Not
say that.
okay for their employees to be like calling trans women sir, to like intentionally like.
Look at this obvious male, though, with like his poultry little weird
Can-
estrogen soy tits.
Can I just say, the amount of
Yeah.
times, the fact that it's been, how long has this video been on? 11 seconds?
10 seconds.
Okay,
yeah.
10 seconds. You have said the phrase like 6 times.
Like, right,
Already,
right.
I want to clock you in that fucking jaw just because of the amount of times you said like.
But Spoon, you gotta wait for it. You gotta wait for the reveal.
Oh, Jesus Christ. he's
Fucking
wearing a
fuck
skirt.
with me after I did something he doesn't like. I heard the motherfucker call me sir. Okay? He can lie to save his ass because they're
Perfect.
always so spiteful.
It's interesting. Lie to save his ass. Why does he have to save his ass? Because he doesn't know what you are. Because you are obviously a man. Provided this is true, and I doubt it is because you people lie about everything all the time for victim points. But provided this is true, you look like a man. Just
So
I
you're
don't care
upset
about
at
your
a man for
hair.
telling you the truth.
I don't care about your saggy little fake tits. You look like a man. Everyone knows you're a man. Someone called you a man, and then you're saying like, "I'm going to destroy your life." Still, wait for the end.
Mindless and easily. But the world will let you know at least this. That if you do this, if you go and you fucking accost trans people,
What did he just say?
He said that you accost trans people by not knowing what your stupid pronoun is because you look like a man and you are a man. That here's what's gonna happen to you if you don't know your fucking gender pronoun or whatever. Here's what he's gonna do.
public, we can hold you accountable.
I can't. I don't want to be mean.
I think God already was.
So.
Why the long face, sir? I mean...
Oh my god, what? Okay, they've shaved their eyebrows off. We can see that part, right? You've shaved your eyebrows off.
I mean...
Oh my god. What are you... Oh my god. I just love the reveal. Like, of course, it's like a normal, like, Troon just complaining about, like, man, dude, you have to call me ma'am. It's ma'am. But then they take the guy, and it's like, okay, typical looking Troon. But then they take the sunglasses off, and you just see the eyebrows.
We can just make a fucking batshit scene and somehow it's fucking well.
Well, you're a beautiful lady. That's for sure. I can tell.
Oh, I timed that perfectly.
Okay. I got a couple seconds left. Keeping at the top of the hour, and I'm gonna go. Here's something horrible. Georgia gives a woman accused of illegally aborting and burning her 9-week-old baby as a mere slap on the wrist. She was given a slap on the wrist for doing this.
I hope you end on a high note.
I'm ending on a high note. She purchased abortion pills online. She's in the 3rd trimester. Her mother apparently did it. And they took the body and they hid it by burning it. And it's absolutely sick. But look, this story is sickening, okay? But what I found even more sick was the leftists defending it. So here we have Brian Krasenstein.
You do realize these people don't actually care about this shit. They will just defend it because it's their tribe,
Obviously.
no matter how horrendous it is.
I know.
So you
She was
shouldn't be
sentenced-
surprised that they have any kind of...
Just be clear, Spoon. She killed her baby in the 3rd trimester. 29-week-old baby.
Okay.
She was sentenced to only 90 days in jail and 2 years probation.
Ah.
Because she was 17. She had an illegal abortion at 17 years old.
I'm sure
He
she will
leaves-
see the cunt punting.
He leaves out the fact that the illegal abortion, she had to give birth to the baby, by the way. She took abortifacients. So she put drugs into her body that caused her body to eject the fetus. So she had to give birth
What was the comments
to the baby. And then she burned the body to hide the evidence.
Wow, that's
But
kind of
Brian-
fucked up.
That's why I brought it up. It is fucked up. And here he is being like, how? Why does it have to happen? It's so terrible. 29 weeks. 29 weeks. She's in her 3rd term. She's in the 3rd trimester. You don't accidentally end up being 3 Brian, you know what, men, excuse me, you need to shut up about this shit. I don't think men need to shut up entirely, but like men talking about this stuff when they're talking from a stupid like feminist position, like, well, she was only 29 months pregnant. Do you have any idea what it's like? 4 weeks, a month is your normal cycle. You don't like get confused, by the way. Like after like 4 months, okay, or 4 weeks, okay. Maybe you missed your period. 8 weeks, okay. 12 weeks? 18 weeks? 24 weeks? 29 weeks. She's 5 months pregnant. And she's like, oh, how would no. And then not only uses abortifacients so that she has to give birth to the baby she has killed that is dead inside of her womb, but then burns the baby's body. Why couldn't she have gotten an abortion earlier? Because she didn't give a fuck. That's why, dude. Is Meta to blame? He's blaming Facebook for some reason? that she's a minor? No, her mom helped her do this. It's sick. It's absolutely goddamn sick. And I don't care. I really don't care how much you fucking want to lie about it. It's sick beyond fucking belief. It's sick beyond belief. And I hate this. San Francisco is a shithole.
San Francisco businesses fed up with crime.
I just want to show this part.
Now, it's not clear what was said before the altercation or whether there's even video of it to frozen food to try to combat theft. Our Kyung Law visited one Walgreens that's hit by
one random Walgreens in San Francisco.
It happened
Every single fucking thing is locked up in the store because that's how bad the shoplifting is in Walgreens in San Francisco. But but diversity is our strength, Spoon.
Times while she was inside.
Richie Greenberg walked into a San Francisco Walgreens when he saw in the frozen food section this.
Chains, heavy chains that went from padlock to padlock.
This is so crazy. The thing is so crazy. Spoon, get ready for this. They went in to go do this story about this guy who got punched in the face at a Walgreens, and then watch what happens during the fucking interview that they were doing on scene.
And this was bizarre, something I'd never seen before. This is just
You voted for this, idiot. You leftist cunt. You voted for this. This is the outcomes of your fucking choices.
Icing on the cake, telling us that rampant crime has become a regular part of life.
So typical that in the 30 minutes we were at this Walgreens, we watched 3 people, including this man, steal.
Did that guy
he just walks right the fuck out of the store. Just has his shit he wants to get. Just walks right out without pain.
Oh, actually, there's a white guy stealing for one.
Did that guy pay?
Well, why would he not? Honestly, under these conditions, why would he not? Why would he pay? What's the point in paying in these leftist stores? Why? Why should anyone pay?
He didn't pay.
Walgreens says this
You
Richmond
literally
neighborhood
make it so
store with
people will not be accused of a crime if they rob on a certain amount of money. Why would they pay? Like, you're
Why would they
surprised by
pay?
this, you fucking retards.
Yeah. And then you in fact encourage it. You sing songs about it and stuff. You say it's great. Oh, this is all like, oh, the proletariat or something. Speaking of singing songs, I'm sure you've heard the
they only have
song about don't try this in a you know in a small town. This was a good bit here because the left is infuriated by that. Don't try that in a small town.
Like Jim Brewer. He doesn't give
They
a fuck.
said he is funny. So Jason Aldean, am I pronouncing his name right? Aldean. Aldean.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
how I say it.
He makes a song. He says, "Don't try this in a small town. Don't come here and try and rape and pillage and murder and destroy things."
Basically, be
and the
whiter.
left, and the left freaked out and got really mad about the song. And they called it white supremacy. Yeah, I know that somehow not stealing and destroying is white supremacy, but
Don't you just love how amazing these people make white people sound?
I know.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. There is no one on earth that puts white people on a pedestal more than non-whites. Everyone else thinks we are the
I know.
shit. We are the dog's bollocks. We control way more of their society than they actually think. We live rent-free in the heads of people who are not white. We are the absolute dog's fucking bollocks. And if you disagree with Matt, take it on the fucking people who keep putting us on the pedestal.
I know. So here's a little bit.
White. I'm gonna keep saying
As am
that.
I. I'm happy to be white,
Ah,
but
God,
like
we're the
they
best.
they make us sound way fucking cooler than I think we
Yeah.
actually are.
The
But
white people themselves
we're,
are like,
we're
this is
pretty
what they
cool.
think of us? Wow, okay. This is kind of weird.
But I know, right? Like, so again, he just makes his songs like, just don't try to steal shit in a small town. And the left freaks out like, no, I want to steal things, but I need to steal things. And in fact, the fact that you're saying that I can't steal things and break into a store is racist. It's like, wait a minute, what the fuck did you mean by that? But I love this response to that whole kerfuffle.
certain words they always say. That is it. You can have a car crash, a song about a car crash, and they go, we need a statement. Racist! Sexist! They hate black people! Did we get, is anyone buy that? Is that if you saw this, I listened to the song, I watched the video, there's not, what baffles my mind is, okay, you can burn the place down. You can drag innocent elderly women out of a car and beat them, kick them.
By the way,
you can.
Yeah.
I just for people that are wondering, he's not like this all the bloody time. By the way, like this is a character that he's playing. Before
he's
he sounds drunk.
No, he's playing a character, but he's right about the left. So like, you can burn a city down, you can drag women out of their cars. That's all fine.
Light churches on fire, but just don't write no songs about it.
Exactly.
Now you're crossing the racial tension line.
Exactly.
Good question. Why is it
what they think?
Why is it crossing a racial tension line?
Because
when you say don't do it. Oh, by the way, New York City is going to pay $13 million to people that they arrested for burning down New York City in 2020. I know.
America, just by the way, I don't mean this. No, I kind of do. You are run by legit fucking retards.
I know. It's crazy.
And at this point in time, like, this is the kind of shit. If anyone thinks the West is the best and they look at Russia versus what you guys are doing, they're going to think Russia is better than you.
An abortion doctor ran over an abortion protester with his car. Are you shocked that someone who has no respect for human life has no respect for human life?
How is it? What is the high note you're going to end on? And I said to you,
I'm getting there.
No later than midnight, and it's past fucking 1 o'clock in the morning. Why
Greta
do you
Thunberg
do this every fucking time?
Could be jailed. Greta Thunberg could be jailed. She disobeyed a police order. I sure hope she is. Because I'm getting there.
I don't care about what some 20-year-old bitch who really needs to get fucked thinks.
I don't care. She does, for real. She could be jailed, I sure hope so. Getting there. Last thing.
The women who don't get penis tends to ruin society.
Yeah, they need dick. So here's a Nobel laureate said that climate change is a hoax. Speaking of Greta Thunberg.
Elephant in the room that I have recently discovered regarding climate change. I believe that the climate change is not a crisis.
Of course not.
Real truth
we
can be found if and only if you learn to recognize and use good science.
Yep,
it's especially true when real truth is politically incorrect and does not reflect
look at screaming Greta
business
Thunberg
aims
down here.
or desires of leaders.
I'm not going to go over it. He's in big trouble. But what I wanted to show you, the white pill fun thing I wanted to end on is just Stuff Oil gets a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, that's funny.
Taste of their own medicine after prankster group crashes their 100% plant-based banquet with rape alarms attached to balloons. So if you don't know about Just Stop Oil, they're the people who like to sit
they're a bunch
in the middle of roads.
They're a bunch of cringe faggots who should get their ass kicked.
They're very cringe. You can see some of them here.
And it's very late, so I will say the F word slow.
Yeah, we're fine. This is what they do. They just sit in the middle of the road and are obnoxious and ruin everyone's fucking lives. Look at this. Oh, our democracy. Do you hear that? Do you hear the word? She said the word. She said the word. She said the word.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And we meet this circle of people around us.
Who cares?
And we do agree about the same things.
No, we don't.
Except that we have that sense of urgency that when you see that a house is on fire.
Who cares? So here's what they're really upset about, is that some trolls did this. They just played alarm sounds at their stupid fucking meeting. And they're screaming and crying about it. Meanwhile, they ruin people's everyday lives. And now they're screaming and crying that their stupid meeting got disrupted.
Kizza makes a good point.
Huh?
Kizza makes a good point. The Just Stop Oil is Extinction Rebellion with a different name.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
Exactly.
It is Extinction Rebellion rebranded. Yes, they're insufferable. They're terrible. We need to head out. So I'm going to hit the last couple super chats that we got here at the end. Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Am I the only one who thinks noncery should be made a capital offense? It should be. I also think we should.
Penalty.
Yeah, I agree. That would be capital. I also think we should bring back public hangings and based. Galactic Emperor Schlerm for 2 says, Looks like David Pakman. I'm not sure who that was in reference to. Sorry.
Oh, the troon with the fucking no eyebrows.
Oh, yes. Lamented Guide for 5 says 29 weeks. That's how old I was when I was born. I was a preemie baby.
Wow, that's pretty early, actually.
It's not that early.
Sure?
I mean, it is a little early, but the reality is that that's a third trimester. That's well within way past viability. People are born all the time at 29 weeks. So, yeah, her just being like, oh, I just killed my baby, whatever. It's really sick. And I'm so happy that you're here with us, Lamented Guide. I'm so happy that you are.
I was at 63. That's over 9 months. What the fuck am I doing?
No, it's 35.
Yeah.
40 weeks. 40 weeks, I think is right. It's not. So, like, I mean, it's not totally finished, right? You know, but you're a third trimester, okay? You're more than 2/3 of the way there. That's sick. Like, you have no excuse. Then being like, oh, I don't know. I didn't know I was pregnant. Now I can't get my abortion because I didn't know I was pregnant. Shut up. At 29 weeks, you have a huge baby belly. Like, you know what's happening. Come on. That's silly. Gary Thomas for $10 says, this story reminded me of a girl in the UK who, after carrying her baby to full term and giving birth, crushed her baby's skull with her bare hands and threw him into a trash can. Some people are evil. Well, thank you for the $10, Gary Thomas, but I didn't want to know that. I hear that shit all the time. But people are like that. Some people are just terrible. People are just terrible sometimes. Kizza for £5 says, Evening All the King is now free until the 21st of August. What have I missed?
Yes.
Aiden, check DMs. Spoon, long tail F1 over short tail F1.
Short tail.
Change my mind. So you prefer the short tail. I don't know. This is the F1 racer, right?
Yes.
Okay. I figured. Oh, Keza, as usual, so cute. So cute. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at this little guy. Oh my gosh. Look at his eyes. He's so adorable. Oh my god. He's so cute. Oh, I know people always say this, but he's gonna be a charmer when he gets up. Those eyes, man. What a cute baby. Kissa for £5 says, I have a solution to environmentalists. Make them all homeless and dump them in the middle of the woods. Any objections? I'd be down with that.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No,
you want to survive?
They'd stink up the woods with death and piss.
But it's like, you want to live in nature? Here you go.
I don't want to go to the woods and see a whole bunch of like dirty, naked fucking hippies dead on the ground. Fuck that.
I don't want to go to the woods and see a bunch of dirty, homeless hippie bodies. Thanks.
Fuck that. The woods didn't do anything to us.
They did. That's true.
Why should we send them the degenerates of our society? Fuck that.
That is true. Folix for 5 says,
think of
just
the ends.
Just needing to keep Spoon online a little longer. That is true. Thank you. However, we are getting quite late, Spoon, as you well know. Oh my God, Kissa, that is such a cute baby. He's such a cute.
It's not like Aiden deliberately did this. When I asked her specifically, do not go over time, and then she went over 1 o'clock in the morning.
I didn't do it on purpose.
Yes, you fucking did. Don't you lie to me.
I did not. I was on accident.
Aiden, you are not good at lying.
I'm serious. I didn't do it on purpose, though.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that guy does look like you. Whoever that dude was you posted. I keep looking at him like, oh, that does look like you.
Yeah,
Anywho.
he does look like me. My face is a bit sharper, though.
Yeah, your face is sharper.
Yeah.
Your cheekbones go in further.
Yes,
it's thinner.
Yeah. But yeah, his facial structure is extremely same face, eyebrows, eyes, dark eyes. Yeah.
Bald.
Like, looks a lot like me.
Anywho, everybody, I hope you all had a good time. We had a little bit of a fight. We had a fight a little bit with Ethan Van Skyver. I don't think it was a fight. I don't think you and I had a real fight tonight either. We just disagreed.
Yeah, that's fine. Aiden is okay to be wrong. I will discipline her later.
I'm okay to admit to being wrong. I don't think I am wrong, but I'm okay to admit if I think I am wrong.
Massive ego.
I have the massive ego. Says Spoon.
Yo, my ego isn't based on like, an arrogance. It's just based on being correct.
That's what I mean. I don't think I'm incorrect. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I can find demonstrable evidence to prove that I'm incorrect, then I'd be willing to change my mind. But I've not seen demonstrable evidence on the Pearl thing. However, I think one of the things that makes us good friends is that we can...
Sex, drugs, rock and roll.
Well, we almost never disagree, but when we do disagree on things, we can have a productive conversation. Yeah, it's like, whatever, you know? Like, yeah, whatever. We don't agree. Who cares? Yeah. you guys in the audience can care, but...
Yeah, and the audience is like, we don't like it when mommy and daddy fight.
But we don't, like, it's like, it's over, like 10 seconds after it happens.
Yeah, Spoon has cute cheekbones. I don't think I have cute cheekbones. I have high cheekbones.
Spoon? What do you mean?
Oh, whoa. I sound drunk in that clip.
You do sound drunk in that clip. It's weird. Anywho, everybody, it is getting very late. I'm tired. Spoon's tired. I will be making a video about one of those things that we talked about,
Woo.
but say the whole thing.
No.
Just do it.
No.
Do it.
No.
Do it. Say uwu. Say uwu.
Woo.
Say 私はお名前はスプーンです。これは可愛いね。
Woo.
Say, there you go. But I'll just put that in my fucking thing.
No.
And to make my woo better.
Woo.
Yeah, it sounds, but again, it just sounds like it.
Oh, woo.
It sounds like you anyway.
Woo.
It's correct. Okay. Anywho, we're gonna head to bed now.